Good morning. Welcome along to York for York versus the Metro Makeup Women's. You're looking to continue an excellent run of recent form. 4 wins in a row, a couple in the Women's T20 County Cup, and second one Cup of the season to make it 4 in this format with a little too short. That is absolutely thumped away. It's just about a 4. It was not far off being a maximum. Wow. First ball that Erin Thomas has faced, and she's absolutely belted that. First over to come from the Oxley Hall, then the second pads from Shenton and whipped away delightfully by Winfield Hill against Staffordshire. Better ball from Shenton, but that's just guided through the offside, threaded through the gap from Winfield Hill. Back-to-back boundaries. That's a classy shot from a classy player. Shorter, and this time Winfield Hill crashes that through mid-wicket. 3 4s in a row, and she was onto this pull shot so early, picked the length up quickly. It over starts, and Thomas has mistimed this, and Thomas is gone. Staffordshire have a breakthrough. Thomas is out for 4. Duckworth guiding that through the covers. That's a nice shot from Duckworth. Comfortably her best of this innings so far, and it brings her first boundary.
Never really.
Going this time to Winfield Hill. That one splayed through the covers. Will race away on this lightning quick outfield in towards the spectators there on the fold-up chairs. Another 4 runs for Yorkshire.
Try and bowl their premier off-spinner through the middle and end. Shot.
Really nice shot from Winfield on with the for the host as well. Here is Dytham 2. Winfield Hill will go over the top of the fielder, and this will be a thoroughly deserved 50 for the Yorkshire captain. It's back-to-back half-centuries in the T20 County Cup for Lauren Winfield Hill. And I'll tell you what, she has richly deserved it. Real mix of class, enterprise, quality all around the ground, and what an absolute talent she is at the top of the order.
As are still able to just get one off every ball.
Well, that is a really nice shot, just scooped over the top of deep backward square leg all the way for 6.
They're on her plans.
And as soon as we say that, the curse of the commentator strikes. Winfield Hill dances down the track. I think it just comes off the pad in the end, rolls back onto the stumps, and that is the end of the Yorkshire captain. So
smashed away and just out of reach of mid-off from Callis. So strong in that straight hitting arc. It's inside out Callis through the covers. That's very clever manipulation of the field. Duckworth will get a 50 here, down to long on. A half-century for Rebecca Duckworth, a steady innings that has been the anchor in this Yorkshire knock so far. 50 off 52 balls with 6 4s. Just a tickle under an hour at the crease. This is slightly mistimed down the ground, catching chance at mid-on, and it's taken. So that is the end of Duckworth. Extremely distracting, difficult to focus. This time Campbell goes on the reverse. It's a clever shot. Nobody down there. 4 for Campbell. Just picking up in the modus operandi she'd been in for those 2 games. She demolished Derbyshire.
As well.
Last ball of the innings, 175 for 3. They're going to run. They might well get through. They do get through. A direct hit from Gator would have been there. It was
not just the spin off the wicket, it's the dip. If you put lots of revolutions on it, it can just dip, as that one dipped, and a great wicket stumping by Lauren Winfield Hill.
The fastest hands in Yorkshire from their captain. That is.
Just watch this ball.
Well, catching opportunity, and it will be taken. Yorkshire have their second. It's a wonderful riposte from Amelia Love, who gets her first wicket in the T20 County Cup. And that is a pretty big scalp to get at the end of the over. Perry is gone. Olivia Thomas coming on to bowl from the Oxley Hall end. And straight away, Cantrell goes for the sweep. Well, it was juggled a little bit, But in the end, it is a third wicket to fall. Yorkshire really making inroads, and what a start that is to Olivia Thomas's spell. 1 delivery, 1 wicket, and it's a pretty big one at that. Lexi Cantrell has to depart for 27 for the visitors, and for Yorkshire it's just a case of maintaining discipline and bowling to their fields, and that is a very nice shot down the ground. Or is it? It's not gone all the way, it's gone straight into the hands of the fielder, and Yorkshire have got a 4th. Staffordshire beginning to teeter on the edge a little bit here. Ebony Tweets, the latest batter to depart for take here. Great Hall comes into bowl here to Atherton Gator and cleans her up. Well, that will put a massive smile on the face of Grace Hall. It's a 5th wicket to fall for Staffordshire, who fall to 80 for 5, and yeah, that is a deserved first wicket there for Grace Hall. Well, you do see some very strange things in cricket, and that would have been certainly one of the more odd middles that we've seen. It's again to Kenvin. Kenvin goes for the big sweep. She's been trapped in front, given out LBW. Thomas has a second. And
near the pitch, so that's by Maddie Ward, and Nicoon backs off and it hits her off stump. Yeah, no, you've got to be able to bowl your stop ball, and that's the most important thing. So do that, and there she's bowled her.
Fantastic from Thomas. Thomas has got another. She's got a wicket with the final ball of her spell. Joy Langston to finish the game off, and has clean bowled Dyson, who's played a nice little enterprising cameo, but goes trying one shot. Not joined by James Wharton. Yorkshire 171 ahead. And speaking of wickets, Yorkshire have finished this one with a 2nd wicket in the over for Langston. 4 in a row for Yorkshire, and 4 times in a row that they've bowled their opposition out. The White Rose march on to a clash against Tier 1 Essex at Headingley next Saturday in round 3 of this newly created T20 Women's County Cup. The kind of fixture that will get Yorkshire supporters licking their lips at the prospect. Staffordshire comfortably seen off in the end by 68 runs, sealed in style by 2 wickets in and over from Beth Langston. The visitors bowled out with a ball to spare.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
So that was a look back at the Staffordshire fixture. One to be really proud of looking back, and it's earned Yorkshire a crack at Essex in Tier 3. In Tier 3? What on earth am I talking about? In round 3, Tier 1 Essex at Headingley on Saturday. So do get yourself down for that one if you can. That's a 2:30 start. Today, we're not far off 10:30 a.m. local start. The players readjusting back to 50 over action in this 10-team League 2 competition, the Metrobank One Day Cup. Single round robin, everybody plays everyone once. So 9 group stage games for Yorkshire, who are looking to get in the top 4. Gets you into the semi-finals. And after a loss against Worcestershire, it's been quite a nice bounce back for Yorkshire since. Wins at Sussex and Derbyshire in this competition. Now looking to make it 3rd win from 4 today on this well, it's quite a lovely pitch out at York. I went out there earlier to have a gander at it. A very good morning and welcome along to York. We're ahead of this Metrobank One Day Cup League 2 fixture between Yorkshire and Leicestershire. We can take a quick look at the pitch, and quite frankly, it looks in excellent condition. For an English track in mid-May, there's been plenty of sun in Yorkshire in recent times. It's actually pretty hard, and you look at it, there's not a significant covering of grass. As we come down, there's not a slope to contend with. The boundaries are relatively on the shorter side, you would have to say, and I reckon both teams are quite fancy a bat on this. You see the odd smattering of green, and the ball might swing early doors with a 10:30 start and a bit of cloud cover, but if I was a batter, I'd be looking at a deck like this and thinking that this might be my day. Might do something for the spinners later on in the contest, but on the whole, this wicket at York for an English wicket in mid-May seems pretty flat. Let's get over to the coin toss. Well, I did make the prediction there that whichever side won the toss on this track would fancy a bat, and so it proved. Leicestershire captain Rebecca Brooker correctly called heads and said that they will wield the willow first. So Leicestershire will be batting here in this 50-over contest. Let's take a look at your teams, starting with the Yorkshire lineup. There's a couple of alterations from last time out. It is a debut for Laura Marshall, the 31-year-old all-rounder from Barrow-in-Furness, who spent 3 seasons on Thunder's books without necessarily playing as much as she would like. And it's also the Yorkshire debut for young Ellie Nightingale, a wicket-keeper batter, but she won't take the gloves today because skipper Winfield Hill will still have those. And it is young in-swing bowler Amelia Love who makes way, as does Stair Callis, who is busy elsewhere as part of her loan with Warwickshire. As for the visitors, Leicestershire come into this one with 1 win from 3 games in this particular competition, but they have had some success in the T20 County Cup, where they've advanced through to the 3rd round. They will face Northamptonshire. Look out for Becky Brooker, the captain in particular. She took over the reins from Katie Gunn last year. Sophie Bennett, the keeper, is also someone that can be quite destructive with the bat. There's also the mystery spin of April Harathge, who will be quite a threat on this pitch, which does look like it might take a little bit of turn. Well, I mentioned the T20 County Cup, and one of the big positives for Yorkshire from that win on Monday was seeing Rebecca Duckworth, who scored a lot of runs in pre-season, but not necessarily up until that point quite as many as she'd have wanted in the competitive campaign itself, getting her first 50 of the 2025 season. I had a little chat with her afterwards to reflect on that impressive innings.
Yeah, it was really nice. Obviously, I've had a few starts, 20s and 30s, so it's nice to kick on today and get a 50.
And you kind of played that anchor role for others to bat around. Is that something you think of as your spot in the order?
I think so. I mean, I think I managed my innings quite well, but at the start, I'm not going to lie, I didn't feel great. And then Stair and others and Loz made it look quite easy. But yeah, I just kind of stuck in there and grinded it out and managed to get myself to 50, so I'll take that.
And often at Diamonds you had that difficult role of being the person that comes into the team in the absence of others. How much you're enjoying a run of regular games?
Yeah, it's so nice. I mean, my confidence has improved so much and I just feel so much more relaxed in the middle, which is really good. And I just feel really backed by my coaches and team, which just makes such a big difference. Like, you feel like you can go out there and express yourself a bit more. And yeah, I feel like what I've shown the last few weeks is probably like more so my game and how I want to play my cricket. So hopefully I can keep working with that and carry on scoring a few more runs.
And what are those little things that you want to improve? Because you've always been seen as a very impressive, traditionally orthodox player, but I know in pre-season you were starting to work more on that attacking flair side of your team.
Yeah, I think like over winter with Rich, I've worked quite a lot on like being a bit more powerful and striking the ball harder. And I think over the last few weeks I've demonstrated that quite well, just that I can also play how I probably more used to playing, but to have that like second gear is quite good now.
And going forward into round 3 of the Cup, Essex away on Saturday. There's before that on Thursday 50-over game against Leicestershire. Pretty exciting time to be a Yorkshire player. Right?
Yeah, it's really good actually. The games keep coming around really fast, which is nice. Thursday obviously at York, which will be good. Hopefully we can get another win on the board in that comp, and then Saturday against Essex should be a really good test for us. I mean, this is what like this cup competition's about, us challenging and hopefully competing with Essex on Saturday, and hopefully we can get a win into the next round.
What does it mean? You know, it's wide the game, of course, ending up in Tier 2, back in Tier 1. next season. Is there an element of wanting to prove a point in a game like that?
Yeah, I think so. Like, obviously, it's really good for us to see where we're at in comparison to the Tier 1 teams. I mean, we had that in pre-season in Abu Dhabi. We played quite a lot of Tier 1 teams, which was really good. And I think we kind of not shocked ourselves because we know what we're capable of, but it was nice to know that we're not far off that yet. So hopefully on Saturday we can show that again and demonstrate that, you know, we're ready to go next year. And this is obviously what we're building up to.
And what would your message be to Yorkshire fans thinking of coming down either to York on Thursday for that 50-over game or to see their side have a crack at Tier 1 Essex and a T20 on the Saturday?
Yeah, it's been really nice having, obviously at Harrogate we had quite a good crowd down today. There's been quite a few, so yeah, if we can get as many down on Saturday, that would be great.
So lovely to hear from Rebecca Duckworth, but she's got a little stint in the field to start off with here because Leicestershire have won the toss and chosen to bat. Beth Langston has got the new ball in her hand from the rugby ground end. And I'm absolutely delighted to say that I've got Yorkshire President Jane Powell alongside me. Very good morning to you.
Good morning to you and good morning to everybody listening in.
Langston ready to bowl first ball of the contest. It's a beautiful delivery right in the channel, the kind of delivery that more than justifies the aggressive field set by Captain Lauren Winfield Hill. 6-3 field with 3 catches in play.
Yeah, we've just got a fine leg on the boundary. I think that's all we've got out there at the moment.
Yeah, Yorkshire not even looking to use their 2 that are allowed out, such as the attacking intent. Langston again right on the button. Well, that is, if you could think of a pair of deliveries that you would not want to face as an opening batter and just walk out there, that would be right up there.
Yeah, I think Langston has got that ability to bowl with pace, but she's got that ability to nip the ball off the seam, and she's got that experience, which is really useful at this start of a game, especially when you've lost the toss and you've been asked to field.
Again, a perfect area from Langston. Well, you can't ask for much more than this. Talk about bowling to order.
Yeah, the only thing she would be hoping now is that she'll either be able to catch the edge of the bat or she'll be able to nip one back and catch her on the crease. Either bowl her or get an LBW. So Beth will be just keeping it in that same area, or will be hoping to keep it in that same area as she comes in now for the 4th ball of the over.
Langston yet again, well, that has got a little edge. And the thing that saved Rebecca Brooker, the visiting captain there, is that she played with soft hands. That meant that it went along the ground into that slip cordon. Well, Brooker's just coming down to have a little chat here and a punch of gloves with Sophie Bennett. I'm not really sure how much advice Bennett can necessarily offer from the non-strikers when the ball's in the channel and that good. I just wonder whether it's Bennett saying, look, you did well to make sure you didn't actually nick that into the fielder's hands. Soft hand saving her. Langston again, and this time beating the outside edge.
Yeah, I think the fist bump was well done. You're still there.
Yeah,
more than
it's one of them.
else, I think there's a lot of games play that goes on that is just trying to boost each other as a batting pair and trying to show confidence when maybe that confidence is starting to disappear a little bit after 4 balls where I've not really found the middle of the bat yet with onto the ball. As Beth Langston comes in again now for the 5th ball of the over.
And once more, lovely spots from Langston. That one kept a little bit low. Lauren Winfield Hill just having a wry smile as she collects it and makes a tumbling stop look very easy. Well,
can't count. That must have been 6th ball of the over.
Far from me to correct the president, but yeah, it is a maiden to start from Beth Langston. And you might have seen on that graphic that this season across both T20 and 50-over formats, she's gone just a tickle over 3 and over Langston, which, when you consider that almost all of that bowling has been in the power play, that makes it all the more impressive. As a good smattering of spectators head in here at York. Lovely day for it, lovely outground. Facilities here have been renovated not too long ago, and pretty top-notch nick for what you could want of and outground as well.
It's quite overcast, but we're starting to see a few breaks in the cloud now. I can see a little tiny bit of blue. I'm ever the optimist.
Second over of the contest. Starts with a resolute block from Bennett. And still, we're yet to see a run of any kind thus far. Yorkshire will be very content with this start. Yorkshire side with 2 changes today, with Laura Marshall and Ellie Nightingale both in from the team that won at against Staffordshire on Monday. That's just nibbled away into the onside. 8 balls in. Still yet to see first score of the contest in terms of runs on the board. Reminder that Yorkshire in action on Saturday as well. Get yourself down to Headingley for that one, or come down to York today. T20 contest against Essex, and a chance for Tier 2 Yorkshire to prove a point against the Tier 1 side, with a spot in the quarterfinals up for grabs. Shorter, and that will be the first runs. Not quite sure it will go to the rope. It was not really timed by Bennett, sort of just placed the bat out there, but managed to guide it over the slip corner, fielded by Hall at the expense of a relatively comfortable couple.
Yeah, that was a ball that deserved to be hit, but it wasn't hit with great conviction, and it actually ended up just going over the top of Grace Hall and, 5 metres further back, which obviously she can't be at the start. You want to be attacking, and you tend to use the circle as a guide for your field placings.
Laura Marshall in again. That's a better delivery from Marshall. Opening with the new ball on Yorkshire debut. It's been in the pathway of the side on the other side of the Pennines. But I think Yorkshire President Jane Powell will forgive her that for the fact that she's in white rose colours now, Marshall.
Well, she's actually from Cumbria, isn't she? So she's not a pure Lancastrian. So a pure red blood or a pure red rose, as they say. But no, it's great to have her in the colours of Yorkshire today.
Marshall wants more, just back of a length, and that's just guided out into the covers. Nice push single from Bennett, who has all of the 3 runs scored so far.
It would be interesting now to see if Brooker feels a bit more comfortable at this end than she was at the other end.
Fuller from Marshall was just fending out. It was a nervous shot, you'd have to say, from the visiting captain, who is still yet to score off a 7 balls face, 2 overs gone, 3 without loss.
Yeah, and on that last shot, you see that players, they do go for a wide ball, but they don't take their feet out to that wide ball. So she just swung her bat, and as a result, she played over the top and didn't really connect with it, whereas that was a loose ball that really deserved to be hit. But some of that is down to confidence, as Beth Langston now gets opportunity to bowl at Bennett.
Yeah, and Langston will be fancying herself here. Really good first over and maiden that gave nothing away. When I say gave nothing away, I mean in the sense that it wasn't just a maiden. Like, all 6 balls were right on the spots you'd want them to be. And that one is as well. It's almost too good from Langston. It's almost in, and you get these weird moments in cricket. It's almost too good for the batter to nick.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think both batters have come forward to play at Langston, and both have. The ball has just missed the edge of the bat each time, as they've chosen the wrong line, or the ball has nipped away from them.
And yet again from Langston. I mean, this is pure perfection from an opening bowler. And I guess the only question is who blinks first here, in terms of, does she get the nick and the wicket that I don't think anyone could doubt she deserves? Or does she just, I don't want to say lose patience, but go for the killer ball?
Yeah.
I'm just going to, you miss, I hit. Langston goes for a bumper, which is always a good change-up of hers. And it's sort of almost paddled to mid-on, a slightly unconventional-looking pull shot.
Yeah, and I think Langston, you're absolutely right. Does she just keep nagging away on the same length that she's bowled most of her balls so far in the game, or does she try and change it? I think she tried to change it a little bit there, and because it was straight, then she got away with it, and the batter was cramped for space.
Langston once more, and it's a flash and a miss outside the off stump. It's more good signs for Yorkshire.
It's almost like it's too good for the batter, isn't it? It's like the batter can't get a nick on it almost, and you just think you've played, or both batters now have played 3 or 4 shots at Langston's bowling and just not connected at all, and you think, wow, there must be a chance of getting that closer.
Langston again, and that was absolutely a play and miss. There was not even a hint of a leave there. Langston has 1 ball left of her second over. She has still not conceded a run. She's found the edge once, which was an edge from Brooker in her first over that was just guided down, and so was stopped by first slip, but was by no means a catching chance. Sharp bumper, but it's well played. Guided down to deep fine leg for 1 by Bennett, who without doubt has looked the more assured of the 2 Leicestershire batters so far. End of the 3rd over, 4 without loss.
You'd have to say against Langston at the moment that neither batter looks comfortable, and it's almost, frustration from both of them. So when they do get the 1 run, and you can see that on these replays, three in a row there, plays and miss. And it's only when the ball is bumped in a little bit shorter that they've managed to get the ball away.
Now Marshall looking to build on a first over. The first Yorkshire 3. Back of a length. It
looks like he wants to go after a little bit. Isn't in a position to do that at the moment. The bowlers keep the ball tight, then it's very difficult to try and get away. But on that last one, she took 1 foot off the floor like she really wanted to put some pace on it.
Bennett this time didn't really know where that was. She was on it very early, and it loops into almost the kind of area where, not quite, but nearly where a leg slip might have been. No run. One thing to watch in Bennett's technique, keep a really close eye. She sets up with a heavy leg stump guard and then shuffles across at the point of delivery. Sure, that's something that Yorkshire would have taken note of in lines and lengths they'll look to bowl to Sophie Bennett. Marshall has Bennett flaying outside the off stump. It's a wide. Almost chased that and turned it into a ball that got herself out, Sophie Bennett.
Yeah, I would think that both batters are not used to this miserly start to a game and like to get off to a few more runs. So they'll both be starting to just get a bit impatient, I would suspect, at this stage in the game.
Sure, and guided well. There's 3 catches behind square on the offside, but Bennett has managed to avoid all of them. And scampers back for 2. Good scamperage to get the second. 7 without loss in the 4th over. Sophie Bennett, who, for her, cricket was very much a family thing. Played with her brother and her dad for Houghton and Thurnby, based in Leicester. I know it meant a particularly huge amount to her to be in the county setup. Leicester born and bred. One of their own, as the football fans would chant.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a little fuller, and that's a good leave from Bennett. The kind of delivery that you sense she might have only got into mischief trying to have a go at. It was on a nice length. She used to play in the Loughborough Lightning halfway, which some of you, Jane's nodding alongside me, will know in the sort of regional cricket era before that morphed into the Blaze. And she also coaches on the Foxes Girls pathway too. Leicestershire vice-captain.
Yeah, that's great, isn't it, when the girls can contribute to the future stars coming through as well.
Marshall with another delivery that's left alone by Bennett, who has 1 ball left to negotiate with this over. If you're a Yorkshire fan and wanting to know a little bit more about what to expect from Laura Marshall. She's someone who's been in and around the women's domestic cricket scene for a long time. 31-year-old, product of the Cumbria pathway. Made her debut for the county as a 14-year-old against Scotland in 2008. Shorter, well struck through the covers. It's a good tumbling stop, though, to ensure that there won't be anything for it. Well done by Thomas. End of the 4th over. Marshall's first 2 in the Yorkshire shirt have gone for 3 each. 7 without loss after 4.
There's a great piece of fielding there by Olivia Thomas, because what you don't want is to let the batters get away with it. At the moment, 4 overs. I know we've got another 44 to go, a long way to go, but you're keeping it tight at this moment in time. Only 7 runs off those 4 overs, and Olivia Thomas there contributing to that.
Langston continuing. Back-to-back maidens so far. That's a nice, solid push through the covers, and this will be a single. Slightly to Yorkshire and Thomas's frustration, no doubt. Well, they're going to come back for 2, and that is good running from this pair. They've shown that a few times in scampering to turn a couple of neat quick singles, and a couple of times they've turned a 1 into a 2 pretty well. 9 without loss then.
Yeah, that's disappointing from Yorkshire. A reasonable ball, which was struck well, but should have been stopped in the field.
Brooker will be relieved to get off the mark. But then it's back to what we've seen a lot of in Langston's spell so far.
Yeah, a little bit of fishing around there, isn't there, outside off stump, and Langston will be aware of that and will try and keep that ball on or just outside off stump. Preferably for me, on off stump would be great, because it brings the stumps into play and means if it is missed, then there is the chance of a bowled.
Fuller, that's a nice flowing drive. As good a shot as we've seen in the innings so far. Won't quite bring up the first boundary of it. Wasn't struck with too much power, but it was just nicely guided into the gap. So that'll be 2 for Brooker, who suddenly will be starting to feel a little bit more comfortable out there.
Yeah, and you start looking out. Did she get that 2 because she got the other 2? And sometimes it's a mental game. It's like once you feel a little bit more relaxed, your muscles flow easier, and you start to hit the ball with a bit more assurance. And Yorkshire will want to capitalise before she feels too assured out there.
Back on that length that has served her so well. That previous delivery, you might just say she was guilty of over-pitching a touch, giving Brooker the opportunity to cover drive. It is, of course, part of the game off the field. Who doesn't love seeing a dog at the cricket? And it's a beautiful ground for bringing the dog and doing a few laps while watching here at York. That one belonging to Erin, part of the Yorkshire support staff. Langston again, and wow, she gets herself in a slightly funny position there, Brooker. For a moment, she looked like she was going to play the pull shot.
Yeah, she did look like, well, she followed through as if it was a pull shot, but the ball never deviated because Lauren Winfield Hill behind the stumps didn't move her feet. So it literally went straight into her gloves. So a very strange position there that Brooker found herself in.
Once more, and again, Brooker goes to pull when maybe kept it a touch slow. There's a wry smile from Becky Brooker. And at the end of the 5th over, Langston continues her exceptional, but thus far in the wickets column, unrewarded spell. 11 without loss after 5, and Langston has conceded 5 from her 3. Great to see plenty of you very active in the YouTube live chat. Let us know where you're watching from in the world. Plenty of people having a seat at an increasingly warm York here. I saw a question about why these games are 10:30 a.m. starts. Well, pretty much all of the Metrobank One Day Cup games that Yorkshire have got this season are 10:30 a.m. starts, apart from the 2 that are in the double headers at Headingley, which start at 11 a.m. More of Marshall here. Starts with a bouncer. And it's down to Langston in front of us at deep fine leg. 12 without loss.
It's interesting, isn't it? As a fielder out there, some of them have not touched the ball yet, and yet Langston, who's bowled all those 3 overs, is the one who's doing the fielding, because it came down to fine leg, and normally you give your seam bowlers a rest down at fine leg.
Marshall fuller this time, and it's an awkward prod outside the off stump. Laura Marshall, who represented Lancashire Thunder on 3 occasions in the 2016 Kia Super League. So I'd mentioned in the previous over that she's been on the domestic circuit for a long time. That gives you an idea. That was in her early 20s. She returned to Lancashire in 2019, was on a dual registration with Cumbria. Short, convincing pull shot. And this is going to take a big chase from Langston coming around. Langston does the fielding. They want 3, and it's going to have to scamper, and has just about made it home. Well, there was a moment where there was hesitation from Brooker and Bennett. They'd taken the 2, and they sort of looked at each other and went, are we going for a third? Just there. Just watch here as they turn. There's a moment where suddenly you can see the realisation for Bennett that she's got to get her skates on, and the dive probably saves her.
Yeah, I think Bennett was the one who probably hesitated the least and made it. I think if she'd hesitated half a second, then she would have been on a bike there, really. Beth Langston's got a very good arm from the boundary.
Nice looking push into the covers. Yeah, I'd mentioned before that shot that these two have run pretty aggressively but pretty well. There was a danger that they went a little too far on that regard there.
Lauren Winfield Hill just adjusting the field. Maddie Ward is coming across to just cover. Trying to strengthen the offside field.
Left alone. And that is a little too wide, so we'll have to re-bowl that one. Marshall, who was in the Thunder squad from 2020 through to 2023. Thunder sort of merged into essentially Lancashire now, but she didn't play a game for them during the 2023 season. Was generally sort of one of those players that was in and around without quite getting as many opportunities to play as she might have liked. That's nicked, and that is ballooned over the slip cordon, and it's gone away for 4. And it almost feels suitable, given the passage of play we've watched here, that Leicestershire's first boundary off the bat is a nick through third, because Yorkshire have put all sorts of pressure on in that regard. No luck for Marshall, a bit of fortune for Bennett.
Yeah, a good ball from Marshall, and that should give you confidence rather than sort of think 4 runs. You start to think, well, look, she's still not aware of where I'm going to bowl it or what I'm going to do with it. So take confidence from that.
Left alone. Again, Marshall just losing that line outside the off stump. It was mentioned on the pitch report pre-match, but for those who've maybe joined in-game, had the pleasure of going out and having a look at it earlier, and it is as good a batting track as you could want to see in the middle of May in England. It's been delightful weather in this part of the world for a good period of time now. It's been a great start to the season when it comes to the elements for cricketers. That's just an over-adjustment from Marshall. Great take from Winfield Hill to make sure it's only one more run as damage to the scoreboard for Yorkshire. 22 without loss. But that being said, we have to give a huge amount of credit to the ground staff here at York, because it's one thing to say, yep, the weather's been good, but that pitch is an absolute belter.
And the biggest problem that all ground staff will have moving forward is the lack of rain.
Yep.
So it's a catch-22 as Marshall.
Oh, got a first Yorkshire wicket for Laura Marshall.
So she bowled one wide outside off, one wide outside leg, and then bowls her the next ball.
Somewhere between is the classic. Somewhere between the two, hey, and somewhere between the two was a brilliant ball from Laura Marshall, who on Yorkshire debut cleans up Bennett, and Sophie Bennett has to go for 11, and Yorkshire have the breakthrough that their pressure deserves. 22 for 1.
Yeah, one to the left, one to the right, one down the middle, off you go. Thank you very much. But she deserved that, you know. Even the 4 runs that she went for earlier in the innings was a top edge from Bennett that ran away to the boundary for 4. And neither batter has looked comfortable. In fact, you could say that Bennett has looked more comfortable out of the 2 openers. So it'll be interesting to see how Brooker takes this on now with Weston coming out to join her.
Weston with her, Lucy Weston, who made a duck against Northamptonshire and 29 against Kent. Another player who's come right through the Leicestershire pathway from under-13s, was part of Loughborough Lightning Academy once upon a time. Captained the Foxes under-18s in previous seasons. Also played indoor cricket for England, which is a sport that is worth a watch out of curiosity on a live stream, because it's a very different type of game to outdoor cricket. You might think, what are the differences? But it makes you do all sorts of strange things because of the rules and the way that it works. Langston on again. 3 overs, 1 made and 5 for none for her so far. Langston finds the edge and there's a deep third out there. It will be 1.
That seemed to go at a very catchable height, didn't it? But it went right through the gap between first slip and probably gully there.
Rebecca Duckworth does the fielding. Duckworth, who, of course, made their lovely 50, just anchoring the innings in that T20 win against Staffordshire. Now Langston gets a chance to have a crack at Lucy Weston. And Langston will fancy her chances here. She's going to take out mid-on, and she's going to move Ward across a little, and she's putting in a third catcher.
So we've got a 7. Have we got a 7-2 field? Yes, we have.
Yeah, we certainly do. This is really aggressive from Yorkshire. And the way Langston's bowling, you have to like it. It makes sense. Got to trust her. That's into the pads. That will be 1, fielded by one of those 2 fielders in the onside. There's a deep fine leg, and there's a short mid-wicket, and that's it for the leg side. It's a really masterful opening spell. You can very easily see why once upon a time, before a pretty luckless run of injuries, Langston did get 6 England caps back from 2013 to 2016.
The nice thing is she's directing that fielding, as you know, the field placings.
All from Langston. Well dug out, well played by Weston. Not easy to come out there and face pace like that from the new ball. Definitely see a bit of Grace Hall, who was in shot in not too long, you would think. Baby Malinga, as they call her around here. You'll see why if you've never seen Grace Hall bowl before. Langston full. That's well played. Just guided with relatively soft hands out into the gully. Reminder that plenty going on. We're well into that point of the season now where it's an almost dizzying amount of men's and women's cricket to be keeping track of. Yorkshire men in action at the Keir Oval in the Roughsay County Championship tomorrow. Oh, too good to find the edge again from Langston. Right in that channel. I mention that because, of course, very much one of the mottos for Yorkshire this season is 1 Rose, 1 Club, 1 Yorkshire. Can't actually remember which the order of that, but I guess as long as you get all 3 of them in one way or another.
Then I think that's the phrase, isn't it?
And there's double headers on the 8th of June and the 13th of July. Dates to ring for your diary at Headingley. Langston with a rare wide.
I think if you're Brooker now facing Langston, you'll be thinking, how many more overs will she bowl before she gets a rest? Because she's not looking comfortable against her really at all. And Langston is still nipping the ball away from the bat of Brooker as she comes forward. That, as you say, was a rare wide from Langston.
And well driven to Thomas in the covers. No run. End of a 4th over from Langston, who's conceded just 7. And with 7 overs gone, Leicestershire going somewhat steadily, and it's Yorkshire who will be the happier on a pitch that doesn't actually, for all the Yorkshire bowlers have bowled well, look like it has, as we suspected, many demons in it at all.
It's keeping. There's the odd one that seems to keep low, but other than that, I think you're quite right. It looks a good wicket. Credit to the ground staff.
There's going to be more from Marshall. Weston is still yet to get off the mark. Just taking guard now. Weston, who attends Edinburgh Uni, is a batter who can offer a little bit of the ball. There's quite a few Scottish links in and around the Leicestershire camp. Alan Watson, Scottish international, not in the 11 today, but someone who offers a huge amount with the bat and with the gloves is Marshall. Short, a little too short, and that's a lovely shot. Great timing, and then the bottom hand whipped through from Weston to smash it away for 4. Easily the shot of the day so far, and what a way to get off the mark.
Yeah, very confident shot there from Weston. Rocked back onto her back foot and just rotated round with that bottom hand being the power hand that comes through on the ball, and a well-deserved 4 runs there through mid-wicket. That will give her a lot of confidence as she starts her innings.
Now, how does Marshall respond? You would imagine wanting to go a touch fuller. Certainly does go fuller. It's a good delivery. And I think she's just jabbed that Weston into her own foot.
Yeah, almost Yorked her, didn't it? That's the most difficult ball to bowl in cricket, but often the most effective, the one that literally is landing on or around the toes. And I think she is having a painful time out there with that one.
No hint of an LBW appeal. Yorkshire were all too aware that there's nothing going for it in that regard. That's a nice length from Marshall, that sort of Goldilocks length. Betwixt and between. Just has an awkward prod at it.
That's a new one to me, a Goldilocks length, Michael.
You know, not too short, not too full. Self-explanatory.
I like it. I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm saying that's a new one to me. But you're right. She sort of went forward and then she went back, and in the end she was nowhere to play that shot.
Just nurdled away. Won't be one there, though. Fielded by Nightingale.
It's quite difficult with new players and academy players without numbers on their backs, isn't it? You look and you think, now, which one is that one?
Yeah, there's 3 today for Yorkshire without numbers. So we've got Thomas in the covers. We've got Nightingale at square leg. And then Marshall with ball in hand. Cover them. Just turned away. That is Nightingale just coming in to do the fielding. One of the 7 rookies who went on the pre-season tour in Abu Dhabi. Got fantastic experience. We see our hard-working camera op Matt, who does great work behind the scenes, taking a moment to glance through some footage he's picked up. Marshall once more. Nice flowing drive, straight at Thomas, who we'll see later on with a leggies, Olivia Thomas, who's made quite the impression so far this season. For Yorkshire, 29 for 1 of 8. So Marshall's conceded 21 off her 4. She's been more expensive than Langston, but has picked up the only wicket to fall thus far.
It's funny, isn't it, with the numbers, because it's, I think, in the 80s, there was the first time that we wore numbers for the 88 World Cup. And now it's like, oh, it looks really strange without numbers. But in the day, it looked really strange with numbers because it was a very bizarre one. My twin sister and I went to play in India in 81 and they couldn't tell us apart. It would have been easy if we'd had numbers on our back, wouldn't it?
I guess just the feeling of unfamiliarity, of course.
Yes.
And here's Langston continuing. It's nicely played to point. Dr. Jane Powell will be very modest alongside me, so I won't on her behalf. She captained England in that World Cup final at the MCG in 1988. Scored a test ton against India at Blackpool. And also played international hockey and badminton at junior levels as well. Not bad, eh, for a sporting career.
It's been a great life.
Langston. Again in that channel. My goodness me. I mean, you're going to have to forgive us up here in the commentary box. We don't actually have the figure to hand, but the play and miss percentage off Langston's bowling today must be unusually high.
Yeah,
there's a stat the analysts talk about these days. It's called expected wickets, and what it's basically looking at is analysing based on a spell the quality of the deliveries and your pitch map, the amount of wickets you would expect to take. I can tell you what, Langston's will be higher than naught, well higher than naught. She goes for the sharp surprise bouncer, it's pulled away. Will be 1, and there's the big stop sign out to turn down the second. It's probably a good idea because Nightingale would have affected a run out there.
Yeah, I think the fielders have spent most of their time going ooh and ah when Beth Langston has been bowling, because the number of play and miss, as you allude to, has been quite high, I would suggest, in the first 8 overs of this game.
Rachel Slater in the background, unfortunately nursing that broken wrist, which thankfully for her at least she can still keep bowling in the nets because it's not a bowling hand. Langston again, a pull shot. I'm not sure it's quite in the right spot.
That's an unusual shot that we keep seeing from the Leicestershire girls to the bowling of Langston. It's a fairly, the ball must be moving away. So whether it's shaping in or they feel it's a bit shorter than it is, but the follow-through of the bat is not where you'd be wanting it as the batting coach for Leicestershire.
Langston asking all sorts of questions. And that's another good question from Langston, and it is well answered that time by Weston. And I guess now you're into the captaincy dilemma. You would have had this plenty of times on the field, Jane. How long do you keep Langston going here? This is her 5th over. She's obviously got 10 in the bank.
Well,
you have the luxury.
yeah.
You can use her almost
Yeah.
anywhere, but she looks like such a threat up top.
Yeah, and I've got plenty of bowlers out there, so that's not my concern.
Full from Langston. That's a nice looking on drive. Technically solid from Weston. There's nobody at mid-on because of the 7-2 field. So Weston picks up 1. Good cricket. And that is the end of Langston's over. She's gone for 9 off 5. And after 9 overs, it's 31 for 1.
Sorry, I think for with regards to how long would you keep her on, a lot of that would be in discussion with her as well. I definitely wouldn't bowl her more than 6 at this start of the innings, because I know how effective she can be to new batters coming into the crease. So some of that will be discussion with her as we do have a change at the other...
At the City end.
City end, thank you. At the City end. Claudia Cooper.
Yeah, Claudia Cooper's. Now, you've got to keep watching here, folks. Claudia Cooper has taken a wicket in the first over she's bowled in all 5 games for Yorkshire this season, and she's taken at least 2 wickets in every spell. So she's got 6 balls to keep that run going, and understandably, she's getting a pretty attacking feel from skipper Winfield Hill. She's got Campbell in at slip. Gets good turn and purchase from her off spin, and she gets good dip as well. She's really making a mark, having signed for Yorkshire from being involved with Surrey and Stars last season. Cooper looking to strike quickly once again. He's up against Weston. It's just being turned into the onside, out to deep mid-wicket for 1. So Weston moves on to 6. Claudia Cooper, who talked about the fact that, in her words, coming from a team where I wasn't really playing to coming here and having quite a big job, opening the bowling at times and things like that, I've been well happy with that. It's hard going from where I was at uni for 3 or 4 years and all that sort of thing to moving up here. That's just pushed away. Talked about I left all my friends and family behind. That was quite hard to start with, but the girls around me have been brilliant. We're all actually living close together as well, so that's helped to make it super easy. You can see those stats. They speak for themselves. 11 wickets in under 25 overs, and this is a very good first over again from Cooper following the script. 2 balls left of it.
Yeah,
She's gone for just that
she's
single.
contributed incredibly well, hasn't she?
Turned away again by Brooker, who will want to be wary of not getting stuck in a trench here. She has 9 off 26.
Yeah, and Weston's rapidly catching her up, having come out more recently as Cooper comes in once again. And that's just pulled round, but straight to Maddie Ward. I'm just a great fan of Maddie Ward, purely because she's got bright red trainers.
Yeah, we've talked about
cricket
this.
shoes.
We've talked about this before, and we talked about it at Harrogate with the scorers as well. We have the same thing. It's always handy when a player has something a little distinguishing. So that's guided up to mid-off. It's another excellent first over from Cooper, but she doesn't quite keep her run going of always taking a wicket in it. Concedes just 1. 32 for 1 off 10. After a few more words from Dr. Jane Powell, she'll be joined by Aaron Vowles.
And I think that's probably a good time for Michael to go, as he's just spoilt the run of Claudia Cooper. It's an interesting start. 10 overs gone, 31 runs off their first 10. Both teams will be relatively happy. Leicestershire that they've only lost 1 wicket, but Yorkshire will be pleased that they've taken that 1 wicket and they're down. They've kept the runs down to 31 on what looks a very good batting track. The outfield is not as quick as Headingley, but still very true, and I'm sure that the boundary will be found as the game progresses.
Oh, 100%. And yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, good morning to yourself, Jane. It's a lovely ground, this, isn't it? Had a lovely walk up the riverside this morning from the city centre. It's just a glorious and cracking place to watch a game of cricket. And for the first time from the rugby ground end, we're going to see some spin from Olivia Thomas. It starts off with a dot ball. She's been so impressive, hasn't she, so far? I mean, obviously had that regional experience over the other side of the Pennines, but she's just slotted in seamlessly into this attack.
Yeah, and I think Yorkshire love having a leg spinner. You know, Katie Levick went up to Durham, and here's Olivia Thomas just coming in and filling that space with aplomb, really. You know, she's not only contributing with the ball, she contributes with the bat as well. Seen her score some good runs. Her 21st birthday was a memorable one down at Derby. So, but they'll be looking for her to take another wicket at this stage.
Oh, 100% would put plenty of pressure on the visitors, and this is a really good start from Olivia Thomas, just putting it on that penny piece, a good line, good length, and it is one of the great sights in cricket. I always love watching leg spin.
Yeah, me too. And I always wanted a leg spinner in the teams that I played in as well, because I think they just offer you so much more variety, and the batters do find it more difficult with the ball going away. A right-handed batter, the ball going away from them.
They certainly do. Well, that is a nice use of the feet. Just takes 1 bounce out towards the fielder at deep square leg. They'll come through for a single. That's also something I like to see from a batting perspective. Batters being proactive against spin, especially in the first couple of overs. The absolute worst thing that you can do is allow a spin bowler to get into rhythm and get into a groove.
Absolutely.
Here is Thomas again, this time to Brooker. Brooker thinks about expanding open the arms, instead just plays that rather compactly out into the offside. And yeah, massive thank you to everyone tuning into the Vertu live stream today. I was looking on the YouTube channel before, I think almost 2,000 people.
Wow.
Tuning in. So yeah, we do appreciate your support here on the Yorkshire CCC YouTube channel. Thomas bowls that one slightly shorter, played on the back foot, and we hope that you're enjoying the commentary provided by myself, of course, Michael McCann, and Dr. Jane Powell. We'll also hear, hopefully, from Rachel Slater a little bit later on, as well as Charlotte Ashton. So plenty of voices will be coming across the airwaves for you today. So that rounds out the 11th over. Leicestershire 33 for 1. And yeah, this is a really nice passage of play now, especially for me, Jane, as someone who adores spin bowling. Spin from both ends.
Yeah, no, and I think it just means that something will happen. Whenever you put the spinners on, you're either going to see wickets or you're going to see runs. So from a spectator's point of view, it's good watching.
Most certainly is. Well, that one is aerial, just goes over the top of Nightingale. The Leicestershire batters will scarper through for the single. Came very high off the bat. I thought for a second that the Yorkshire debutant would have been in with a chance of the catch there, but
Yeah, I think the batter got away with that there because Nightingale has pushed in quite close. If she'd been on the ring, she would have definitely been out by now.
well, this next one to Brooker. Leicestershire captain rocks onto the back foot, taken cleanly by Winfield Hill. And I must say, I've liked the field placement so far from Lauren.
Yeah, there you've got an experienced captain who also likes utilising spin and making sure she's got the right field set, as that one was just must have turned away from the bat there.
Yeah, just a bit of a warning with that, of course, for us in the commentary position. We are basically next to the cameras, so we don't have the greatest of angles with regards to spin. We're going to have to rely on the replay today. Apologies if we're a little bit slow with the LBW shouts as well, or maybe not as assertive as usual, but this is a lovely start, isn't it? Really controlled and disciplined stuff, and that's also a key element for any spin bowler. Whether young or old, you've got to have the backing of your captain. Here is Cooper again, this time to Brooker, and she's bowled her with an absolute beauty. Big wickets for Yorkshire. The Leicestershire captain departs. Foxes 34 for 2, and although it wasn't quite in Cooper's first over, it's come in her first spell, and we'll have to see the replay of that. That looked like a beautiful delivery.
Yes, what a great delivery from Cooper there. And Brooker, has really struggled this morning. She just goes out to play and it just evades the bat and goes straight through her and takes the top of off stump. Great bowling from Cooper.
Oh, it just warms the soul, doesn't it? As an aficionado of spin bowling, look at that. That is a sight which spinners across the world could look back on time and time and time again and get great delight and pleasure out of it with every single viewing. So Leicestershire do lose a second wicket, and as a result, Hayley Brown will enter the crease, the Leicestershire number 4. Previously of pastures in Northants, started out at Huntingdonshire, and she also used to play for Hampton Cricket Club. I always think it's nice to mention the grassroots element. It's a pivotal part of the pyramid here in England and Wales.
Yeah, one of the things I've tried to say as I've gone around various clubs as Yorkshire president is how important clubs are. The clubs are the lifeblood of county cricket because that's where every single player will start their journey. So I think it's absolutely appropriate to mention the clubs that they all come from.
Oh, it most definitely is. Here she is then facing actually the bowling of Claudie Cooper. Let's see how she plays the first one. That one really zipped in by Cooper, rises a little bit off the pitch, and that will round out what was an excellent second over for the former Stars spin bowler. Leicestershire 34 for 2 after 12, and this has been exactly the kind of start that the home side would have wanted.
Yes, it is, and I think that last ball, I was just thinking, one of the assets of the off-spin bowler is the ability to get a little bit of top spin, and that one obviously just lifted a bit, and I would suspect that was top spin. But a great start from Yorkshire. What was a reasonably even start has now swung towards the home side with 2 wickets down in the first 12 overs for only 34 runs, as Olivia Thomas continues with spin from both ends, but this time it's the leg spin of Olivia Thomas.
It certainly is. Here she is then bowling to Lucy Weston, clips the outside edge, races down towards the infield, a really aggressive placement. This from Lauren Winfield Hill, and I'll tell you what, every single bowler so far has been absolutely bang on the money. That opening spell from Beth Langston is some of the finest bowling we've seen in the One Day Cup so far this season, as we just see the replay of that, and the delivery from Marshall to remove Bennett was top tier as well. It's Thomas again. Weston plays that back to the bowler on the back foot.
And some of this bowling is born out of confidence and the way they've played against Derbyshire in the One Day Cup, and then in the T20, and then the second T20 against Staffordshire. They're very confident at this moment as she bowls a loose one there. Oh, and it's dropped by Maddie Ward on the boundary. That could well have been a wicket as well.
Well, you could see from the reaction there, Maddie Ward herself couldn't even believe that she'd dropped that. Could be a pretty big moment in this game because Weston does have the ability to score very quickly. Yeah, ball just popped in and popped out. Unfortunate that. Weston gets a second life. Moves on to 9 from 19. It's now Brown facing off against Olivia Thomas.
I mean, it has to be said that it wasn't a good ball, and often bad balls pick up wickets, don't they? But at the same time, Yorkshire will be and particularly Maddie Ward will be disappointed with that one because she is a good fielder and would take that catch 99 times out of 100.
Well, how can Thomas respond after that slight disappointment? Well, she's done very well so far. It's an exceptional spell from the two spinners. One more delivery remaining in this 13th over. Aside from the full toss, which almost resulted, ironically, in the wickets. Really has been tremendously accurate, this, from the leggy. That one again played rather defensively out onto the onside, so dot ball will round out the over. Leicestershire 35 for 2, so just the one run coming from that over from Liv Thomas. And yeah, hopefully, shortly we'll see the sun appear here at York Cricket Club. It's not cold. I don't think it's necessarily big jacket weather or blanket weather as of yet, but...
There was somebody earlier sitting down there with a sleeping bag and blankets. The sleeping bag's still there, but there's no person there, so I'm a bit concerned now where the person's gone.
We'll have to keep an eye on that throughout the day.
The sleeping bag watch.
But no, it's pleasant, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is a nice temperature. Here is Cooper then from the city end in towards Weston. You can see the reaction there of Campbell and Winfield Hill.
Yeah, and a mark of the weather that we have been having is the fact that the sprinklers are on both the rugby pitch straight forward and the rugby pitch to our right as well.
Cooper again, this one a lot fuller and driven rather nicely down the ground by Weston for the single. Gets the scoreboard ticking along to 36.
And there's the sleeping bag watch, look. There's the sleeping bag.
So if we refer to that throughout the day, at least we have the context, and that is some great work as well by our director, Ben, to get the correct shot lined up for that, just so it looks like we're actually talking sense and not nonsense.
That's never in doubt with you, but it is with me whether there's sense coming out as Claudie Cooper continues this really tight spell.
It is. It's very disciplined stuff, this. Again, very full attempted drive down the ground by Brown, goes up to mid-off for no run. Plenty of bowling options as well, isn't there today, for Lauren Winfield Hill to utilise on this surface. I know that Mike mentioned in the pitch report it does look like an absolute belter, but so much experience and quality in this Yorkshire attack.
Yeah, they've got other spinners to come in. Maddie Ward herself, who dropped that one. You know, it's interesting because if she'd bowled that, then she'd be frustrated as well. So I'm sure nobody ever means to drop catches. So you just have to work together, as that's just hit the thigh pad and gone down to fine leg, and they've taken a single. Amy Campbell chasing that.
Yep, and that will signal the end of the over as well. So Leicestershire 37 for 2 after 14. Just looking at the run rate at the minute, it's a measly 2.6. And in fairness, you can probably count on your hands the amount of bad deliveries there have been. Just to touch upon that previous point about Langston's opening spell, Marshall was excellent from the other end as well, really generating some pressure, got the opening wicket. And then in terms of the spin twins, Thomas and Cooper, it's just been exactly the kind of start that home side wants in terms of almost forcing the tempo and the rhythm of the game. It's been really outstanding stuff up to this point. And it is Thomas then from the rugby ground ends. Brown plays that out towards the mid-wicket region for no run.
And that'll give Thomas quite a lot of pleasure because she's starting to see her come forward now. So that's the time that she likes to give it a bit more air and get the ball to rip away from her. Oh, and there's the one that got slashed through the slips through Amy Campbell's hands, I think. It's almost like Campbell's too close for that.
Well, I tell you what, I'd love to see the replay of that because that was slashed off the bat. Rifled through the hands, I think, of Campbell. We'll see the replay now. Rocked onto the back foot.
nearly took her out.
Didn't even have time to react.
Thank goodness she got out of the way of it, because if that had hit her in the face, that could have been quite disastrous.
Well, it is Thomas again, and Brown opting to play that on the back foot. As a result of that shot, of course, 4 more runs added to the total. Whistled past. The dangers of being in the slips, isn't it? Just part and parcel of that fielding position. This one a lot fuller.
Yeah, it is, because you're not expecting it to be an absolute slash that comes past you at slips. It tends to be the forward defensive or the drive where it's taking the edge and just going to first slip. But when somebody is literally slashing it at you almost, you're quite close there. You don't have much reaction time.
No, you definitely don't. And that is why I've got so much respect for wicket keepers as well, because they are in direct line of fire. And the amount of split-second reactions and reflexes that you must possess in what is such a mentally draining position on the field. It's staggering, to be honest. Full respect to any of the keepers out there. It's Thomas again, pitches that one shorter. Slashed out towards the third region for no run. And that will round out the 15th over. So Leicestershire do get a boundary in that over, admittedly in slightly more fortuitous circumstances than they would have hoped, but the score reads 41 for 2, Western on 10 not out, Brown on 5 not out.
Yeah, and I think, the scoreboard only says how many, it doesn't say how we got them. And so it doesn't really matter whether it was a glorious drive through the covers or a lofted drive over mid-wicket. The fact it was a slash that went almost took out first slip is irrelevant. And interestingly, we're having a change of bowling again from the City end, and Maddie Ward is coming on.
Yeah, I like this though, to be honest, from Winfield Hill. It's just utilising plenty of options, and spin so far does seem to be quite effective. Even though it hasn't gripped and turned ridiculous amounts, just seems to be enough in the pitch to keep the spinners interested. And it is Ward then from the City end bowling here to Western. Starts off with a 4-1, driven back to the bowler for no run.
I think also with spin bowling is that the batters have to put all the power onto the ball, whereas when you've got quicker bowlers, they can use the pace on the ball.
There's another dot ball there for Maddie Ward.
Slightly different, a very different style to Cooper, a bit taller, so pushes it through a little bit quicker. So whilst we've had 2 off spinners from that top end, from the City end, they will be different to bat against.
They certainly will, and it just adds an extra seed of doubt, doesn't it, into the mind of the batters. You've got to face off against those different bowling styles. That one drops short, and Western attempts to pull it out only as far as Nightingale for no run. But we will see plenty of spin on offer today, and someone to watch out for from a Leicestershire perspective is April Harathgay. Really impressive. Got a very nice front of the hand slider, which I'm hoping to see at some point a little bit later on as Western plays that out towards backward point for no run.
And these are the sort of frustrating overs as batters, because we've middled the ball on the bat 3 or 4 times, but it's gone straight to a fielder. So at the moment, then it's still pretty tight.
Well, that one is being carved out towards the deep third region. There's a chase on here for Grace Hall. It's not the fastest outfield, and as a result, the Yorkshire seamer can bring that back into the field of play. Some good fielding there, and in the end, they scamper through for a quick 3. As a result of that, that will signal the end of over number 16. Leicestershire 44 for 2, Western on 13 and Brown on 5. Look at that, expertly judged from Grace Hall.
Yeah, good chase. Good chase down there. And sometimes you sort of think, should I bother? But, that's 1 run saved, and you never know how crucial that will be at the end of the day. And every run saved is a bonus.
It certainly is. And also, as a bowler, it really does give you even more confidence when you've got the backing of your team in the field, especially as a spinner as well, because spin is difficult. It is a very, very thankless bowling style at times, and when you've got teammates out there willing to put the body on the line and saving those 1s, 2s, it does mount up. across the course of the day, and in list A cricket especially. It is a much longer innings than you think. It's Thomas again. That's the first real expansive shot. Just goes over the top of the diving Beth Langston at mid-on. And that really was an excellent shot from Lucy Weston. First time we've really seen the expansive shot down the ground, but it's got a clean connection, and that will just give Leicestershire a nice boost of confidence after that.
Yeah, bizarrely, both teams will be pleased with that shot. Thomas will be pleased because there was a slight possibility that it hadn't been hit high enough or far enough, and Leicestershire will be pleased because it was hit high enough and far enough just.
And there is that excellent fielding again, this time from Erin Thomas, backing up her bowler in tremendous fashion.
Yeah, good fielding there from Erin Thomas, and there's been a few that have gone through in that area, so that'll be a real plus for Yorkshire. Good diving stop and picked up the ball quickly.
Thomas again this time drops that one slightly shorter than the previous delivery, played out towards the aforementioned Nightingale for no run. Slight change in the field as well now. Winfield Hill utilising the different fielding setups as Erin Thomas now goes out towards a deep point position. Of course, that slip still very much in place, but Weston has climbed into this one. There'll be a chase on for Langston. It's one that she won't win, even though the outfield has slowed up slightly. Far too much of a connection on that one, and that brings up the 50 for Leicestershire in fine style. And in this over, for the first real time, appears as though the Foxes taking the attack to the Yorkshire bowlers.
Yeah, and taking it very well. Hit the one that wasn't quite hit so well, but got the 4 at the start of the over. But that second shot there was a delightful shot. Used the feet well, swung through the ball, full swing of the ball. Oh, and that one's just played away from her. They turned away from her, and Lauren Winfield Hill's ready for the stumping should that back foot move at all. Well, that would have been interesting on a replay. There was a slight wobble there, wasn't it? You know, if we'd got DRS, it would be an interesting one.
It did lift ever so slightly, didn't it?
Yeah.
That next one played back to the bowler. Really nice delivery, though, wasn't it, from Olivia Thomas? The stock leg break turning past the outside edge of the bat, and you could just see it lifted for a microsecond.
Those would be the ones that would take at least 5 minutes on a match, wouldn't it? Because there's the lift and just put back down.
Great stuff there from our camera operators as well.
Yeah, great filming. Well done, team.
Yeah, really nice angle on that one, and that did signal the end of over number 17. Leicestershire 52 for 2. Weston definitely been the most aggressive Foxes batter at this moment in time. 21 from 33 deliveries, but it's the number 4, Hayley Brown, who's on strike to face this next over from Maddie Ward as that first delivery is played back towards mid-on firmly for no run. It's Ward into bowl again from the city end. This one dropped a lot shorter, just turned off the face of the bat down towards Langston. It'll be another single, keeps the scoreboard ticking, and this is something which we've seen quite frequently from Leicestershire throughout this campaign. In terms of strike rotation, they are very good at it in terms of just manipulating the field, getting those 1s and 2s. They were under the pump after that first 10 to 12 overs. It's Weston again, just smothers the ball on that occasion.
Yeah, and I think all teams need to learn from that. You know, that rotation of the strike is a really important thing, and especially when Weston is seeing the ball so well and starting to hit out. It's all about partnerships. As Ward comes in from the city end again, and that's just turned down as well. So at this stage, you know, you don't need to both be going at as hard as you can. If one person is seeing the ball well, then rotate the strike and let her have most of the ball.
100%. It's Ward again, this time into Weston. Drops that one very short, pulled out towards square leg. There'll be a chase on for the fielder. Erin Thomas can't get around in time. And that is another boundary off the bat of Lucy Weston. Moves her on to 25 from 36 deliveries. And let's take a look at the timing on this one. Picked up the length dead early. Got into a good position. just rifles it out towards that boundary for 4 more runs.
Yeah, the good thing is from Lauren Winfield Hill's point of view is that she is scoring in similar areas, i.e. on the leg side. So once you can release fielders, that would be the area to bolster up.
It certainly would. That one squirms off the underside of the bats, rounds out over number 18, and Leicestershire 57 for 2. I was reliably informed by Rebecca Brooker before the game that Lucy Weston does hit the ball very cleanly. So not surprised at all, to be honest, to see her in this vein of form. Of course, scored 29 from 40 against Kent in that 7-wicket victory down in Canterbury, and yeah, certainly someone to watch out for from a Leicestershire perspective.
Well, you've definitely been given the right information there, because she has struck it cleanly. So you've not been stitched up in any way there. So that's good, because I know what these players are like.
Well, that is a beautiful delivery from Olivia Thomas, utilising the leg break to perfection at this stage of the game. And you can see the reaction there of the batter, Brown. I think even she could appreciate the quality of that one.
Looking very bemused, wasn't she? You're like, whew, that one just turned away from me and I didn't really play it well.
Well, that one down the leg side again. Potential stumping chance for Winfield Hill had Brown have exited the crease. Wide given by the umpire, so Leicestershire now 58 for 2. In terms of Liv Thomas as a bowler, just comes across as a great character and really looks to impart plenty of revs. It's always a sign of a good leg spinner, that. As that one drops short, there's a very half-hearted appeal there. I think everybody on the field knew that was too high, but
Tony hit her in the midriff, so it was close. No, I think that's the effervescence of Thomas that you just revel in as a teammate, because you just want that energy coming from your bowler.
You most definitely do, and every single game that's been the case so far. This one on a better length. Again, turns around to the umpire, looking for the finger to be raised. Nothing given by the match official there, so remains a dot ball. And now there's just a little conversation taking place out in the middle between Winfield Hill and Olivia Thomas. We will see a slight change in the field here as Ellie Nightingale is being put out towards deep mid-wicket and Erin Thomas out at deep point. So plenty of shuffling and changing in the field placements. I think Laura Marshall as well, she's gone out to, well, that's backward square leg at the minute. Almost turning into a fine leg, actually, by the time that she's come around. That one is played out onto the onside by Brown, and after all of that chopping and changing, it's popped into the gap for a single. That's really good batting from the Leicestershire number 4.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the discussion was there, and I'm not sure why the field's changed so much, but there was obviously a plan going on from Lauren Winfield Hill as the captain and Liv Thomas as the bowler, and I think that's great. I like to see variations. I like people to be proactive, not just reactive.
Most definitely. It's Thomas again then. This one very full toss played out towards the deep mid-wicket area of the ground. Weston just tells her partner to keep it down to 1. Don't want to be giving away any silly wickets at this stage of the innings. Still plenty of time, of course, for Leicestershire to really put together an innings of substance. Not even 20 overs gone in the innings, so it's all a case of communication and just keeping that scoreboard ticking, allowing for that middle to lower order to shift into gear a little bit later on. And Liv Thomas rounds out over number 19 with a dot ball. So Leicestershire 60 for 2, Brown on 7 and Weston on 26.
Yeah, and Liv Thomas is bowling really well. Leg spin is not the easiest spin to control as a youngster, and she's only 21. And most people will say that your leg spinners will be sort of mid to late 20s before they start really learning how to control the game and how to put in your variations. But she's doing remarkably well as a 21-year-old to show that control and guile that the leg spinner so often that you want from them.
Most definitely. I've just seen on the monitor there as well, we've got a comms cam today, so yeah, that was myself and Dr. Jane Powell alongside me as we take you through this 20th over from Maddie Ward. Yeah, we hope that you're enjoying the coverage here on the Yorkshire CCC YouTube channel, brought to you in partnership with our sponsors, Vertu. So it is Ward again to Weston. Weston opens up the arms for a split second, plays that one defensively. Good, strong, sensible cricket this so far. And in terms of some of the other batting options, of course, Laura Crofts, who is a veteran when it comes to county cricket, and Francesca Sweet as well, who had quite the week last week in club cricket. So we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But yeah, it did the rounds on social media, let's just say that, in terms of the brutal nature of the hitting in that club game. So I'm sure myself or Michael can give that a nice mention later. And Weston, talking of brutal hitting, smacks that down the ground, dismissive 4. And yeah, she is really beginning to get into the swing of things in more way than one. See the replay of that one. Again, she's picking up the length really, really early, getting into a very solid foundation from which to just hit that down the ground. And even though there were 2 fielders, one of which was Langston, she's now been pushed back towards long on. It's good, brave batting, this.
Yeah, hitting through the ball. Full swing of the bat. Great stuff.
Most definitely is. How can Maddie Ward respond then? Should be bowling here to Weston, currently 30 from 42. Drops that one short and nestles into the gloves of Winfield Hill.
And one of the things that they've done is they've dropped out a deep mid-wicket, backward square and a deep long on. So those would be the 3 areas that they would be anticipating.
It's Ward to Weston. That one just dabbed into the ground. We'll go out towards the infield fielder, and that will signal the end of over number 20. So Leicestershire 64 for 2, Weston on 30, Brown on 7. We'll have a slight change in the commentary boxes. Myself and Jane, I think, will keep you through for the time being, or having a... there we go, confirmation from Mike. We'll have a change in comms position number 2. I will depart. I'll leave you in the very safe hands of Dr. Jane Powell and Michael McCann.
I'm not sure any of us knew quite what was happening there, but apologies for that. But we're just having a change and Michael's returned.
Nothing like a bit of
join
the hokey cokey, eh?
It was one of those
You're
all
in, out, shake it all
stand
about.
up and see who's still left with a seat at the end. So
No, we're not going to unseat the president. We wouldn't do that. We can't be doing that. We'll rotate around you as the anchor of the batting lineup, Jane. Fantastic to have your company, and fantastic to have your company wherever you're watching from in the world. Beth Langston continuing her fabulous work. I was just chatting to one of the analysts about the excellence of her first spell. It's fair to say that the figures don't do it justice, and the figures are still very good.
I think she's waited till you came back onto comms to come back onto bowl, Michael. So hopefully you've brought some good luck for Yorkshire as she just keeps it in that area yet again. And there's another play and miss from Leicestershire.
Yeah, it's been excellent from Langston. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 9 for none thus far.
And what you tend to find with one bowler who can keep it in the area and keep it there or thereabouts is that the bowler from the other end will pick up the wickets.
Langston again in a very good spot. Just blocked away by Brown, who's still settling into her work. 7 off 23. So a sense of scoreboard pressure on her as an individual will be building, despite Weston's fluency at the other end. Full once more from Langston, just turned away into the onside. Different type of spell this though for Langston. She was getting quite a bit of outswing with that new ball.
Yep.
From chatting to a few people behind the bowler's arm, you have to forgive us for when it comes to spotting certain intricacies of spin and swing and LBWs today, because we're at what is sort of deep extra cover when the bowling comes from this end, or deep fine leg from the other end. Bouncer from Langston.
It's a good bouncer. Good bouncer, nice and straight over the batter's head. Umpire signalling 1 for the over. So good use of the variation there from Beth Langston, and she's really developed that over the last few years as we've had more and more influence from different coaches.
It's a good surprise ball to have in the locker. Langston again. That's maybe just kept a little bit low. The umpire just turned towards the scorers as if he was. Yeah, it was that. It was that one. It reminds me in club cricket, you see umpires do a sort of lean, almost as if they're thinking about it. Really nice spots once more from Langston, who's on for a second maiden of the innings.
Oh, what a ramp.
What a clever shot that is. And that's a way for just one, because I think what she was trying to do is get that a little bit finer. There was a deep backward square leg out there in the form of Nightingale. What she wanted to do was get that more straight over the head of Winfield Hill for 4. But as it is, it's a single, so just one off the over, 65 for 2 off 21.
It was an interesting choice of shot against the bowling of Langston. I guess the one thing in the batter's favours is that you know it's going to be in one area. Earlier we had a wicket from Marshall that she bowled a wide outside off a wide outside leg and then bowled the girl. Whereas this time you've got Langston, who continually puts it in the same area, and as a result then you can trust yourself to go for that ramp shot as Maddie Ward continues from the city end, and that's played out to short mid-wicket.
Nightingale does the fielding. Weston, who's looked increasingly fluent in her work in recent times. That's 30 off 44, but again won't get anything here. I know Lauren Winfield Hill prefers the combination of spin and seam where possible, so it's definitely a bit of a factor of Langston coming back. Oh, LBW appeals and given. Maddie Ward has a wicket, 65 for 3. Ward's first wicket of the contest. Yorkshire have another valuable breakthrough. It's the end of Brown for 8 off 29. Really struggled to get going, and the pressure is told.
And I think all 3 wickets have been taken whilst Beth Langston's been bowling at the other end, because I think what you tend to get, especially when you've got somebody as good as Langston, is the batters then relax a bit, thinking, phew, we're not facing her this over, and then they can lose concentration. And what they don't bank on is that ball just wraps Brown just below the knee roll, and we can't see from here, but I presume that was fairly straight.
Often the conviction behind an appeal tells you something. It was a real loud, vociferous appeal from Yorkshire. Now comes Francesca Sweet, who thus far this season has scores of 1 against Northants, 31 against Worcestershire, and 18 not out against Kent. She's someone that plays quite a lot of racket sports as well, so that's quite a strong bottom hand that comes through in the way she strikes the ball. Actually came through this Sussex pathway. Started out at West Chilts and Fakenham. Was right through the Sussex age groups before joining Leicestershire in 2025.
We were discussing earlier about the sleeping bag watch.
Yes.
And we've now got the sleeping bag inhabited. So
we'll see if we can get a camera shot of that at some point soon. This is the kind of content that is very much a 50-over game in the moments between balls is for. For now, Francesca Sweet is taking guard. It's funny because it is a touch nippy, but I wouldn't quite say it's sleeping bag.
No,
gold.
I agree. I don't think it's that.
Feels like drastic measures. Here's Ward to Sweet, whose very first ball is launched away over mid-on. And it's gone for 6, and it's a big 6 as well. Well, that is quite the way to announce yourself at the crease. Francesca Sweet, who is known as a pretty clean ball striker, but my goodness me, that's a way to make an impression. Pressure back on Ward.
There's nothing about sort of just play yourself in for a ball or two. It's first ball, and I'm going to dispatch it, and very well struck.
Ward's got to find a response. Now goes for a leg spinner. That's part of Maddie Ward's armoury in this extraordinary story of her going from a wicket-keeper batter at Yorkshire to being described by Lauren Winfield Hill as the spinner of all of them that potentially offered the most control for Yorkshire in pre-season, and something of an emerging talent. Played out. Well, Sweet is set off for a run. There definitely wasn't one there, and is hurriedly sent back by Weston. Well, there we go. That's what you all wanted to see. Sleeping bag o'clock in York.
But you can also see lots of shorts being worn there.
Yeah,
So
provides a bit of context. It's not warm, but it's not properly cold. Certainly not by the standards of English cricket in mid-May. 71 for 3 off
last
22.
season in April was really cold, if you remember. I think nearly everybody was watching in ski jackets and beanies, whereas this summer has been really delightful.
We've got very lucky with the weather so far. It feels like we've had more sunny days already this summer than in all of last summer put together. Langston on for her 7th, which will be Dr. Jane Powell's final over for now before she takes her well-earned rest. I was going to say has a cocktail in the sunshine, but it's not. We're not quite that warm, are we?
No.
Langston to continue. It's just nibbled away, so a good accumulative shot. Weston will get 1. Brings Sweet onto strike. Now, what does Sweet do here? Because she's mullered the spin of Ward for a big 6 from the first ball she's faced, but she's now facing a bowler in Langston who, while she hasn't picked up a wicket, I think anyone who's been at the ground or watched the entirety of this live stream would agree has actually probably bowled better than anybody else.
Yeah, I think she'll probably just try and play her own game.
Langston to Sweet.
She looks like she's looking to collect runs as she goes along. She's not looking as if she's in defensive mode, even if it is against Beth Langston. I also think that Langston had a rest between her first spell of 5, so she may well bowl 3 this session and then have 2 to come back later, but that's up to Lauren Winfield Hill.
Full. Some faint LBW appeals, but was drifting down leg into the pads of Sweet. You saw from that first ball how she can strike the ball. She wants it 293 not out in a women's club game for Eversley against Railway Triangle in Division 2 of the Hampshire Women's Cricket League.
Wow.
That's a pretty good team score, 293.
Yeah,
never mind as an individual.
Good
that
striking.
Is quite something. Sweet this time is just guiding to mid-on. More good stuff from Langston, who, well, I mentioned it off-air. You know, if Yorkshire were to work through this Leicestershire lineup and, say, keep them to under 200, she might end up being that bowler that if you look at a scorecard and don't really understand the nuances of the game, if she were to go wicketless, you'd think, well, she was the one that went wicketless. And it just is such a travesty of the reality. Into the pads again, but Langston knows it's not really much of a shout. To say it wouldn't tell the full story, it wouldn't tell any of the story, really,
not at all.
Apart from the economy rate.
Yeah, she's only gone for 11 runs, I think.
That is correct. She's going at 1.6 and over.
It's a phenomenal performance by Beth Langston, and she deserves to be rewarded with a wicket.
Langston's final over at ball of her 7th. Just turned round the corner. That is the end of the over. 73 for 3. Thank you very much to Dr. Jane Powell for her contributions across the first 23 overs. We look forward to having her back in a few overs' time. But alongside me, I'm delighted to say, for the next little while or so, is Charlotte Ashton.
Hello.
Hello. And you know this team extremely well, having been on tour with the Yorkshire women's side in Abu Dhabi. And then for those unfamiliar, there's a huge amount of work off the scenes with, how would you describe your role? Sort of multifarious role.
Media. That's
Media.
The easiest way. Cameras, live stream, a bit of website.
Bit of everything. Swiss Army knife.
It's busy.
Yeah. Particularly at this time of the summer with men's and women's teams in full action. Here's Maddie Ward, who is just turned out to long on for 1. 74 for 3.
That was getting a nice little bit of dip there from Maddie.
Yeah, she offers a huge amount as a cricketer. She'll probably keep when Winfield Hill is away with Essex at the T20 Blast for that loan. Here is on bowling mostly off spinners, but with some leggies as well. prodded forward defensive from Weston, who's the senior partner of these two, certainly in terms of time at the crease.
Yeah, Maddie's stepping in as one of our vice captains this year for Yorkshire, which is really promising because she's so young and she seems delighted by it.
She does have a natural energy about her. That's Ward's leg spinner, just guided away by West. I know there's been a big discussion about developing young leaders in the group, not wanting to be too reliant on the likes of a Winfield Hill all the time.
Yeah, they're trying to share it around. Maddie and Rachel Slater are another one as well in that group.
That'll be away for one more down to long on. I know Richard Pyra said that Rachel Slater talks about the game like she's a 35-year-old. And having had her up in the commentary box for a few games, I know exactly what he means by that in terms of the maturity. That comes from international experience as well. Is Ward. Won't get one that time.
Yeah, Maddie's got, considering she's just turned 20, I think, she's got a really level head on her shoulders. She's very calm at the crease, both keeping and bowling and batting, true all-rounder.
He's already picked up 6 wickets this season before today, and a 7th already thus far. She skipped through that over pretty quickly. It's only gone for 2, so Yorkshire will be happy with that. 75 for 3 off 24, so going at just a tickle past 3 and over. You would say that based on how good the surface looks, Yorkshire will be the more content of the two right now.
Yeah, they seem to be quite firmly in control at the moment, though there have been some fantastic shots. I mean, coming in, hitting 6 first ball off Maddie Ward is quite your way into the crease, isn't it?
Yeah, a few people in the YouTube live chat, always great to hear from you in there, particularly commenting on the bowling of Beth Langston and how unlucky she's been to not pick up a wicket. Yorkshire head coach Richard Pyra in shot there. Talked about in the build-up to this one about the fact his team are playing, his words, some decent cricket, and some of our girls who are playing Tier 2 this year feel as if we've got a point to prove. Of course, Yorkshire play Essex in Tier 1 on Saturday.
It's a prime moment for them, really. Rich has been talking so much about playing brave cricket, and that's what they are doing. They've shown it time and time again this season so far.
Grace Hall is on from the rugby ground end. Baby Malinga, they call her. You're about to see why. Right on the button with Winfield Hill up to the stumps. She's a very awkward, unusual proposition.
It's great to see, really. You don't see that many sort of different actions, and the fact that she's been actually encouraged to bowl that way is really interesting. It's clearly a USP for her.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, how do you practice facing that? It's very difficult. Little shorter from Hall. Really good pull shot. Fast hands through the ball and away for 4. That's a lovely strike from Weston.
Weston's really taken advantage of that, just sort of rocked back, seen it nice and early, straight away. A couple of bounces right over the ropes. It's brilliant.
Weston has her 7th 4. It's been a very sort of 4 or dot kind of innings. She's scored 28 of her 36 in boundaries.
Seems to be running away quite nicely for batters as well on this.
A few people enjoying the Baby Malinga nickname. Ward and Hall in combination here as Hall is guided out to point. Grace Hall with a best of 3 for 11 in the home game against Staffordshire, but has picked up wickets in every game that she's played thus far, having missed out in the first game of the season with a slight niggle.
Yeah, she's done well. She came out into Abu Dhabi with a little bit of an injury, but worked so hard out there, and it's nice to see her bowling.
Back of a length, and again a well-timed pull shot. This time it will be cut off, though. Good tumbling stop out there to keep it to 2.
Yeah, Liv Thomas did well to keep an eye on that. It looked a little bit uneven with the bounce. She just seemed so focused and really, really on it there, which is really good, limiting Weston's runs even further.
Yeah, you might say hyper-focus if you've listened to the Nobles Cricket podcast, where she talks about her ADHD and autism. It's well worth a listen, that one. More of Hall here. Being smeared away into the onside that time for 1 by Weston. An increasingly confident looking Weston, who you sense is becoming a key pillar of this Leicestershire innings.
Liv Thomas getting a lot of action out there.
Yeah, she's one of those fielders, and good fielders are always like this. Wants the ball, wants to be in the positions where the ball will come. Likes being in the covers or out at deep mid-wicket more often than not. Shorter from Hall. That's a nice shot. Just worked off the back foot. Didn't try and hit it too hard. And you get 1 though.
Nicely chased in by Erin Thomas as well. Both Thomases working hard.
Yeah, exactly. And I've had a question about that in another game. No relation.
No.
Those two. Relatively common surname. And we have poodled our way along to drinks. 83 for 3 off 25. You would probably say that Yorkshire will be the happier of the two, having been sent into the field, but they'll be a little concerned in particular by Lucy Weston, who's looking increasingly confident for her 39 not out.
Yeah, Weston seems to be seeing the ball really nice and cleanly as well. And she's picking it up early. She's choosing her shots, really picking out that pull shot as a clear favourite at the moment.
Yeah, although fairness to Sweet, probably the shot of the day, no doubt, particularly to have the confidence. Very modern level of confidence, it's fair to say, to walk out and smash your first ball 10 yards over the mid-on rope for 6. Reminder that you're watching Metrobank One Day Cup League 2 action. 9 games for Yorkshire this season. They play everyone once, either at home or away. You're looking to get into the top 4. That gets you a semi-final spot. So for now, that's the focus, and a win today would make it 3 wins from 4 in this particular competition, and 5 straight wins across all formats.
They seem to be working perfectly as a team, really, in their various performances, especially the successes in the County Cup as of late. They just seem to get on so well, both on and off the pitch.
Yeah, one thing that I think is going to be really interesting that still hasn't quite happened yet for Yorkshire is having a game that goes the distance or close to near the distance with it being a really tight contest. Heavy defeat to Worcestershire in game 1, where pretty much from when that batting collapse started, Yorkshire couldn't pull it back. And then since then, 4 very comprehensive wins. So haven't quite had that game yet either way, where you've got to a decent chunk of the way through the second innings of the contest and it's a proper arm wrestle seesaw kind of thing. And obviously, that presents an interesting dynamic. You would sense that there's every chance we're going to get that here today against Leicestershire or on Saturday against Tier 1 Essex.
I love a good nail biter. Out in Abu Dhabi, we had a couple that got remarkably close. It was Essex and Surrey in like the 50 overs. They went down to sort of last over kind of thing. And I thought both teams put up such a fight. And that's the kind of cricket I like to see the most, really. Proper tight competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think plenty of Yorkshire fans watching this live stream, much as they would want the White Rose to end up winning it, would say that they'd rather watch a game that has that real sense of to and fro about it. I mean, coming to Saturday, there's a quote from Maddie Ward that sticks in my mind, which is, we've got a hell of a lot of talent and a lot of girls that should definitely be playing regular Tier 1 cricket. So we'll keep working hard, and when we get there next year, I don't think we've got anything to be afraid of. And there was a bit in there about proving our point. Claudia Cooper went a little bit further recently. She says, in some ways playing Essex will be harder, in some ways it will be easier. We know a lot of the girls and can do proper scouting on them. Playing at Headingley will really help us, getting a big crowd in to come and watch. Saturday, 2:30 p.m. start, if you fancy it. We're a team that have just come together, and a lot of the other teams have had years of being together. Just seeing where we are will be really good. Essex haven't been doing particularly well, so I feel we can capitalise on that and get ahead of them.
Yeah, Essex are sitting bottom, aren't they, at the moment, of their group. So we'll see how that translates to County Cup. But yeah, free entry Saturday should be a really, really exciting one. Proper good game of cricket.
Absolutely. Although I think it's worth caveating that this is still an Essex squad that has the vast majority of a well-oiled Sunrisers unit that won the women's 50-over sort of senior domestic competition last season in the Rachel Hayher Flint Trophy. So whilst they're not quite in form at the moment, there's a lot of players with top level of experience. Back underway after drinks, and the first ball from Ward is smashed through the covers. You can see the bottom hand coming through on that shot and really providing the power. Big tumbling stop out there, but it's in vain. So boundary from the first ball after the resumption.
That was a beautifully controlled cover drive, that. Properly textbook.
Yeah, and there was just a bit of hockey about, you could see the racket sports in Sweet coming through in the way the bottom hand came through and provided the power.
She really had that sort of backlift and then managed to sort of steady herself and control it all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, there's just signs of a bit of concern for Yorkshire, a bit of pressure being put on them. Sweet has a runner ball 13. That's shorter, and that will be more runs. We'll come back for 2. Stopped by Cooper out there.
I didn't fancy the second to Claudie Cooper.
Ah, well, I'm glad somebody's paying attention. I need a check of the old prescription.
It's all right, I've got my glasses on.
Yeah, exactly. Look down and just assume they take 2, but actually they were a little more cautious. Weston has 39. Does she follow the aggression that Sweet has shown earlier on in the over? Oh, and I think that was the leggy from Ward. Weston's just blocking.
She's really good at varying the delivery as Maddie Ward, but keeping it still controlled.
Yeah, I think the next step for her will be just wanting to disguise a little better if she can. So that's just nibbled away into the offside.
Yeah, if she can disguise that leggy that she can get to turn out so well, she'll be really, really dangerous.
Because at the moment, it's quite... There's sort of 2 modes. Almost like a bit of a light switch. There's a lot to like about it, though. That's another leggy from Ward, and that's just turned away. It's building the dots well here. 1 for 25 off almost 6. That's pretty tidy.
It's a nice bit of pressure, that, just after drinks as well.
Just want to build a run of dots. You're always nervy when you haven't scored a run after the resumption, and it brings a nervous shot, and it brings a wicket. Ward has got the breakthrough. It's Weston who has to go for 39 in the first over after drinks. 88 for 4. And arguably the most comfortable-looking batter in the Leicestershire lineup has to depart. Big scalp for Yorkshire.
That's the pressure we were talking about just then.
Wasn't an easy catch as well.
No.
I think it's Marshall coming around to her left on debut.
Marshall looked completely in control there, having to move quite a bit, but kept her base steady. Lovely wicket for Ward.
So now it's Leicestershire who've got questions to answer, just as a promising partnership was building. So it is Amy Colquhoun who comes out, and she'll be a little bit nervous. She's only got a bat once this season. She made 14 not out against Worcester, but she didn't get a bat against Northamptonshire or Kent. So we have another look here. Just the beauty of it, a couple of dots. There probably is an element of a bit of a club cricket saying a wicket for the drinks break there as well. Drinks break maybe disrupts Weston's concentration. Comes down and feels like she's got to have a go at that one. And that brings Yorkshire another scalp.
Yeah, fantastic stuff, really. Yorkshire are seeming to be quite on top here with 88 for 4. Very nice.
Yeah, and particularly given that rate is by no means out of control. Still going at less than 3.5 and over here. Colquhoun will have to wait a little while to face her first ball. It's Hall, who conceded 8 from her first. We'll get a crack at Sweet. This will be a good contest. Sweet is a naturally aggressive player. It's been reflected in her innings today. She'll look to take Hall on. Just spooned away. Well, that wasn't a million miles from being into the hands of a more conventional square leg, but instead Hall will get one. So that brings Amy Colquhoun on to strike. Leicestershire born and bred, came through the academy.
It'll be interesting to see how she takes on Hall here. She's bowling really tidily.
Yeah, she's in a good rhythm for the season, Hall, as well. Having a very solidly impressive campaign. Oh, that's a decent ball. First up, that's not best if you miss a hit about it well.
That's a mean problem.
Rachel, who is enjoying the benefits of signing a maiden professional contract and the opportunity that gives you in life. A majority of a multi-year deal as well, 2 years signed on for. Shorter from Hall, that's a good surprise. It's not quite a bumper, it's more just under armpit height, but when the keeper's up, it does come as a bit of a shock to you as a batter.
Yeah, definitely. When we were talking to Gracie about her contract when it first got announced, she was saying how delighted she is, especially because she was studying sports media and broadcast journalism, and she's really trying to put the two together now.
Nice. Back of a length. Yeah, I know she's come up in a few dispatches. I've had a little chat with her here about getting up in the commentary box at some point. She was pretty much certain that most was spoke of.
Yeah, she's very keen and loves cricket, obviously, but speaks so well about it all. And being in and around the girls really, really helps with that insight.
Sounds like she's got the second job on lockdown for post-retirement's already sorted. Hall, he's putting together a really nice over here. Just a single off it thus far. And Colquhoun is still yet to score. That inevitably brings nerves.
I think that freedom as well of being tied to a professional contract now is really helping her with training and stuff, not having to obviously balance that with university anymore. It just seems to be putting her in a really good rhythm.
Slower ball from Hall. Just guided out for one. Nothing Cooper can really do as a right-handed thrower, having to go 5 yards or so around to her left. So good tight over from Hall. Concedes just 2 from it. 90 for 4 off 27. Grace Hall, who, when I think of her in terms of breakthrough moments, I think the first moment she was on a scorecard and a lot of the country kind of sat up and took notice. She took that 4 for 33 against Stars at Beckenham. I was at that game and it was quite a high-profile Stars batting lineup that day. And it was not just the wickets that she took, but the control that she offered. And there was quite a few Stars players who, I know for a fact, I'm not going to name them, but who told me behind the scenes, they were like, wasn't really expecting that, wasn't really prepared for that, which goes back to the thing of, well, you can't really practice against a bowler like that unless you're lucky enough to have them in your camp.
Exactly.
Cooper on from the city end. Left alone from Colquhoun. He's just having a look.
Cooper's been nice and tidy as well today.
Cooper's just being played out to mid-on.
Also in control from Cooper. She's had quite the start of the season, really.
Arguably has been the star with the ball.
Yeah.
Picked up at least 2 wickets in every game. You can't ask for much more than that. So that's just pushed back to her by Colquhoun, who is on 1 off 9.
You can just see the growth and the confidence of her as well. Clearly making such a difference, taking those wickets nice and early to start your season.
A little shorter and quicker. Colquhoun has just used the pace of this well. And big efforts needed from Hall, who has managed to keep it in play. That's excellent fielding out there. Thomas will come around to complete the tag team work. And they get back for 3. So Hall saves a run there with that desperate dive. And then, well, very honestly and sportingly actually signals that it was 4.
That was a fantastic effort from Gracie, but it was just well guided down.
She must have known that just at the moment when her hand touched it, maybe the foot was on the rope. So
It's a clear show of character, that.
yeah,
Always
there's
is.
a lot to like about that on so many levels from Hall. So that's just guided back by Colquhoun.
That was a nice sort of straighter delivery from Claudia as well.
Just working through those variations. I remember Richard Bye were talking about how she gets good dip, and that's actually what's bringing a lot of her wickets as much as conventional turn. Cooper finishes her off over by having Colquhoun playing and missing. And delighted to say that after a bit of Charlotte Ashton, as we had for the last few overs, we've got Stair Callis coming in alongside. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
It's very kind of you to take some time out from trying to play in as many top-level cricket matches as you possibly can in the summer to do some dog walking and join us. What is it like What is it like being at the cricket but not playing? Have you remembered what that feels like?
Yeah, it's actually really weird. Like, I wish I was batting right now.
Of course you do.
But it's good to have a bit of a rest and be ready for Saturday. It's an important game for us coming up, so will be a good occasion at home as well. So, it will be really good.
Hall starts a new over with Hawaii. For those unfamiliar, 2:30 start. Yorkshire get a crack at Tier 1 Essex, newly created competition as well. It's all on the day, knockout cricket T20. I can see you brimming with excitement as you talk, as you hear me talk about it.
No, yeah, definitely. We all name it the FA Cup. So, I've been really excited. Like the last two games. Shot.
Fall from Hall. And could have been, well, even if Langston had hit, wouldn't have been a run out. We had the benefit of being right behind the throw from Langston of that one.
So the last two rounds have been really good for us, like 2 solid wins, which was good. So we're really excited to take on Essex at home as well. So hopefully we get a good crowd in and, can go to the next round.
Yeah, and they've had a little bit of a tough start to the season, having effectively, not quite as Essex, but won the title the season before with Sunrisers. All looking for another Yorkshire wicket here, back of a length, just pushed away. So they're in a little bit of not quite the form that they would like, and you've got home advantage as well. So there's some cards that stack up quite nicely.
Yeah, 100%. Like, they've not had the best start of the season, but you never know, like T20, different formats. So, we don't take anything for granted. We just, go in and we obviously want to win, and hopefully we can do that on Saturday.
Hall thinks there's a nick on that, and it's given. What a brilliant catch that is from Winfield Hill, standing up to the stumps. Colquhoun has to go for 5. Don't underestimate what magnificent wicket keeping that is. Hall has her first wicket. Colquhoun caught behind. 96 for 5.
Yeah, that was a stunning catch from Laws, actually. She's been brilliant for us wearing the gloves. So, that was really good.
There is no such thing as an easy catch for a keeper standing up. It looks like a relatively thin edge, but you'd think as well that skiddy action from Hall adds another difficult thing into the trajectory. It was a pretty convincing appeal from not only bowler and keeper, but a few in the infield, which is normally a sign. Colquhoun departs for 5 off 13 with 1 boundary. That guided 4 of Cooper in the previous over, and Yorkshire have struck twice in quick succession after drinks, which puts all the more pressure on Sweet, who's on a bit now in the new Ellie Phillips. This season they just once made 6 against Worcestershire in the 50 over format. Did get a bat against Northampton, made 3, and then didn't bat against Kent. So she'll be feeling a bit of nerves. Just 2 innings from which she scored 9 runs, and now she's got to come out with. It's not quite a collapse, but it's maybe a mini collapse, if you will, going on.
Yeah, hopefully they can build a new partnership. They still have got like 20 overs to go, so hopefully they can rebuild for their team.
Well, that's a quick single to the left of Cooper. So that brings Phillips off the mark. Sweep back onto strike on 16. I'm sure you would have appreciated the battership of launching your first ball over as a great straight hitter yourself, getting the golf club straight out as she did and hitting your first ball from Maddie Ward over sit for 6 over mid-on.
That was a brilliant shot. I actually stood right there and I saw it from the good angle, and I was like, wow, that's pretty good first ball up and hit it straight for 6. No, definitely, that's brilliant.
Turned away for 1. Leicestershire just short of the 3 figures, 98 for 5. For those unfamiliar as to why I introduced Stair with trying to play as much cricket as possible, she's on loan at Warwickshire, as well as her parent club being Yorkshire. And between the two of them, we'll be getting across Tier 1 and Tier 2 a heck of a lot of cricket this summer. All this time is just turned away again into the onside. Plenty of work for Nightingale out at deep square leg. That's another
It's her
single.
first game today as well, isn't it?
That's correct. Yorkshire debut for Ellie Nightingale. 1 for 15 off 3 for Hall. 99 for 5 off 29. Yeah, one of the 7 rookies from the pre-season tour in Abu Dhabi. Of course, I have to clarify it for you in particular, Stare, because I know you were one of the rare players who had the luxury of multiple pre-seasons with multiple teams to work for, because there was a few Warwickshire warm-up games as well, wasn't there, where you were in the runs too?
Yeah. They were in England though. They were in overseas, but they were really good as well. And it's good to see Ellie today here as well. She did pretty well the other day in the academy game, I believe.
Yeah.
So well deserved. She's playing today, and hopefully she can add some runs later on in the second innings.
Cooper to continue from the City end. Turned away through cover point. Nightingale does the fielding. That brings Sweet back onto strike. Field goes a little bit more defensive for the set batter, as you'd expect. Winfield Hill briefly turns into a traffic warden, just sort of pointing at fielders and beckoning them in different directions. Sweet just pushing at this one. Good contest here. We know from that very first ball that Sweet faced, there's an intent to be aggressive. That single has brought up the 100 in the 30th over. Down the track, sliced in a gap. This is a bit of luck for Sweet. Power coming through. She stayed committed to the shot. You often see players who get caught in a situation like that because they pull out, but she stayed with the courage of her conviction. She at least got 2 to her score. It wasn't really where she was. It looked like she was looking to go a little bit more through cover than, say, extra cover.
She held the shape well there, so she got away with it.
Cooper goes a little bit flatter. That's through the covers out to deep cover. They are going to come back for 2. That's good quick running. Sweet turned quickly. Helps when you're pretty tall as well. Those long strides and makes up the ground.
Those long legs.
Well. Yeah, we can dream, right?
Well, I've got long legs as well, actually.
Yeah.
But I'm not as quick, probably, as them two.
Don't talk yourself down. Here's Cooper. Down the track. And again, it's not quite timed by Sweet, but has the conviction in the way that she strikes the ball, has that big, powerful base as well. Can very much see why she's talked about in this Leicestershire lineup as one of the quicker scoring players. The kind of player, if she stays at the crease for a while, can take a game away from a team. She's up above a run a ball here. She's got 22 off 21. Needs a bit of help from Phillips here. Just guiding that one from Cooper back. So end of the over. Cooper has 1 for 14 off 5, continuing what's been an excellent season for her. 30 overs gone.
Yeah, definitely. She's
5.
been really good for us. Very consistent in both formats we played, and it's good to see her. I think she's enjoying it on and off the field as well. Obviously for her, a big move, like moving to Yorkshire and everything, and she's been really good in a team, and yeah, she's really nice to have.
Yeah, no, Lauren was saying it's one of the easiest ones for her in the fine meetings. £2 fine, sounding posh and southern. Thank you very much, Claudie.
Yeah,
exactly. We'll go from there, but you're starting at +2 before anything else has happened. Right on the button from Hall. And pretty well played by Sweet. Fascinating to see how she goes about facing Hall. How do you, as a top-level batter, prepare for facing a bowler like Grace Hall?
Yeah, she's obviously got a bit of a slingy action. She's been quite skiddy. I'm not sure what she's been. She had a bit bouncier earlier, actually. But yeah, no, you just really need to make sure you watch the ball really well. But no, Grace has been excellent for us as well. She's one of our bowlers who've been around like the last couple of years, and she's been doing really well for us. So yeah, she had a bit of an injury earlier on, but it's good to see her back in the team and taking wickets.
It's just that awkward angle in particular.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
She comes from like the side, so it's harder to like pick up. So you need a
Hall again. Maybe a touched over pitch. Well fielded by Thomas in the covers. Erin Thomas was eyeing a run out. Well backed up by Thomas as well. Good team shy at the stumps because they know that someone will be backing up. That was proof in point there. Aaron Thomas just keeping Sweet at the non-strikers very honest. Good spots again from Hall. Yorkshire just keeping the pressure right on here. And so for those unfamiliar as well, Stekalish Yorkshire batter alongside me, also Dutch international. It's a busy summer for the Netherlands as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. They're coming over to the UK next week to play a couple of games against Langs. I think there's 2 T20 scheduled.
All again, back of a length, well played.
Ball again.
And then there's World Cup qualifying.
Yeah, so after that we've got the USA in Holland, the start of June. And they've got qualifiers, New York qualifiers are in Netherlands as well in August. So busy summer with a lot of games, which will
when getting ball. The flash out though. Keep it one bit of a thought, second of coming back, but in the end they don't. So single to the total, 107 for 5. Sweet has a runner ball 23 and keeps the strike. In fact, 31 overs gone, 107 for 5. What would you say from here, from a Yorkshire point of view, you'd be content with chasing?
I think if we get like a couple more wickets, I think we're looking to maybe keep them under 150, 160, I think. But you never know with a couple of wickets now. They might even restrict them to I think that's about right out.
Yeah, if they batted for the overs, this keeper comes in again. They batted through this rate, Leicestershire would get 170, but dare allude to Yorkshire will fancy just all had taken 5.
Exactly, and so it comes in the same with Grace. So hopefully he can keep the spirit on wickets.
Langston's bowled 7. A little short from a not ball inch, but you get away with that because it's been thumped out straight at deep mid-wicket. The kind of delivery option, the Aussies would say you're a little bit filthy with yourself for the fact you've got rather than 4 there.
Yeah, just get one around 100 speeds of the ride, should be about that form. But yeah, no, May Ward did a great job out there.
Winfield Hill just directing send on Sweet, stand with it wrong area. Split Phil Fuber. Got herself in a little bit of a tangle there, Sweet, just trying to turn that into the onside. Planted a front foot a long way down the pitch. Had a question in the YouTube live chat about expecting any bad weather down there. I don't think so. Here's Cooper again. That's a confident shot. Smashed out down towards long on for 1. Duckworth does the fielding. We'll see her with the bat later on. Will be a key part of the chase. End of another tidy over from Cooper. 32 gone. 109 for 5. Yorkshire very much keeping the pressure on here. 18 overs left. 150 would be the next mini milestone for Derbyshire, but you'd say you'd fancy a chase of that. It looks like a pretty good pitch, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does look good. Like we've had a couple of games here last year, and York's always been it's been really good. So yeah, I guess 150, 160 is probably a bit below par, but like against a good side as Yorkshire, I think their batting has been good.
It's Hall.
Bowled again.
Pushed back by Sweet. Yeah, and you've been here a while as well. I mean, you might be from the Netherlands, but sort of honorary Yorkshire woman by this point, still?
Yeah, I would say I've got the accent now. So now I've been here for 5 years this year. So in August, I think I'm officially like a resident here. So that's exciting. But yeah, no, it's been 5 really good years, to be fair. I've really enjoyed my time. Shot.
All this time is smacked off the back foot out to deep cover for 1. They thought of 2. They thought better of it.
But you've been all over the place as well, haven't you?
I'll do my best.
Yeah, no, you're doing great.
Yeah, we met for the first time at the qualifiers a couple of years ago for the Netherlands, where a few of the Dutch girls were saying that they were worried that if you spent any more time in the UK, then they might lose you on an international level. You might lose your Dutch passport. It's Hall. It's guided out into the covers. Worried about you ending up sign up to a passport for the People's Republic of Yorkshire. For those unfamiliar, in the 5 years of regional cricket, Stair was one of relatively few players who played for one team right throughout that era, playing for the Diamonds, which is now effectively merged into Yorkshire somewhat.
Yorkshire and Durham, it's a bit...
Well, yeah.
50-50 now, isn't it?
Is Hall. It's out to point. 110 for 5. Someone said to...
But after the game, we all went for like a drink, and it was so nice to catch up with everyone again. It's been a bit of a shame, really. We had to split up as a team because I think of all the teams, our team was so close and everything. So, but I guess that's cricket, and we had to do that because it was, well, decided by the ECB, and you still see each other, like you're obviously friends. So an hour and 40 then is not a lot, is it? But
I know it'll be Yorkshire Durham next season in both formats.
I know,
in
yeah,
Tier 1.
that will be a big game.
It's Hall. Slower ball, nice convincing cut shot by Phillips,
at point as well.
Straight to Cooper. And that is the end of the 33rd. Hall has 1 for 18 off her 5.
She's been bowling really consistent, Gracie Hall is today.
Yeah, it's been a lot to like from Yorkshire with the ball, and haven't really got away at any point, Leicestershire, I have to say. And that continues recent patterns. Yorkshire, remember, going for a 5th win in a row, 3rd win from 4 in this format, 9 games in this format. I reckon, looking at, you're trying to get in the top 4 of a 10-team table. If you win 7 out of 9, you're definitely in that top 4. If you win six out of 9 is probably enough as well. But Yorkshire will want as many as they can gobble up. Here's Cooper. So there's definitely competitive advantages in the way it all breaks down to finishing higher up if you can.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we want to win every game of cricket. So, yeah, we're on the road to a good success here.
Back of a length and just nurdled away through mid-wicket to Ward for 1. Yeah, so this is actually the last game in this competition for a little while for Yorkshire. There's 5 Metrobank One Day Cup League 2 games in August. And then there's the semi-finals on the 6th. And then on the 14th of September, the final at Worcester at New Road. Semi-finals 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3. It's Cooper. And that's just guided out. This time Phillips will get 1. She's still settling into her work, 6 off 17. Her main job is just to do exactly what she's done there, tick the strike over and give Sweet, who's the much more set batter, as many balls as possible to face. Short. Not the best delivery from Cooper, and despite the best efforts of Ward, it goes to the boundary. Well put away by Sweet, who looks very confident for a run of ball 30 and is just making herself a bit of a nuisance to Yorkshire here.
Yeah, no, she's been batting beautifully. That's probably a similar ball she hit straight to Ward a couple of overs ago. So for her to find that gap there is good to see.
Better ball from Cooper, but this is well cut. Cover point coming round. 2 more.
It's quite a big boundary out there on the offside. She can almost come a couple of steps off to avoid that being a 2 over there.
Again, cover into play here. Sweet's looking good for her 33 off 32. End of the over, which is a slightly more expensive one from a Yorkshire point of view. It concedes 9. 119 for 5 off 34. So 16 overs left. 4 and over from here would get Leicestershire 185. they would feel like that is broadly competitive. If they could kick that up to 5 and over, that would get them to 194.
Oh, Liv's coming back on. She's been brilliant for us as well. Like, she came over from Lancs, I believe.
Certainly did.
And now she's been really, really good for us. Very consistent and batting-wise as well. Like the other day when we played Derbyshire, she had a...
Did you catch that from Erin Thomas?
No.
I think Steph was looking at me. We might have to get a replay on that from Erin Thomas. I'm not sure what all of that meant. I think she was just having a joke with somebody in the crowd, but she was up to all sorts of mischief, just like a batter who's got to keep themselves entertained in the field. I don't think she was trying to talk herself into having a bowl there in Thomas. That would feel unlikely. Fields well in the covers there. Yeah, Olivia Thomas, not to be confused. Figures of 5 overs, 17 conceded. No maidens, no wickets from her first spell. Back on from the rugby ground end
Well
and
bowled.
tight again. Yeah, she's racing Cooper up the wickets column so far this season, Olivia Thomas. Down the track, met on the half volley, thumped away through Cal, 4 runs. Great shot from Sweet, who looks in really good touch here and is asking Yorkshire some questions. I'm sure that's the kind of strike you can admire.
No, that was actually a really good shot over there. Like, she used her feet brilliantly, got to the pitch of the ball and didn't allow it to spin as much. So, yeah, she looks in really good nick.
How does Olivia Thomas respond? Quicker and flatter, maybe? Goes for more flight. This is hit well. Campbell coming around from mid-on. Keeps it to 1. So now Phillips is on strike. Now, this is a slightly different game. At one end, Sweet looks very fluent. But at the other end, Phillips has 6 off 17. So Yorkshire want to just keep her on strike and build some pressure at this end in particular. Well, instead, Phillips has managed to nurtle this away. There's nobody behind square on the leg side, so it's a big chase for deep square leg coming around. That will be...
Yeah, they're starting to rebuild this partnership very nicely here, I think. I maybe might have done them a bit short, saying 150, 160, but I reckon...
At that point, it was understandable to...
Yeah, and I think a couple of wickets still, I think we probably could restrict them to that, but let's see what Liv got.
Nicely bowled again by Olivia Thomas, who thus far this season has a best of 4 for 14 at Derbyshire, but also picked up 2 in the other game against Derby, 1 against Sussex and 3 against Staffordshire. So she's well on her way to showing what she can do. And the reason she hasn't got her name and number on her shirt is she hasn't got a full contract yet. She's still on an academy.
I didn't even realise this.
She's still
was
on.
a thing, yeah.
We had a few people asking the YouTube live chat about this last game. So she's still earning that. But my goodness me, she's earning it pretty quickly. You'd have to say she's making one heck of a case for herself. She has 10 wickets already.
No, definitely, she's been really good for us. Like, even the game against Derby, I was playing myself as well, and she just looked really confident and just really good with bat and ball, to be fair. Now she's been a really good addition to our team, and yeah, hopefully we can see a lot more from her this season.
New over started by Ward, who has 2 for 25 off 6. Not bad for someone who, at one point in the winter, the coaching staff weren't even aware of her bowling abilities.
Yeah, Mats does everything, doesn't she? She keeps, she bats, she bowls.
Organises the team WhatsApp group, sorts the socials out.
Everything,
provides the tea, provides the snacks.
Yeah, she's pretty handy to have.
Is there anything Maddie Ward can't do at a cricket ground?
Exactly.
To Jane Powell, their Yorkshire president, having a stroll around the boundary. She'll be pretty pleased with what she's seen from her side so far. But a bit of resistance here coming from Sweet in particular. You sense she's the key wicket, but again, it's now Phillips on strike, who has 8 off 19. So Yorkshire will particularly want to build some pressure here. Resolute block from Phillips, who just got to try and nudge a single here for her partner. Get Sweet facing it as much as she can. Sweet, who is now the joint top scorer with Weston. Again, just a resolute block from Phillips. Nice quicker ball from Ward. He's still working out what her role is. He's a Yorkshire vice-captain within the side with her many talents. Swipe and a miss outside off.
Good over.
And after a few more thoughts from Stair Callis, it'll be Aaron Viles alongside her.
Yeah, okay.
Much more seamless transition this time. How are you, Stair?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, really good. I mean, it's shame that the sun hasn't come out.
I know, yeah.
Forecast has been wrong, but other than that, very pleasant, isn't it? It's not bitterly cold here in York today.
No, I've had colder days in York, to be fair. But it's interesting because I left the house this morning and it was actually quite sunny, and then got here and had to get my jacket from the car. But no, it's been all right.
Oh, good to hear. Well, that is a full toss from Thomas, and that has been dispatched out towards deep mid-wicket. Chase on for the fielders, come through and restrict it to just the single. We haven't had the sleeping bag update for a while, so I'm hoping that we get that from our director shortly. I think Adrian will be chopping and changing through the angles, but yeah, there's an individual out on the boundary rope just below us here in the commentary position, wrapped up in a sleeping bag.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Thomas, it is again, this one a lot fuller, played out on the onside for no run. There you go. Looking very comfy and cosy.
Has to his mum.
Thomas, it is then from the rugby ground end. This one battered into the ground, back to the bowler for a dot ball. And Stair, in terms of the commuting that you're doing at the minute, I know that you were speaking with Michael about the trips up and down from the Midlands. How are you finding that so far? We'll touch upon that after this delivery from Thomas. Bowling here to Phillips.
Yeah, no, it's been really good actually. From door till door, it's probably like 2 hours. So the drive isn't as bad. It's obviously a lot of miles, but like I'm enjoying it a lot. Like it gives me the opportunity to play Tier 1 cricket. So and also still be part of Yorkshire when I can. Like on Saturday, obviously, we'll be in the squad to play against Essex, which will be really excited.
Well, big shout there from Thomas.
Might have pitched outside leg there actually.
We'll have to see the replay of that one. And there it is, right on cue. I think you're right there, Stair. Looked as though it pitched outside leg.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, no, it's been really good. Like the girls over there are making me feel at home, which is important. But yeah, it's been really good.
Oh, excellent. That's really, really good to hear. And that is the end of over number 37. Leicestershire 128 for 5. Saw a couple of half LBW shouts there from the bowling of Liv Thomas. Currently has none for 25 from her 7 overs. Francesca Sweet on 40 and Ellie Phillips on 8. And in terms of that commuting, Stair, have you had a chance to really, have a look around the Midlands, or is it just a case of going down to Edgbaston, doing your training and playing?
A little bit of both. Like I've been spending some time in Birmingham as well. But it's a lot like driving the day before a game and then come back after the game to then play with Yorkshire. So I don't have too much time to wander around Birmingham. But like I don't really need to. Like I just go there and play cricket, and then the sightseeing bit is probably in Yorkshire.
Oh, well, 2 beautiful places, aren't they? So that one is played through the covers, beats the diving fielder. They'll come back for a second. Yeah, they do. Nice early call there from Phillips at the non-striker's end. Meant there was no miscommunication. And in terms of York, what have you seen of the city itself? I mean, I came from the train station today, went on the river walk, see the river ooze as water comes
York
into
is
bowl.
beautiful. Like I really like to go. I like to go visit York. So we've played here a couple of times, and I've been visiting often with my parents as well when they come over, because it's like a nice city to show them when they're here. But yeah, no, it's good.
Certainly is. It's a beautiful part of the country. Here in York, you've got York Minster and of course all the stuff with Jorvik, the Viking heritage and all that as well.
It's beautiful, a lot of history, so yeah, it's good.
Certainly is, and on that occasion, Phillips winding up for a big shot down the ground, only as far as mid-on for no run. It's a cracking part of the country. Always enjoy my trips up here.
Yeah, definitely. More balls from Maddie.
It is really well bowled, isn't it, so far? Currently have figures of 2 for 29, and that rounds out her 8th, the 38th of the innings itself. Leicestershire 131 for 5 as Francesca Sweet inching ever closer to what would be a very richly deserved half-century. Currently on 43 from 43 balls and has looked very good for that so far.
Yeah, she's been batting really, really well. Like, she showed some intent from the start. Like, obviously her first ball she whacked for 6, which looked very good. And since then she's been batting quite well. So yeah, she would be very pleased to score a half-century against a side like Yorkshire.
Most definitely. It's Thomas again, and that one is rifled down the grounds. There's a slight chase for the fielder. It's gone all the way over the top, though, and that is a wonderful 6 from Francesca Sweet. All about connection and timing, and yeah, just one run away from what would be a thoroughly deserved half-century.
Yeah, she literally timed that so well. Good use of the feet right to the pitch of the ball when she even hit that almost into the car park.
It was a big shot, that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Goodness gracious me, timing this very sweetly, to pardon the pun. Score now moves on to 137 for 5. How can Thomas respond? Well, it's a full toss, and that is dispatched out towards the deep mid-wicket region, and that will bring up Francesca Sweet's first 50 of the Metrobank One Day Cup campaign. It comes off of just 45 deliveries, includes 3 4s and 2 6s. That is a tremendous knock from the Leicestershire youngster, and she's embraced in the middle there by her teammate Ellie Phillips. Big, big knock this.
Yeah, she's been batting really, really well, and even to get that 50 above 100 strike grade, I think that shows the intent she's been showing, and yeah, hopefully she can continue partnership with Phillips and get Leicestershire to a good score.
Oh, 100%. And having played here quite a few times there, what would you say would be a really competitive total for the Foxes to garner?
Well, I actually thought when they were lost a couple of wickets earlier, and I thought, well, if Yorkshire could get 2 more here, I think 160 will be what Yorkshire would be happy with. But actually now I think as a Leicestershire point of view, you were thinking of getting closer to 200, especially if they can continue this partnership. But yeah, I think even if they get 200, like, the pitch looks pretty decent. We've got some quality batters in our lineup, so yeah, I'm still backing Yorkshire to do well.
Most definitely. Just saw on the replay there some sharp glove work from Lauren Winfield Hill behind the stumps. Potentially a half chance, but I think in the end Sweet was back in a crease, so no damage done there for the visitors. It's Thomas again to Sweet. Sweet lines up for a big shot. Winfield Hill whips off the bails in a flash.
I actually thought that was a bit of turn there from Liv. She's been bowling really, really well.
Oh, there is. That's a really nice delivery, that. We'll see it better from this angle as Thomas just manipulates the field. I think that Maddie Ward has gone back. Yes, she has. Out onto the deep boundary. Beth Langston coming across as well into what I imagine will be a fine leg position.
Yeah.
Indeed it is. Sweet once more then. This one slightly shorter from Thomas, played out towards Erin Thomas, and there will be no run, even though there was a misfield from the Yorkshire youngster. And that will round out the 39th over. So Leicestershire 139 for 5. Francesca Sweet 50 from 48 deliveries. Ellie Phillips playing the foil at the moment, 9 from 31. And Stair, how important is that when you're out there and smashing it about in the middle and you need a partnership? How important is it to have someone almost there as that comfortable companion?
Yeah, no, it is really important. Like, partnership is obviously the two batters out in the middle, so it's always good to have someone like Sweet batting that well, but you need someone at the other end to support you in a supportive role. And even Phillips herself has been playing really positive shots, and she looks like confident out there. And hopefully, for a Leicestershire point of view, they can keep building this partnership to a big total.
Well, that one will have to be re-bowled from Maddie Ward. It's gone behind for a wide, and they've scampered through for the extra run as well. So Leicestershire beginning to really climb through the gears here. It's been a very solid partnership, this, between the two middle-order batters. Of course, still some batting to come as well. A little bit lower on down the order too. So, yeah, Maddie Ward would love to be the bowler to break the partnership here. Bowls too sweet. That one played out towards long on for no run. Oh, sorry, for one run even. They've come through very quickly for that one. I'm going to say that was a very good shot if it'd gone for
no
run. Exactly, yeah, crikey. Timed that one very sweetly indeed. So it's Ward again from the city end, and this time Phillips goes on the aggressive, hits this down the ground. There'll be a chase on for the fielder. Can Duckworth get there? No, she can't. 4 more runs, this time off the bat of Ellie Phillips.
Yeah, that's
50 partnership up as well.
Really good shot there from Phillips as well. You could see she got she got herself in by playing 1s and 2s, and now she is starting to come to the party, and that was a really, really good shot.
Most certainly was. How can Ward reply to that then? Well, she forces the Leicestershire batter onto the back foot on that occasion. That is a dot ball, and tell you what, has been some spell. 236 so far from her 8.3 overs. Would love to get a third, and that one is slashed out towards backward point. They'll scarp her through for a single. Good running that from the two Foxes batters, and that's something we've seen all day long, isn't it, in terms of the communication, the strike rotation. It's something that the visitors have done adeptly so far.
Yeah, I think especially for the Foxes, like their running's been really good, and I think that can make a difference in the end, put the fielders under pressure and try sneak some extra runs in.
Oh, 100%. It's the unsung art form, isn't it, of batting? In terms of the boundaries, those big 4s and big 6s, that's what everyone likes to see on the highlight reel. But, of course, in terms of these commanding totals, a lot of it does come through the 1s and 2s and manipulation of the field.
Yeah, 100%. And for a bowler, it's quite frustrating if you good balls still go for a quick single. So, they've been running really, really well.
They most certainly have, and that will signal the conclusion of over number 40. Leicestershire 148 for 5, and of course in that over the partnership surpassing the 50-run mark. So this really has been a crucial stand between Sweet and Phillips, and yeah, you fancy them to have laid quite the foundation here. Could be quite a big run chase coming up here for Yorkshire on a wicket which has offered a little bit for the bowlers. We saw that a little bit earlier on with Beth Langston. I mean, that was an outstanding opening spell from her and Laura Marshall, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Like Langer's, I think last year it was, she took a 6 for at this ground as well, I think. So I think Langer's really loved playing at this ground. But she's been brilliant for us. Like her up top. Oh, good catch.
It is a good catch, and that is a rather inconspicuous way to get out as well. That is Francesca Sweet, who departs for a very, very well-played 52. That was almost like an anticlimactic way to end what has been a fascinating knock. Definitely been the standout of the Leicestershire batters. It was an inviting full toss from Thomas, and in the end she just plonked it into the hands of the infield fielder. We'll see the replay of this one. The eyes would have lit up, and in the end just popped it out towards Langston.
Really good catch from Langston. I think Sweet will be a little bit disappointed by the way she got out there, but she batted brilliantly, and hopefully if Yorkshire can get 1 or 2 more wickets, they get into the tail and can restrict them to my 160.
Well, it could be a very good prediction, that, at this rate, Stair. So as a result of that wicket, Laura Crofts enters the middle. Of course, Laura, very much a veteran in terms of county cricket. Played for Warwickshire for 18 years.
Wow.
Yep, also spent a couple of seasons at Northants, and then she's moved to Leicestershire in order to gain some extra cricket under the belt. So in terms of her role in this run chase, this will be an interesting one because she is the experienced head, of course. Phillips, the younger of the two, but also very much the set batter, having been out in the middle for well over 35 deliveries and has got 14 off them so far. This is quite a big partnership, isn't it, for the visitors?
Yeah, 100%. I think they're trying to rebuild now again, and they've got 10 more overs to go. So I think they're still looking to go at 5, 6 and over, especially now the field is still like spread out. But Yorkshire's obviously looking to take a couple of more wickets and restrict them.
Well, I just saw the reaction there of Liv Thomas. Had head in hands. Almost thought that was 2 wickets in 2 deliveries, but I'll tell you what, she's bowled really, really nicely today. And even though it was a rather inauspicious way to get the wickets, she has bowled superbly well today, and that was a just reward for what has been a fantastic spell as Phillips goes very aerial out towards deep backward square leg. The ball spins away, and that is an outstanding piece of fielding from Ellie Nightingale. Take a bow. Came across like an absolute whippet, made the dive nice and early, and
To her right as well. She's obviously left-handed. I think she actually picked it up quite cleanly.
oh, that is brilliant work. That's what you want to see as a spin bowler. Your fielder's backing you up out there in the deep, and next delivery from Thomas is played astutely back to the bowler for no run. Here is the replay of that fielding effort from the Yorkshire senior debutant Ellie Nightingale. Look at that.
That is great fielding, that.
Really is. That's outstanding. Phillips again on the defensive back to the bowler. Yeah, been very impressed with Yorkshire's fielding in this innings. Really have backed up their bowlers.
And it's quite a big ground as well. There's lots of like gaps around, so you have to cover quite a bit of ground when you're on the boundary. So they've been doing really, really well.
They certainly have, and that was a pretty rapid shot at the stumps there from Amy Campbell. Just getting the angle there to see if there would have been any trouble. That would have been close, wouldn't it?
That would have been, yeah. She didn't really quite slide her bet there, I don't think.
I'll tell you what, if that was a direct hit from Amy Campbell, that could have been trouble. But thankfully, if, of course, you're from a Leicestershire persuasion, no damage is done. So that is the end of the 41st over. Fox is 152 for 6. Phillips still out there on 17, and Laura Crofts gets off the mark. She's currently 1 from 1 delivery. So, yeah, Maddie Ward will come on to bowl from the city end. This will round out her bowling effort for this game. Imagine she'll have a big role to play with the bat in hand. And in terms of Maddie as a teammate, Stair, what's she like? Because on comms so far this season, we've spoken about her as almost being someone who everyone would envy. Every single thing that she does seems to turn to gold, sorry.
Yeah, no, she's been really, really good for us. She's obviously moved to Leeds now as well. She lives in the same house as us. So that's obviously carnage a little bit, like both moving to Leeds. But now she's been fantastic in the group. Like she's been on and off the field, like very positive, and she's a very competitor, isn't she? She wants to win every game. She wants to fight for her team, and now she's been brilliant for us.
She most definitely has, and this has been an inspired spell here at York Cricket Club today. Well, that one is straight down the leg side. It'll be given as a wide by the umpire. The Leicestershire batters think about coming through for a second. They might have more than a second there. There was a bit of a misfield out in the deep. As a result, they do come back for 2, and of course there was the wide, so 3 runs coming off that delivery as a result.
That was a bit of an awkward fumble, I think. She slided onto the ball, and that's why it went out to the boundary, but Langer said well to back her up and only restricted to 2, really.
Most definitely. It's Ward then in towards Phillips. Phillips rocks onto the back foot, attempts to work that through the covers, can't do so. They are inching ever closer to that prediction. Stare of 160 at the minute, 5 runs away as Phillips goes aerial, just beats the dive of the fielder, and that is another boundary off the bat of Ellie Phillips. Brings Leicestershire up to 159 for 6, and that's a really nicely placed shot, that.
Yeah, that is a really good shot, like over mid-off against a spin as well. Like, very strong shot, that, especially with mid-off up. I think it's a good option for her to hit that area.
It is, and look at that fielding as well from the gentleman out there. Quality stuff. Phillips again goes for the big shots. Bale's taken off in a flash by Winfield Hill. I think the Leicestershire batter had her spikes firmly in the crease. Just look at the keeping though. I mean, we say this every single time in the broadcast, but Winfield Hill really is such an elite operator behind the stumps.
Yeah, she has been. Like, Lozzie's been fantastic with the gloves for us. Very, very, very good keeper, yeah. And I can't wait to see her bat in a bit as well.
Oh, 100%. I think we're all looking forward to that. She's been in such good form in the T20 County Cup. Scores of 88 and 60, and always leads the team tremendously well in multiple facets as well, of course. Not just in terms of captaincy or keeping, but with the bat in hand, one of the absolute finest players in the domestic circuit. So that was the end of the 42nd over. Leicestershire 160 for 6. Phillips on 22, Crofts on 1.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, Lozzie's been so good for us on and off the field. Like, to have a player like her in the dressing room is fantastic to have. And now she's been, over the last few years, I have been playing with her. She's been really, really good. And I love playing with Loz. I love learning from Loz.
Well, that one is wide from Marshall. Bowling here from the rugby ground end. We'll have to re-bowl. That goes for 5 wides. Not what Yorkshire wants at this stage of the innings, giving away 3 runs like that.
No, I think Leicester's looking to get to that 200 mark, and I think they're on their way to get there, I think.
Just seeing the replay of that, Winfield Hill couldn't really do much about that. So how can Marshall respond with this delivery? Bowling here to Phillips, drops that one shorter. Attempted to be carved away through the backward point region.
Good glove work again there from Lozzie.
It really is, isn't it? Look at that. That is not easy at all.
Especially for a keeper standing up, and Laura Marshall with a bit of extra bounce. It's hard for a keeper.
No, it is. It's amazing. Honestly, one of the great sights in cricket, that is Marshall. Again, this one very full and driven on the up. Out towards point again, or deep point in this instance. Claudie Cooper doing the fielding there. Limits it to just the 1 run on that occasion. And it is something, actually, funnily enough, Laura Crofts is now on strike here. It's something that we will see in the run chase as well. Sophie Bennett always stands up to the stumps when Crofts comes on to bowl. So certainly is an area of facets which we'll see a lot in this game today.
Yeah, it does put the batsman a bit under pressure whilst you're batting and the keeper is chirping in your ear behind the stumps.
Well, I was going to ask that question because as a specialist batter yourself, Stair, does that ever put you off a little bit?
Well, first of all, you have to stand back in your crease. So that's obviously the keeper's changing the length of the bowler with that. But it's also like balls like that on the leg side is obviously really hard to take as a keeper because you're obviously standing up. Like, the view is different as well, so you need to be really, really quick. And I don't even think that came up that much. It stayed a bit low. But yeah, when I open the batting, the keeper's not often standing up, so it's more in like the second spell. But yeah, she's going back now as well, isn't she?
Yeah, unsurprisingly so as well. 10 runs coming off this over from wides alone so far, so I think that is the sensible thing, just while Marshall gets the radar back. And that one very full and driven very delightfully too. Burst through the hands of Maddie Ward, the fielder coming across, and that is another boundary off this over. Runs beginning to pile up for fun here for Leicestershire.
Yeah, and Phillips again, like really, really good, strong shot through the offside. She's been looking in some good nicks, so.
Yeah, she definitely has become the aggressor in this certain partnership. It's Phillips again who clips it out towards deep square leg. That'll just be a single for the product of the Warwickshire Academy. I think she's still on the books as well on the Warwickshire EPP, so of course she is definitely someone to watch out for, potentially in Tier 1 as well, heading into the
100%.
next few years. And it is something as well that we do see a lot across Tier 2 and Tier 3 at the minute. It's a lot of academy products who are representing these respective teams, as Marshall bowls that one slightly shorter, played confidently by Crofts out towards deep point for a single, but it's just invaluable experience, isn't it?
Yeah, it is 100%, and I think especially this year for Yorkshire in Tier 2 with a lot of younger girls and the girls with maybe less experience in the professional setup. It's, I think, really good this year in Tier 2, so the step up next year isn't as big. They play some good games this year in Tier 2, and then next year when we're ready to go in Tier 1, they are used to play on the levels and standards like that.
It's crucial, isn't it? Especially as we head into next season and beyond, the Tier 1 era for Yorkshire. That is going to be massive for the club, isn't it?
100%, yeah, it's really excited, and obviously talking about it this year, that this year is all about learnings and everything, but we obviously still want to win and we want to compete, and I think it's really exciting to see what this group can do next year in Tier 1. Like when we were in Abu Dhabi, we played a lot of Tier 1 teams already, and we felt like we could compete on that level. So this year is just about giving everyone opportunities and learnings and everything, and then yeah, I can't wait to see how we get on in Tier 1.
Oh, most definitely. It's exciting times, isn't it, as that ball is clipped off the hips of Laura Croft?
Yeah, it definitely is. And next round in the Cup, we are playing a Tier 1 team, so I think everyone is really focused on Saturday as well. Like we wanna win on Saturday, obviously at home as well. Hopefully get a big crowd in and.
Yeah, that one has just burst through, hasn't it? It was Nightingale, the fielder there in the circle. I think it might have actually nutmegged her. We'll have to see on the replay of that one. But either way for Leicestershire, it's another boundary and beginning to rack them up with real aplomb here. It does just beat the long barrier. Nightingale just couldn't get down in time. It raced off the bat.
She did hit it quite well as well, to be fair, the batter. She's starting to get a nice platform for herself, Phillips is.
Definitely is, yeah. 32 from 50 deliveries so far for Phillips. And yeah, for Leicestershire, they'll be absolutely delighted with this finish to the innings. I mean, it was, of course, built off the foundation of the likes of Weston, and we saw Francesca Sweet. Still can't get over the fact that she came into the middle. First ball against Maddie Warden's, dispatched it for 6. Like, that was an unbelievable shot as Phillips winds up for the big strike and instead plays it across the deck up towards mid-off for no run. But yeah, just the confidence with which Leicestershire have played, it's very, very refreshing to see.
Yeah, 100%. Now she looked positive from the very start, and I'm not sure what she ended up, but it was a very, very well-deserved 50 for her.
Finished on 52.
Yeah, no, she looked in great touch, and even that partnership with Phillips, I think that's been really important for them. And even this partnership now is starting to grow as well. I'm not sure how much they've got together, but they're doing a great job and set a good platform to maybe even look at the 220 mark right now.
Well, they could do. And it all depends on how they bat for the next, I'd say, 3 to 4 overs. But of course, for Yorkshire, it's a case of breaking this partnership and restricting them ideally to below 210. I think that would be a very, very competitive total. It's Marshall then from the rugby ground end. That one driven very firmly, beats the dive of the fielder. There's a chase on for Maddie Ward. She won't get across. And that's the first boundary off the blade of Laura Crofts. A really, really nice shot, that. Thomas just couldn't get across there on that occasion, could she? It was very firmly and powerfully driven shots from Crofts. How can Marshall respond? Drops it in a similar area. That one played back to the bowler for no run. A really good partnership this so far between Ellie Phillips and Laura Crofts. Marshall just composes herself, comes back into bowl here. Drops it on a good length. That one played out towards deep point for another single. Keeps that scoreboard ticking along, and it is something which Leicestershire have done with great confidence so far today in terms of not allowing one of the bowlers, apart from maybe Langston at the start, to really hold up an end.
Yeah, 100%. Like, they've not really made the bowlers settle. They've done a really, really good job, and I think if these two can kick on what they're doing now, like, they'll be up for a good total.
Oh, they certainly will. We have got a great, great game on our hands here. And the sun's beginning to poke through the clouds as well, which is always a bonus.
I know, yeah. It looks a bit warmer out there now.
Is Marshall again. This one very full. An attempted big thwack of the bat down the ground from Phillips only goes as far as Maddie Ward in the circle for another dot ball. Much better over this from Marshall. After that last one where we saw a little bit of inconsistency, we saw 5 wides going down the leg side on not one but 2 occasions, but she's replied very nicely in this over. That one a lot wider, flashed out towards deep point for another single. Leicestershire move on to 189 for 6. The other thing I've noticed as well today, and for anybody watching along on the live stream, you may have noticed this, that sprinkler over there has been going off all day long. Since I arrived in the ground at around about 9 o'clock, that sprinkler has constantly been on.
Yeah, I actually didn't notice that, but we've not had a lot of rain over the last few weeks, so maybe that's why. But I can't think what's out there. It's not like a cricket pitch or anything.
Well, I think it's one of the rugby pitches that's getting a little bit of water treatment at the minute. But as I said, it's been going on all day long. It's 1:10. It's definitely been there for around about 4 hours, but yeah, that pitch at the moment getting plenty of hydration. And that was the end of the 45th over. Leicestershire 190 for 6. A massive thank you as well to everybody tuning in via the Yorkshire CCC YouTube channel in partnership with our sponsors Vertu. We do appreciate all of the support and likes and comments. Make sure to give it a like as well, and yeah, we hope that you're enjoying the commentary from myself, Aaron Viles, and the great Stair Callis. Really is a pleasure. It's not often that you get the chance to chat cricket with one of the most informed batters in the country.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm really enjoying doing comms. I'm not very good at it. It's my first time, actually.
Really?
Maybe second time. Not very familiar with it, but you have to start somewhere, isn't it?
I think you've done an amazing job. I know that Mike will definitely echo that sentiment. He loves talking cricket. No, I think you've done an excellent job. It's been an absolute pleasure. And here is Claudie Cooper then from the City end. That one played back to the bowler for no run. And in terms of Saturday, of course, that's going to be a great game, isn't it?
Yeah, we're all very excited. We for Saturday, obviously, like big occasion at home. Like the first 2 rounds of the Cups were obviously good for us as well, but now we're actually playing Tier 1 side. It will be good to see where we're at, and yeah, I think everyone is very excited to play.
Here is Cooper from the City end again. That one left well alone by Crofts.
Will you be there on Saturday?
I will indeed, yep. Part of the comms team for that one. Very much looking forward to it, to be honest. Always nice, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Are you doing all the home games?
Most of them this year, yes. Apart from a couple of T20s. Unfortunately, I'm missing the start of the blast, but other than that, yeah, covering the vast majority of the campaign. So, yeah, should be a great summer. I must say I've really enjoyed watching the team so far. It was a difficult start, wasn't it, against Worcestershire in the first game of the season. Since then, the confidence has really grown in this side, and playing some wonderful cricket at the minute. Cooper, that one bowled very, very full.
Yeah, no, it was. I think we actually look like a one unit now. I think we've played some good cricket and we've been training really, really hard. We obviously had some honest conversations after that first game. We're like, look, we just got to be better. And we just trained very hard from that moment. And I think now, like, if you even look at how they are on the field there, we just look like a team, I think. And yeah, to be part of them, like, I'm really enjoying it.
Good. I'm really glad to hear that, Stair. And I know myself and Mike, and I think a lot of the people watching along have very much enjoyed watching you bat as well. Really has been. It's been a privilege to cover it. So, yeah, hopefully more of the same on Saturday. And a reminder that you can get yourself down to Headingley. It's a 2:30 start for round 3 of the T20 County Cup. Essex the opposition, so that should be an absolute blockbuster. And if you can't attend in person, of course, we'll be here on the live stream to take you through all of the action. It's Grace Hall again, big swing and a miss from Crofts. That one safely pouched by Winfield Hill for no run, and you can just see, watch this on the replay, look at that keeping. Excellent positioning. Good spell this so far as well from Grace Hall. Just over 5 overs have been bowled from the Yorkshire youngster. 1 for 18 so far. How she would love to add to that tally. And again, look at that, popping it on a penny piece.
She's been really, really good. She's been very consistent as well. So she deserves a wicket here. I think she can keep building these dot balls. Her wicket will come.
Most definitely. Bowled very nicely indeed. That gentleman's still playing catch with himself. That's the first time he's dropped it. Oh, that's a shame. Here is Hall then. That one dropped slightly shorter. Played into the ground. Thomas and Winfield Hill will scamper forward for that one. Some fancy footwork there from the Yorkshire captain. Now there'll be a little bit of hot potato as the ball goes between Winfield Hill and Langston and Hall in the end. Just seems to be a really good energy in this group at the minute.
Yeah, 100%. Like, everyone is very excited to play again, and yeah, it's been really good.
Here is Hall. That one on a good length, played, well, attempted out towards point by Crofts. Only as far as Nightingale. That's another dot ball in what has been a fine over so far from Hall. Really beginning to tighten the pressure. After a couple of high-scoring overs for Leicestershire, really fine stuff this.
Well done. Good energy from Langers there.
Certainly was. There was a slight trip as well, wasn't there, from Crofts on that occasion? Just lost the footing. I think for a split second, Yorkshire were thinking about potentially effecting the run out, but no harm done for the Foxes. Not too long to go in this innings. 3.1 overs remaining. By my maths, that is 19 legal deliveries. Admittedly, not the most complicated maths, thankfully. Here is Hall, and that is another dot ball. That is an outstanding over. Really is. The 47th from Grace Hall. Maiden over.
Yeah, she bowled very, very consistent there, and she's been consistent over the... How many has she bowled? 6, 7 overs she's bowled, and that's a really important over for Yorkshire.
It certainly is, and we'll see Claudie Cooper come on to bowl her final 6 balls. Currently has figures of 1 for 31 from 9 overs, gone at a miserly 3.4 runs per over. But of course for Phillips, you can already see there are a few gaps which she could try to exploit, especially on the offside if she wants to hit it inside out over cover.
Yeah, we've seen she's been very strong through the offside, so I definitely think she'll be targeting mid-off and cover that area over there.
Well, let's see what Cooper can concoct here. Coming around the wicket to the right-handed Phillips. That one gloved by Winfield Hill. Another dot ball. 7 in a row that for Yorkshire. At this, the business end of the first innings. Cooper bowls with real purpose again, and I think Phillips has driven that.
That's exactly the area we were talking about. Used her feet well to go over there, and Laura Marshall did a great job there to just got to 1 run.
Yeah, I thought for a split second that would have found the gap. That one a lot shorter from Cooper. Played on the pull shot, and that will be a boundary. The pressure does release slightly for Leicestershire as a result of that shot from Laura Crofts. Picked up the length very early.
Yeah, it was a really good shot. She went to sit deep in a crease there and just hit it over mid-wicket into the gap.
Yep, top stuff, and some more good fielding as well from the crowd today. Got plenty of cricket aficionados here in York, quite clearly. That one played out towards deep mid-wicket for 1 run. So Leicestershire just 3 runs away from 200, which would be a very, very good score and a very competitive one, especially given the difficult start they got off to after 10 overs. So Cooper it is to Phillips. Phillips attempts to meet the pitch of that one. That was very well bowled. It was just darted in, wasn't it? I think it was the arm ball there from Claudie Cooper.
I thought she saw Phillips coming down a little bit and chucked it a bit quicker.
Yeah, that one pitched slightly shorter from Cooper, but tell you what, it's a dot ball, and that will round out an excellent spell from the former star spin bowler. 1 for 37 from her 10 overs, has bowled exceptionally here at York Cricket Club. Bowled very economically, bowled very shrewdly, and has hardly put a foot wrong. So that is the end of the 48th over. Leicestershire 197 for 6. Phillips on 34, Crofts on 16. 2 overs remain, and one of them will be bowled here by Grace Hall from the rugby ground end.
Yeah, they're getting close to that 200 mark, and I think for a Leicestershire point of view, that's probably a decent score on against a side like Yorkshire. So,
well, that one has been skied. Catching chance here for Erin Thomas, and takes it with aplomb. Well, that is a 2nd wicket for Grace Hall, and it is richly deserved. Laura Crofts, the Leicestershire batter, to depart for a pretty valuable 16 from 23 deliveries. But, yeah, really nice bit of bowling that from Grace Hall. Means that Leicestershire lose their 7th. Foxes 197 for 7.
yeah, that was really, really well deserved. She's been bowling really, really well. She's been building all these dots in the previous over, and to get that wicket now is, yeah, pretty well deserved.
It definitely is, and of course at this stage it's not only a wicket, it's also a dot ball. It's less runs on the total here for Leicestershire, and as a result of that wicket, one former Warwickshire player departs and another one enters the crease. Holly Whitfield, wearing the number 31, comes out to the middle. Also played for Shropshire in seasons gone by, so I imagine at this stage it'll be a case of get off strike, get down to the other end and put the established batter out of the crease, because Phillips so far has played a very deft hand. Currently got 34 from 60 deliveries, but Grace Hall is bowling very nicely here indeed.
Yeah, she has been. I think, what have we got, 1.5 overs left. So yeah, I think for her is the job to get Phillips on strike and see if Phillips can do some damage at the end.
Well, again, that is tremendously bowled from Grace Hall, just hanging it outside the off stump, the avenue of apprehension, as it's known in Australia, or the corridor of uncertainty, as we know it here in England and Wales. There is Winfield Hill again. Makes it look so, so easy. So 10 balls remaining. Leicestershire 197 for 7. How they would love to get past that 210, 220 mark. Well, that one is drilled through the covers. Some good fielding there from Thomas on the turnaround, and Hall will have to scamper after that one to prevent the overthrows. But I'll tell you what, Whitfield has done a job there. She's got the more established batter
On strike.
on strike, exactly. Well, this will be interesting. How Grace Hall would love to see the back of Ellie Phillips. Let's see what this delivery has in store for us. It's Hall charging in very slow, full toss. almost a flight delivery that for a seam bowler, and it was premeditated, wasn't it, from Phillips attempting to scoop that round the corner. Just looking at the field, actually.
It is a good option.
It is a good option.
No fine leg, but I think Gracie Hall might have thought ahead of Phillips thinking and was like, oh, I'm going to take the pace off and make it harder to hit there.
As a result, there has been a change in the field. Langston comes across at fine leg. Well, that one dropped back to the bowler. Hall puts out an outstretched left hand. It would have been a sensational effort. Still no run scored off of that delivery, but goodness me, this over has had it all so far.
Great effort from Gracie to her left as well. Hit it quite hard, so to
She
even
did.
get a hand on it is a pretty good effort, and a dot ball as well.
Exactly. At this stage of the innings, it is gold dust, isn't it, for Yorkshire. Hall then to round out the over and round out her spell. Phillips winds up for a big shot down the ground. Think about coming back for a quick second. Never 2 on in that occasion. They sensibly limit themselves to 1, and that is the end of the 49th over. Leicestershire 199 for 7. I think we just have to give a special mention there to Grace Hall. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 20. She has been an apt star in this game so far.
Yeah, she has been, and it's really good to see. Well, after her injury, she's hard, so...
The real standout players from this campaign so far is Grace Hall, and certainly someone to watch out for, not just heading into the rest of the summer, but of course heading into the next few years. Has got a very, very bright future in this great game of ours, and I believe it will be Laura Marshall to bowl the final over of this innings from the City end. Again, Winfield Hill just marshalling her players around, plenty of changes out in the field. And this really will be interesting. A big over here for Leicestershire will give them a great confidence boost heading into that run chase. So here is Marshall to Phillips. That one again very
Bald.
loopy. It is well bowled. Pace taken off. Could be a chance at the non-striker's end. Will they come back for a second? Yes, they will. Overthrows coming off of that. It was the right option to target the stumps, but nobody backing up. And as a result, Leicestershire do get across that threshold of 200 runs. Comes in the 50th and final over of the first innings.
You almost have to give them that single and not throw at the stump if there's no one behind to back up, because you don't want to give them that extra run, obviously.
You most definitely don't. That one dropped a lot shorter from Marshall, played out on the pull shots. Again, these two so quick out in the middle, and they do scarper back for another 2 runs. Excellent running this from the Leicestershire pair.
Yeah, really good. And again, Phillips is still on strike here, so there's 4 more balls, and see if she can face the majority of them 4. And then her batting partner just needs to be really quick between the wickets and run really, really well.
Well, that one a full toss from Marshall. I think there has been a connection with the bat. Indeed it is. Just about scooped away from Winfield Hill. In fact, it's been given as a leg by the umpire. We'll just see the replay of this one. The very loopy full toss. I'm not sure that actually connected with anything. In the end, Winfield Hill just struggling to get it under control, but it is another run there for Leicestershire. So 3 legal deliveries remaining of this first innings. Scored 204 for 7. It will be Holly Whitfield on strike. Marshall comes steaming in then from the City end. Again, taking the pace off very nicely. This has been an outstanding over so far. Just the 5 runs coming from it. Keeping it very disciplined and tight indeed. The absolute last thing you want as a side going into a run chase is having a poor last over.
Yeah, 100%. Like batting as well, like that last over is so important. You can take all of that momentum into your second innings. So, yeah. Leicester did very, very well from the position they were in to get like past that 200 mark. I think that's a great effort.
It certainly is. Well, penultimate delivery of the innings come up. It is a full toss. The Leicestershire batters come through for a quick single. Good early call that between Whitfield and Phillips. As a result, puts the more established batter on strike, currently on 39 from 66 deliveries, and how Leicestershire would love to see this go to the fence for a 4 or a 6. Just taking a look at the field so far, it is very heavy set on the onside. So it is Marshall charging in towards Phillips. Phillips tries to drill that through the covers, only as far as Nightingale. Could be a run out here, direct hit from the debutant, and that will spark the end of the first innings here at York Cricket Club. Leicestershire 205 for 8. So the target for Yorkshire will be 206 runs from 300 deliveries, and that's a nice little confidence boost, isn't it, for Yorkshire, just to finish off the innings with a bit of a positive there.
Yeah, 100%. Like Ali did really, really well there. She was very alert of what the batter was doing, and she threw at the right end and deserved that run out.
Certainly did. We'll just take a quick replay of that absolute dead eye from Ellie Nightingale. Sees the back of Whitfield, and that will signal the end of the first 50 overs here at York. The Yorkshire players clapped off. It was a good effort, to be honest, from both sides. And just to take you through the scorecard, we saw Rebecca Brooker, the Leicestershire captain, being dismissed for 9. Sophie Bennett, her opening partner, got 11. Lucy Weston was really the catalyst for this Leicestershire innings, scoring a quick-fire 39. And then, of course, Francesca Sweet scoring an outstanding 52 from just 51 deliveries, and Eddie Phillips at the end finishing things off with a nice flourish with a nice 39 not out. So Leicestershire finished 205 for 8. As for the Yorkshire bowling efforts, of course, Grace Hall outstanding, 2 for 20 from 7 overs, one of which was a maiden. Maddie Ward 2 for 46 from her 10. Liv Thomas 1 for 37 from her 9. Claudie Cooper 1 for 37 from her 10. Laura Marshall getting her first wicket in Yorkshire colours, taking 1 for 51 from 7 overs. And finally, Beth Langston going wicketless, but bowling incredibly well for none for 12 from 7 overs. So, yeah, the situation here at York, Yorkshire will require 206 runs in order to get victory in this 4th round fixture of the Metrobank One Day Cup. And all there's left for me to say, Stair, is a massive thank you. I hope that you've enjoyed coming on the comms.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Thanks for having me, and yeah, all the best with everything.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Stair. So, yeah, a huge thank you to Stair Callis. Hopefully we'll see you out there in the middle as opposed to here in the comms box. But it's been an absolute pleasure, and good luck for Saturday as well. Very much looking forward to that. And, of course, we'll be back in around about 25 minutes' time here on the Yorkshire CCC YouTube channel as Yorkshire look to polish off these 206 runs.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
Probably the first time I've actually been 50 overs for a while.
Good skills. Angry enough for GPS, please. Done it. Oh, thank you.
It was a great bounce there. I think Langers was supposed to go under the bat, but it got off.
Cheers, Langers.
Yeah, I did. Oopsies.
Yeah.
Oh, Wilson.
10.
Is that hot water bottle serving you well, darling? As a God.
Well, there'll be no Woolly, no
Wrightson.
Wrightson might not have one, but yeah, we definitely have 12.
Wrightson has got one. Leighton would definitely not be sitting like that.
No, mine won't.
He'd be terrorising everyone.
Skilled, isn't it?
Loz.
Yeah, shot.
Shot.
Ellie Knight have one on?
I don't know if she must have one on, but Loz, Ellie, Laura, Does she wear one?
Ducky.
Marshy, Ducky. Maddie.
Yeah.
Rounding up GPS.
Thank you, yeah. Just to give them a juice. Everyone's got one, so. Well, yeah, keep pacing it.
Just grabbing food, putting it down. They're pretty much ready. Can't even get it on Strava, Matty.
Can't get it on Strava?
Oh no, because it's not. I ain't got my phone.
Oh.
Matty, can I do it in my trainers?
Yep.
You had to get food. I wouldn't have cut my lady, had too much food in it. There wouldn't be any left.
There is, we always do it that way.
And then switch trees. Yeah, do you need our GPS?
Yeah.
What?
They're on there. You need to grab a vest. It's one of these.
I've got one.
Welcome to my world. Press and hold the side button. Even know how do you turn them off?
You just press and hold that little button on the side.
What means they're off though? That one's
There's
red.
nothing
That's
flashing.
red.
No, that's
red.
charging.
Okay. Might be dead. They're not ready either. No, sorry,
no, not
really.
really.
What are you after?
I was going to go find some lunch somewhere, but
Oh, sorry.
no, I don't know. Sometimes we get invited up to drivers, but sometimes we don't. And I think that's one of them days today. So
All
I'm
right.
going to go find somewhere. Cheers.
No worries. see Dave for Woods and then it just disappears forever. All right, thank you.
Sun come out now. When you go back in, it comes out.
the best for you? Can I borrow one?
Why does benches on the wookie? Let's go. Terrible handwriting. Look at it. Oh my God.
Why have it won?
When did you not have hair braces?
When I was 19.
19.
Of course you can.
19. Wilson. Yes, sir. Here she is, dog whisperer. Here she is, the dog whisperer. Yes, sir. You got a dog? No. I'm one dog at a time. Wilson's perfect. Oh, yes, he's so good. He's the boy. Nothing. Is it? Yeah. I don't know. No, what are you doing, sprint? What is it, speed?
Lizzie, how long are you rough accident till the next inning?
9 minutes.
Okay, I can drop food off and get Billy back in that time.
I'm gonna go over in a minute.
Yeah, fine. Just have to shower ready.
Oh, is that where it's now, yeah. Yeah, but we do. Then round there it is. Right, basically around it. Like 5 minutes off around it. No, I'm free. No, no, I'm good. What'd you get? 98. Yes, then! That's not even, that's that bad, he can't do it again. Yeah. I'm going to take it off. No, it's fine. It's fine. Right, have you all got finished? Yeah, I'll go to that. I don't want to eat it now, I don't want to eat. Got a roll?
How are you? Good. You good?
Welcome back to York. 206 is the target for Yorkshire in their last Metrobank Women's League 2 one-day cup game until August. They can go into that break in this particular competition with 3 wins from 4. If they knock these off, great to have your company wherever you are across the world. For this one, yours truly, Michael McGann, joined for the first 10 overs, as we were for the back end of the first innings of this contest, by the brilliant Steph. It's great to have your company.
Thank you.
I'm sure you would, part of you would prefer to be out there batting, but a well-earned rest today for a cricketer who, well, there's every chance you're going to end up playing a half century of games this summer between everything, maybe, not far off.
Trying to tick off the
So
most games.
Exactly, so you'll get plenty of cricket in between Yorkshire and Warwickshire. Lauren Winfield Hill is facing up. She's in excellent touch. She's had a great season so far, leading from the front for Yorkshire. She's facing up from the rugby ground end to the first ball of the replies. The suddenly peeks through here at York. And is playing a resolute forward defensive to decent delivery from Emma Thatcher. Erin Thomas is at the non-strikers. Intriguing chase here. Yorkshire pursue a 5th win in a row. It's not a run rate to be terrified of. It's the kind of chase that, in truth, if Yorkshire bat the 50 overs, they'd expect themselves to get there. Little driving nicely enough, but for no reward.
Yeah, Lozzie's been really good for us up top. She's so strong, like 30 offside and over the top, and yeah, she's been a huge value for our team over the last years.
It's again nicely bowled, and there's no catchers in there, so instead it's guided down to deep third for 1. It's not often you see that, and well, you wouldn't really blame Thatcher for looking at her captain in Brooker and just being a bit like, well, I'd have appreciated having someone in there.
Yeah, I think especially early on when you swing the ball, I think especially with not lowish total, but lowish total, you want to get wickets early, and I think to have that wicket-taking field get a slip in.
Certainly justified it based on what we've seen so far. Erin Thomas now facing up. Thomas likes the pull shot and is on it there. She hasn't quite timed this. This will plug. And that will be 2 for Thomas, who has made a couple of starts but hasn't quite gone on in the way she might have liked so far this season. Scores of 4, 25 and 22 in this format, and 22 and 4 in the T20s. That's just nurdled away. It will be leg byes. Good scamperage from Winfield Hill to get through. And I guess the danger here, Stair, with a total like this is Winfield Hill and Thomas have got to play out with positive intent. You don't, in the modern era, try and chase 206 by scoring steadily at 4 and over, really.
No, exactly. I think Lozzie and Ez just looked to try and get a good opening partnership. I think the power play, especially now if you can build a good platform for the rest of your team, I think that's an important part of the chase. So good first over for Leicestershire, only gone for 4.
Yeah, and it's asked good questions as well from Thatcher. There's been a lot to like from what she's produced there. Took a couple of the wickets against Kent, 2 against Northants as well. Tends to bowl over the wicket at the right-handers, tailing it in. Plenty of spectators in.
Yeah, it is actually. It's quite a good little crowd on the boundary lines.
And it's warmed up a touch as the day has gone on, which has been... We've gone from nippy to pleasant, I would say, and the sun's just starting to burst through the clouds. First over from the city end. The Phillips to bowl it. It's a decent start to some military medium. Thomas just giving the signal to Winfield Hill that there was a little bit of maybe movement in there.
Yeah, I think from her action, she angles it in, so I think really just to play straight, especially early on.
Have to re-bowl that one. Tumbling take. It's the difficulty with induck is you've got to make sure you're starting them well outside off. Otherwise, when it swings like that one did, it's actually no real threat to Thomas at all. Thomas is just guiding this one, but straight to square leg. And it was a good effort as well from the Leicestershire sort of lower middle order to fight and scrap their way up to 200. We kind of discussed it when we were on commentary mid-innings. There's definitely points where an innings like that has fallen away to below 150.
Yeah, exactly. I think there were about 120, 130 for 5. So if Yorkshire got a couple of wickets there, they could have easily got stuck at like a lowish total. And I think from the position they were in, there was 2 really important partnerships who got them to that 200 mark, and I think that's something for the Leicestershire bowlers to bowl at. So they've done a really good job to get to that 205.
Yorkshire chasing for just the 3rd time this season, an emphatically coasted chase against Sussex after a thoroughly unsuccessful one against Worcestershire. That is just guided by Winfield Hill. It did hit the outside half of the bat, but she was relatively in control of it. That's a single. Seven without loss in the second. A steady start from these two.
Shot.
Straight to cover from Erin Thomas. She hit it well. It was the kind of shot, and you'll know this there, as an opening batter. Sometimes you don't get anything for it, but you feel good in the movement, the way the ball sounded when it came off the bat.
Yeah, of course. You get confidence from hitting boundaries, but you also get confidence for hitting the ball well.
Struck
like
that one well, Thomas. That's gone through a wide mid-on position. 4 runs, her first boundary. It was a little bit too full. She went with the angle of the in-swing really well, and those fast hands came through the ball. First boundary off the bat in the reply for Yorkshire, 11 without loss after 2.
That's a great shot from Erin early on, like shows how much confidence she's got. But yeah, what I was saying, you don't only get confidence from hitting boundaries, also when you get good shapes early on. I think getting into good positions, that's, especially as an opening bat, is something you can get confidence from as well. So that's a really good start from Yorkshire. 11 after 2 overs.
Yeah, I think if you're Thomas, right, you've had a few starts this season, but you haven't gone on. You're looking at a pitch like this and a chase like this and sensing a real opportunity. Winfield Hill just turning this round the corner. Well, oh my goodness me. Well, they are going to get a single in the end, but that was 22 yards can sometimes seem like a very long way in cricket, and it seemed like there was miles apart.
Yeah, there was a bit of a miscommunication there, but at the end, oh yeah, look. At the end, they both made it home.
Yeah, Winfield Hill set off, then hesitated. It was Thomas's call, of course, because it was behind square. And at one point, both batters were briefly in mid-pitch. One to foul under all's well that ends well. Or here's Thatcher again. To re-bowl that one. It's always the danger of those induckers to the right-hander about starting it in the right spot. We've seen in both innings this new ball will swing.
Yeah, but then it doesn't swing for that long, I don't think.
Yeah.
It swings a lot more early on, and then after a couple of overs, the swing is almost gone.
Got to make the most of it while you've got a chance.
Yeah.
That's a nice looking and another nice sounding shot from Thomas, who this time will be rewarded, benefiting from a misfield. Won't quite get 4. It's a good recovery from Weston. The slide, the dive, the flick back right in front of us was near perfect.
Yeah, that was a really good chase. It's a quite quick outfield, so for her to get all the way to the boundary and chase that ball was pretty decent effort.
batted well earlier as well, made 39. There was a lot to like about her innings with wickets falling around her. Game sounded good off the bat. Rocketed up to mid-on.
Really good shot that as well. Strong on drive.
Yeah, there's good signs early here for Thomas. Really talented youngster, has been working her way through the England setup as well. Oh, that's a good response from Thatcher. Always awkward when a left-arm bowler who's swinging the ball gets it in the right area. That was an example. Again, another nice sounding shot. There's definitely a bit of touch here for Thomas. She has 9 off 11, but in the way that she's shaping up, it's good signs for Yorkshire fans as well. Thomas, part of the Under-19 England World Cup squad, product of Drax near Selby. Very much one of their own when it comes to all things Yorkshire.
I think she came through the Yorkshire Cricket College as well. She's been in that cricket environment from...
Certainly did, like Catherine Sither-Brunt once upon a time did. One of many illustrious graduates from that. Thomas this time is pushing and probing at that one. I think it's a bottom edge. It's gone out to deep third for 1. End of the over. 17 without loss after 3.
I think she's gone back there on a pretty full ball. Just lucky she got that little edge on it as well, I think.
Yeah, just misjudged the length. There is the odd one from that end that seems to maybe be keeping a touch low. We saw it with Rachel Slater earlier on, a few Leicestershire batters going to pull deliveries. Of course, as Steph Ellis particularly alongside me will appreciate, it's very easy for everyone to have an opinion on how somebody should bat, but it's so much harder being out there in the middle. 4th over starts with nicely worked single by Thomas. 18 without loss. And just under a run of ball here. The kind of start that is a nerve settler for the dressing room. Wasp has got Yorkshire at 62% chance of winning this one. That's left alone, and that will be a wide, so 19 without loss. Certainly rather be Yorkshire right now. What do you make of that as an estimate? I mean, it's funny, it always comes up on the screen, and I always wonder where it comes from. I understand that it's a series of numbers, but, you know, are we just ringing somebody at the bar here in York? Is that smashed down the ground, and that will be 1?
Yeah,
think of 2.
It's really early to say, isn't it, as well? Like,
yeah.
We've only had 3 overs. You don't never know what a couple of early wickets can do. So, yeah, I think...
I do always picture someone with sort of like an almost murder crime scene level of spreadsheets in a bunker at the bottom of the ground that you're in, who every over is rang and asked for their updated percentage. That is smashed away, fast hands. Deep square leg is out there and has been picked out perfectly by Thomas. Good fielding from Hayley Brown, 1 more. And, well, she might be a little bit frustrated that it's been a run of some lovely shots from Thomas when she's picked out fielders, but the early signs are still promising for her. She's there on 12. Nicely driven by Winfield Hill. Just again signalling to Thomas that, yep, that's more deliveries that are shaping in a touch. Forgive us if we can't offer too much comment on swing and spin. We're at deep fine leg for one end and deep extra cover for the other. Another drive from Winfield Hill, again to mid-off.
Good bowling here as well from Phillips. Like she's finding her line and length pretty good early on.
Yeah, it's just niggly, isn't it? Just niggly military medium off spin with off spin. You know what I meant. Short, whipped away. That'll be 4. Poor ball, and gets the treatment it deserves. Great shot by Winfield Hill. Her first boundary. She was playing a game of patience with Phillips, and it was Winfield Hill who used all her experience to win the battle. 25 for none off 4.
Yeah, it was a good shot. She picked it up quite quickly and no protection out there. So first 4 for Lozzie.
Just watch those fast hands come through the ball. Very comfortable boundary for a player of her class. Did a very interesting interview with Valkyrie Baines of Crick Info recently, Winfield Hill, where she talked about how long she can go on playing. As Thatcher's now bowling to Thomas. Ball toss and put away with aplomb by Thomas. That's a fine shot. Fine bit of fielding as well from Rachel Slater out on the boundary. Not bad for someone who's only got one functioning wrist currently. 29 without loss. Can Thatcher find a better delivery than that? She certainly can, and finds the outside edge. And it goes for 4. Well, we have mentioned there's nobody really there for the outside edge in this field for Thatcher's spell. And she's possibly right to again feel a bit frustrated. Back-to-back boundaries.
Here again, she's going back to that long, fuller ball. I think she needs to get a bit more on her front foot there to avoid getting herself into trouble.
Thomas this
That's
time
better.
is getting forward with a nice planted front foot and driving to cover. Luffy in the YouTube comments, which suggests there's someone that might have a love of dogs. Says let the King Charles have a chew on the ball. I'm not sure the umpires would be too chuffed with that. Oh, and absolutely smashed down the ground by Thomas. Well, that is a 6.
That's a great shot.
Delightful shot. Loads of power, plenty of timing as well. Cleared the front leg and bosh.
That's a super shot. Like, contact point is right there, and it's actually so strong through that area as well.
Got down on one knee as well as she struck it. So that's just played with a straight bat, more conventionally by Thomas, through the same region of the ground for one, showing she can do both.
Smart cricket that as well, like 6 and then following it up by a single to the deep long on fielder.
Yeah, of course, power play time, only 2 allowed out for the first 10 overs. Now, gone back to a deep third and a deep fine leg, so everybody in front of square is up. Respectful block from Winfield Hill. Mentioned those quotes. She said, I've obviously got a 4-year contract at Yorkshire, and I'm like, I don't have to retire in 4 years. Touch wood, I feel like I'm someone that physically looks after myself, but I'm looking around at Faf du Plessis, Wayne Madsen, they're in their 40s, and they're still great athletes going really well. Why do you have to stop? We put limitations on things just because it's not been done before. And it's like, well, if you can play till you're 40, if you want to play till you're 40, why not? I've always said I'm going to play until either, her words, not mine, my body's buggered, or it's not fun anymore. Whichever comes first. If it's fun, then you're obviously performing. If you're not performing, it's not fun. So 34 on a 4-year contract, but definitely going nowhere anytime soon, Lauren Winfield Hill, and great to see.
No, she's in some ridiculous form at the moment as well, and I think because she's still so fit and like in the gym and running and everything. So, yeah, no, she's all looking after herself, and that's very positive.
40 without loss after 5. Great start for Yorkshire. Drive from Thomas, but picks out extra cover. Yeah, it's only really a decade ago that a lot of women's cricketers from that time will tell you that once you got into your late 20s, you were perceived as sort of being done.
Yeah.
And now with the way things have advanced so quickly, it's great to see people like Winfield Hill really pushing the envelope on that. Short, absolutely hammered, but straight to deep square leg by Erin Thomas, who will not be able to believe what she's done. It was a long hop, and she could not have found the catcher out there, Hayley Brown, much better had she tried. She's looked $1 million for her 23 off 21, but Thomas has to go, and Yorkshire are 40 for 1.
Yeah, she literally just picked the one fielder out on the boundary. She picked up the short ball quite well, but then straight into the hands of deep square leg. She'll be disappointed with that because she looked in some good form.
And it's cruel the way the game goes sometimes when you're hunting that big score. She had a full toss in the game at Harrogate, which she smashed straight to deep mid-wicket. It's funny, you can go through runs as a batter where you sort of keep finding ways to get out. And there's also times where the luck seems to be riding with you so much that it feels like you can't get out.
Yeah, 100%. And that's why it's so important to stay concentrated even when you have such a good quick fire 23-ish runs that what she got. So she's done all the hard work at the start, and then it's important to just keep batting.
Now here's someone who is one of the quieter members of the Yorkshire dressing room, but certainly made her influence known, particularly last time out in the Cup against Staffordshire. Rebecca Duckworth made a nice 51. That's a player that everyone could bat around in that game, so she'll feel in decent nick. Look to carry that on against Phillips here. Just starting with a guide. She's someone, of course, as a fellow Diamond for many a year. You'd know all too well about Rebecca Duckworth, having watched a lot of her from the non-strikers end.
Yeah, definitely. Like, she's actually moved in my house the other day, so we live together now. But now she's been really, really good for us. She maybe not has got much of an opportunity over the last few years in our team.
Well, that's skied up. That could be Duckworth gone. It is Duckworth gone. So 2 wickets in and over. And the game turns on a sixpence. Duckworth is gone for a 2-ball duck. And suddenly Yorkshire find themselves 40 for 2.
Yeah, I think there must have been a bit of an extra bounce on that because she can't believe herself how she got out there.
Yeah, just a leading edge, and it was the simplest of catches for the keeper, Sophie Bennett. And sudden, it's Yorkshire who I've got to find the answers in the same way as just about 5 minutes ago. Not even 5 minutes ago, we'd have been saying that Yorkshire was sitting pretty. 40 without loss after 2. It is 40 without loss after 5. It is that classic thing of add 2 wickets to the score, and suddenly out comes Maddie Ward, who, as you can see there, has got 10 runs in 3 innings. So she'll have a little bit of personal nerves and then nerves for the situation she's walked out in.
Yeah, I think for her, perfect situation to come in. She's someone who can steady the batting innings a little bit, especially after you've just lost 2 early wickets. And for a Leicestershire point of view, what I've said before, like when you get a couple of wickets early on, you never know what can happen. But these two needs to just steady out a partnership.
Ward's first ball sees
and
her
rebuild.
Just pushing away. Yeah, and someone who has risen relatively rapidly through the ranks to being a vice-captain, it's fair to say. Has made a bit of an impression on the group as a young leader.
Yeah, definitely. She's not had many opportunities with the bat as yet. So today is going to be a good opportunity for her to show everyone what she can do with the bat as well.
End of the over, and what an over from Phillips. A double wicket maiden for Ellie Phillips. A moment to remember for her, and suddenly this game has a very different complexion. 40 for 2 after 6. A few have got the blankets. We've seen sleeping bags earlier on. I must say, at the moment, the sun is out and most people around me are sort of taking layers off instead. We've been pretty lucky with the weather so far this summer, and we hope that continues for Saturday. And you can get yourself down to York today. Headingley on Saturday as well. Yorkshire versus Essex, a spot in the quarter-finals up for grabs. Yorkshire 3 wins away from winning the first ever T20 Women's County Cup. That's a nice delivery and well played by Winfield Hill off Thatcher. What do you make of the new competition? Bringing the tiers together, trying to create some giant killings, some upsets, knockout T20 cricket?
Yeah, I think it's really, really good. We've all been saying and naming it the FA Cup. There's a lot of excitement around, obviously, T20 cricket in general, but definitely with a new cup like that. And then we've obviously had 2 rounds against different tier teams, which we won both, so got us to this next round against Essex, and this is the round where all the tier 1 team come in. Yeah, so that's very exciting. And yeah, a home game for us at Headingley. Hopefully we can get a good crowd in, and you never know what can happen. I think we feel very confident the way we've been playing our cricket, and yeah, definitely on Saturday we're ready to take Essex on.
Winfield Hill again driving, and again we'll get no reward for it. On Saturday, that's one of 6 games. All Tier 1 clash between Surrey and Hampshire. And then all Tier 2 game between Northants and Leicestershire. Ball and sliced away by Winfield Hill, but no catches in play, so it's 1 down to 3rd. The Red Rose, Lancashire Thunder, travel to Glamorgan, hoping to avoid an upset. The Blaze will hope to get past the banana skin of facing Oxfordshire. And then Cambridgeshire from Tier 3 have managed to get through 2 rounds to get into a Tier 2 clash against Kent at Fenners. Turned away by Ward, who's still looking for her first run. So that's the 6 games across that day. On the Sunday, it's Devon versus Bears. So again, that's very much sort of got the cup upset kind of vibe about it. And the round 3 games actually starts with Somerset Durham on the Friday. Full once more has put together an excellent over here, Thatcher, which is completed with another dot. 42 for 2 of 7. Yorkshire under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, definitely, but we've got some 2 good batters out on the crease now, and hopefully if they can rebuild this partnership, take the pressure a little bit off. But the Foxes had a really, really good start so far from both ends, really.
I mentioned that run for Yorkshire to a potential final. So if Yorkshire beat Essex, they would face the winners of the game between Bears women, also known as Warwickshire, and Devon. So you'd think it would most likely be Warwickshire. Turned away, no run. Although, of course, the beauty of knockout cricket is you just don't know. But it would be a heck of a story for a Tier 3 side to take out a Tier 1 side.
But you never know, with players injured, players resting, what Warwickshire's team is going to look like. And
they won't be lucky enough to have you in it either.
I can't play for them either. No, I'm definitely playing for Yorkshire in the Cup, and I'm really excited to play against Essex, and hopefully we can play against Warwickshire.
I would imagine there would be, I believe one of the words players use is broadcastable, is some chat. If you were to be playing in that game.
I can give some chat back. They need to be careful what they say.
Spoken like a true Dutchie. That's back of a length and turned away. Yeah, the Dutch definitely known for playing quite a tough, aggressive brand of cricket. It's fair to say, when they need to.
Yeah, I think so. Now, Dutch cricket is, definitely what we're trying to do.
Still no change in the bowling at either end. Phillips looking to continue from that double wicket maiden. Winfield Hill feels like she's got to respond, and she has with an excellent shot. 4 through wide mid-on. This is clever from Winfield Hill because she comes down the pitch. It's not by any means a half volley. But she's clearly decided that she's got a counter-attack against the swinging ball. It's a clever shot and a boundary for Yorkshire.
And it's definitely one of her big strengths as well, like hitting over the top with the swing. No one out there, and yeah, we'll see she's capable of hitting those balls before.
And it brings an immediate change in the field. So deep fine leg has come up, mid-on has gone back. Does that influence where Phillips bowls now? It's a little shorter. Winfield Hill is nibbling away, but straight to short fine leg. That's 13 so far this season. Best of 88 against Derbyshire in the Cup. Also had a half century in the T20 County Cup against Staffordshire. And you chuck in 49 against Sussex and 47 not out. Or 47 not out against Sussex, I should say. And 49 against Derby. She's been incredibly consistent.
Yeah, she has been. And she stayed level throughout this whole competition. She's obviously a player of her class. Playing tier 2 cricket, you can easily not take it serious and take it for granted kind of thing. And she's not done any of that. She's just been so good and focusing on her own self and not too much think about we're playing tier 2 whatever. And you can just see she's just consistently performing, and now she's been doing so well.
Yeah, it's interesting. Lauren Winfield Hill said in that Crick Info interview I'd mentioned, she said that she felt like her best playing years still lay ahead of her, but in her own words, I just don't think necessarily realistically that's in an England shirt. Regardless, still one heck of an asset for Yorkshire to have at domestic level. As Thatcher continues. Ward is just guiding away to mid-on, so Ward is still yet to score. That inevitably brings with it a sense of nerves. One person, Jamini Josh, is replying saying ChatGPT would be better than Wasp. This time, still won't get off the mark. Well, I'm sure at some point we'll have sort of ChatGPT and AI will tell us what will happen in the game before it even happens.
Yeah, probably.
Or sort of auto sim matches. None of us will need to turn up. We'll input all of the players' statistics of all time on a spreadsheet, and then it'll just tell us what's happened in the game. And it'll produce the live stream as well. We'll just have to stay at home.
Then you're not needed anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll all not be needed. You guys won't even need to play. We'll just know what's going to happen, you know? You'll be sat at home and you'll get told that you've been auto-simmed, you got a 50, well batted, Steph, you know?
Yeah.
Still looking to get off the mark. Again, looking good, though, Ward, against what is some testing bowling. It's been an impressive partnership from Thatcher and Phillips. Thatcher's, and I'm not sure how much this comes through on the live stream because of our camera angle, but Thatcher's definitely significantly quicker. Obviously has that left arm angle.
Yeah, and she's been bowling quite consistent line and length, actually. She doesn't give many loose balls away.
And again, that's right on the button. The dilemma here for a captain is that classic, how long do you keep this pair going? This is Thatcher's 5th. Phillips is about to have her 5th. How long do you keep pushing them?
It's a bit of a gamble, isn't it? You need wickets at this point as well. Because what you say, if Yorkshire bats 50 over, do you expect them to win the game? So you could give her another one or change it up a little bit, maybe with a spin.
And the over then, maiden from Thatcher. So it's been a real sort of one way then the other here. 40 without loss after 5. Just 6 runs scored in the last 4 overs and 2 wickets taken. So Leicestershire have really wrestled back the momentum here. It's up to Yorkshire to now respond in kind. Plenty of cricket going on elsewhere today in Metrobank One Day Cup Women's League 2 action. Morgan chasing 214 to win against Derbyshire. This is Phillips again, a little too short, and Winfield Hill a bit frustrated with herself to hit that straight at short square leg. Middlesex have piled up 336 for 3 against Gloucestershire, who are 11 for 3. So I think it's relatively obvious where the points might be going there. Worcestershire are 50 for 5, chasing 162 to beat Northants. Comes down the track, Winfield Hill, jabs it into her own pad. Sussex had a good day with the bat, 300 for 8. They posted against Kent, who are in a bit of trouble, 24 for 1 there. Remember, in this format, everyone plays everyone once. 9 games across the 10 teams. And then the top 4 advance through to the semi-finals. Ball, and absolutely belted by Winfield Hill. She didn't move. She knew what a good shot it was and how cleanly she had struck it. Went onto the golf course and got the driver out. Bosh, 50 up for Yorkshire. And Winfield Hill has 17 of them.
Yeah, and again, that's such a strong area for Lozzie to hit her runs. Bowler just ball it in a little bit in her slot and obviously just bang that down.
Winfield Hill just pushes that one into cover. Yorkshire would look for her to be an anchor of this chase that people can bat around. Amy Campbell carded next. She's in the form of her life at the moment.
Yeah, she has been. She's been hitting the ball so cleanly over the last few games.
Winfield Hill this time slightly smearing that through mid-wicket, and then she re-rehearses. It's always a sign that a batter isn't quite happy with a shot. She re-rehearses the on-drive she wanted to play. Out there alongside Ward, who's yet to score. Little shorter. That's a better shot from Winfield Hill in terms of the control on it. And whipped away for 4. That hard, powerful bottom hand coming through. And it's a second boundary in the over for Winfield Hill. Thanks very much to Stair Callis for her company across the last 10 overs. And indeed, at the back end of the previous innings. Always great to get the insight of one of the best batters on the domestic circuit, a long-time diamond, and now combining playing duties between Yorkshire and Warwickshire this season, but no let-up in standard of the company that yours truly has the honour of keeping, because Yorkshire President Jane Powell, with a big smile on her face, is back.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Well, the sun came out for a moment then.
It did, yeah. Everybody took a whole load of layers off, and I'm now in a short sleeve, so marginally regretting it.
Yeah, no, it's been one of those days weather-wise, but the cricket has been good. There's been some great shots played from both teams and some good wickets. So.
Interesting first 10 overs here, right? Yorkshire's first 5, but Leicestershire have come back really strongly.
Yeah, and it's one of those where Yorkshire are ahead of the run rate quite considerably, but they can't afford to keep giving wickets away, as that ball was just played back by Maddie Ward.
Yeah, and Ward will be nervous here. She hasn't scored off 11, and thus far this season she has a 5-ball duck against Worcestershire and 10 in the game at Derby, and then multiple other games where she hasn't had the chance to bat because of the excellence of others, and suddenly it's a pressure situation for her.
Yes, and a player of her qualities and skills, you know, you'd be expecting her to chip in with a few runs here, and she's just hit that one down to mid-off and taken a fairly easy single.
Yeah, she'll feel much better for that. No matter what level of the game you play, there's a real level of relief that comes with that dreaded 0 just ticking over.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Everybody likes to get off the mark, and then it's like, whew, relax a little bit and now just concentrate and play each ball on its merits.
Actually, still looking to cause problems. You'd imagine the ball will swing a little bit less than did at the start now, though. We are in the 11th over, but still, that's a great ball. And that's the other weapon that a left-arm bowler has coming across, the one that just goes on, shapes on.
Yeah, left arm over the wicket seam bowlers are quite difficult for right-hand bats because it starts to shape away, but then can often come back. And then there's the one there that just carries on going away.
That's a better, more confident shot from Winfield Hill.
Yeah, you've definitely got to get almost to the pitch of the ball to play it with any confidence. And one thing that Winfield Hill does is tends to move her feet quite well.
Winfield Hill this time, just managing to lay bat on that out to the deep cover rope.
Yeah, that was quite a full ball. In fact, Winfield Hill made it into a full toss, but they've got cover. They've literally got cover out on this deep cover boundary, which rescued the bowler for that poor ball, really.
Steps down the track, Ward, but that's straight to square leg. So still just trying to get her innings into gear here, Ward. She has 1 off 13 and it's 56 for 2 off 11. Yeah, we've run through those scores from other grounds a couple of overs ago, but it is worth reminding you again of the broader picture. Metro Bank One Day Cup Women's League 2 action. You would think from the way things look, Middlesex are well placed to beat Gloucestershire, and Sussex are in particularly commanding position against Kent. It's interesting, a heck of a lot of these teams, Dr. Jane, very new sides and very new setups, and all sorts of levels from Yorkshire that have got a lot of players on full-time professional contracts to others that are a version of semi-pro, and others that it is somewhat more of an amateur operation. So it's going to be interesting to see how Tier 2 shakes out this season.
Yeah, that's true. And also Tier 2 teams are picking up the odd Tier 3 player that they've been impressed with at the start of the season. So there's still new players coming into Tier 2 competitions that a lot of people have not seen much of at this stage.
Change of bowling from the City end. Whitfield starts with one that's nicely on the button and well played by Winfield Hill. Holly Whitfield, who took 4 for 47 against Worcestershire, and is someone that is a big asset. Went and played in New Zealand over the winter, which is always a good decision. Whitfield again. That's down leg side. We'll have to re-bowl that one. Yeah, it's never a bad decision to escape the UK winter and get some club cricket in and improve your skills. Speaking of someone that's had the pleasure of being in New Zealand myself not too long ago, my goodness me, it is magnificent. Whitfield again. There's a lot to like there. There's a height that brings with it a bit of extra bounce. It's often what you tend to see, particularly out of a first change bowler.
Yeah, she looks a decent bowler, and I think the idea of going to New Zealand or Australia in the winter, if any of you youngsters are listening in, that's a great idea because you get some really good practice. And that one's just outside off stump and played out to deep extra cover point area for the single.
Yeah, so Ward on to strike, and Ward's still settling into her work. Maddie Ward, who was at the Blaze and then last season in the Diamonds Academy. Might be from Nottingham, but has had a lot of Yorkshire associations that have run through her family. She, in her own words, said she's always had a soft spot for Yorkshire cricket. Ward this time just using the pace to work that out to point.
And a good single there, you know, that's when two players are working together, because it went relatively close to the fielder, but because the decision was made almost from the input, then it was a very easy single, whereas if there was any hesitation, that could have been quite dangerous.
Is hit with a bit of conviction by Winfield Hill, but it's picked out deep cover perfectly. 24 off 34. And there's also a learning within this, right? You know, Lauren Winfield Hill was already playing, well, on the verge of playing for Yorkshire for the first time in terms of her senior county debut when Maddie Ward was born.
I don't think she'd like to know that, really.
As Ward is pushing out to deep cover for one. Yeah, I had a chat with Lauren Winfield Hill, who was very generous with her time pre-season, just running through all the members of her squad and what she thought of what they do. And end of the 12th over, 61 for 2. And there was a moment where, particularly talking about the young'uns, and she was having to double check whether some of them were 15 or 16. And we talked about the age of her county debut, and she said something to me along the lines of, so just go on and say it, won't you? And I said, what do you mean? She was like, well, well, I can do them, so they're about. And I was like, yep, it's, and she was like, yeah, wow. She said to me, I'm no spring chicken anymore, but I'm still in pretty good nick. And she certainly is.
Yeah, and that last over showed the way to go. It was a good over, well bowled, but they took 4 singles off it. That's all they need. That's all they need as they go through the innings. That one looked a little bit wide of off stump, and Maddie Ward went after it, missed it, and it went straight through to the keeper.
Now, I would never normally mention men's football during a women's cricket commentary, because on many levels that's just a bizarre thing to do. But you may recognise the man in the centre of that shot. It's someone who's a bit of a hero in these parts, as that's driven straight to extra cover. It's Luke Ayling of Leeds United fame, now at Middlesbrough, but spent probably the best years of his career at Leeds. Of course, we're celebrating not too long ago on the men's side with a promotion parade, and Ayling not part of that side, but 250 plus appearances for the blue, yellow and white. Another good shot from Ward that picks out short mid-wicket. It's really funny. We were saying a version of this earlier on, that when you're not quite in form, or it feels like little things are going against you, you're struggling for a run, like Ward has been here. A few games you don't bat, you get out twice, a couple cheaply. That one goes straight at the fielder. This time Ward is just jabbing away. Whereas when you're in form, you connect with that just as cleanly, and it whistles to the rope, 2 yards to the right or the left.
Yes, she's hit some really good shots today, and they've gone straight to the field, and she'll be a little bit frustrated with that. But also, she is middling it and playing some nice shots, so she just needs to have a little bit of patience. There's still lots of overs to go, 37 overs and a few balls. So she's got plenty of time, and I think because the girls play a lot of T20, there's that tendency to over-rush something, or to put more pressure on yourself, thinking, I've got to go. Playing with intent doesn't mean you hit every ball for 4.
Full, over-pitched and driven out to deep cover. And Ward will pick up 1. End of the 13th over, 62 for 2. We've asked everyone in the YouTube chat to let us know where you've been watching from. My goodness me, we've got some response. So FSM says he's in Wales, home of the Dragons. Fluffy says in India. Historia is in Somerset. Daniel Pickering is in Tranmere. Mark Dean is at Summercoats. Mark Osborne is in his home office in southern Germany. Arthur Frost is an expat Yorkshireman in Scotland. We've even got Eric, who's in Havana, which I must say sounds a touch more glamorous than York. And there's someone in Marrakesh as well. So great to hear all the different spots that you're watching in. And do make sure to give the channel a like, and also subscribe to not miss future Yorkshire men's and women's live streams and all sorts of bonus content and highlights and interviews from behind the scenes. That's beautifully bowled from Whitfield. We were talking about the fact that there's a lot to like in her action, her smooth approach, and that was right where you'd want to be.
I do know my twin sister in Australia is watching as well, so we
go.
do go far and wide.
Where in Oz?
Perth.
Oh. So that's turned away by Ward. It's only really when you go to Australia, Perth is the place that makes you realise how big it is.
Yes.
Because it's so far away from everything else.
Yeah, 4 or 5 hours flight to Sydney from Perth, and you think, crikey, I could be in...
You covered the whole mainland Europe with that.
Yeah, could be anywhere in Europe with that flight.
Also better watching in Ireland. There's people all over. Great to have your company. That's away from Ward, and this is into a gap. She won't get her first boundary. Well, I was going to say they get 2. There probably should have been 2 there for my 2 cents.
And that's a mark of the lack of confidence at the moment, because I think there was 2 there, but she was a bit hesitant and didn't want to give a wicket away. And that's okay at this stage. Plenty of time, so there's no pressure on the running between wickets at the moment, but you need to put pressure on the fielders.
This is nibbled away through 3rd. This time there was only ever going to be 1. It's a little closer to the fielder out at deep 3rd. Tony Dalton is in Bingley in West Yorkshire. And Tim is in Jarrow in Tyneside. Hello to all of you wherever you are. some of the young Yorkshire schoolgirls have come in to watch as part of a really good local community initiative with the York area to give young girls a chance to come in and be inspired. And great way if you're at school to spend your Thursday.
Yeah, brilliant.
Outside the classroom, watching Yorkshire have a bat. That's a field trip I think we can all get behind.
Yeah, I would have loved that as when I was at school. That would have been my ideal day.
I think it would have been many of us. Once more, really bending her back. Well played by Ward. He's just absorbed a bit of pressure here. There's Akko as well, who's in South Africa, and there's Nigel in Ohio. So we really, truly have got
we've gone
a
global.
lot of the world covered. 2,500 people watching right now. So great to have you with us wherever you are. Ward just finding the gap in the covers. She'll pick up 1. She's on 6 off 26, but what she's got to remind herself, and it can be tricky in a situation like this, as the 14th over ends 65 for 2, is that Yorkshire as a team are on top of the rate. Yorkshire as a team need under 4 and over, and it can be very tough sometimes where you as a batter can feel a level of guilt almost for having eaten up a lot of balls, when actually it doesn't matter because of the wider team context, as we see some taking...
Sleeping bag watch.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's slightly extreme measures, it feels like, to keep warm. I'm having a bit of a snooze at the cricket, bit of an afternoon snooze, but there's plenty to keep you awake here and plenty of entertaining cricket happening. Plenty of people letting us know where they're watching from as well, which is fantastic. Hope you're enjoying the coverage as Yorkshire look to make it 3 wins from 4 in this particular format. And that alludes to something you were saying about the pace of batting, Jane. One tricky thing for Yorkshire to manage through this period of the fixture list, and then it comes back in August when this competition returns, is frequently switching from 50 over cricket to T20 cricket.
And that's where the lack of experience in all the teams is quite difficult, because they're expected to go hard in the T20s, and then, you know, they played a T20 on Saturday, they're here playing 50 overs, and they're playing T20 again on Saturday. It's quite a difficult switch for players with less experience.
Change of bowling from the rugby ground end, and it's a somewhat ambitious LBW appeal from Laura Crofts. It's always telling with an LBW appeal, if the keeper's not really with you, that's never the best sign. And the other problem she's got, of course, is bowling right arm around. That definitely makes it harder in that sense. Crofts again. Nice looking drive from Ward, but straight to cover.
Interesting decision to come round the wicket as a right-hander, because in order to get an LBW appeal, you're going to have to bring it back a long way, because the natural action of the arm away from the stumps at one end to the other would just carry it straight across the right-hand batter.
Full toss, and Ward has hit it straight to cover. Could be a run-out chance. Well, a direct hit, and Winfield Hill definitely would have been gone. It was a fantastic tumbling stop there. When it comes off, firstly off the bat of Ward, you're thinking maybe it's 4 for all money. Just watch, round to her left, and managed to not just stop the ball, Holly Whitfield, but almost affect the run out. Long gone are the days where a fast bowler just grazed down at fine leg, and both men's and women's cricket wasn't necessarily known for their fielding abilities. Gets to her feet quickly, or gets in a position, I should say, to throw quickly.
Yeah, and Winfield Hill was a bit on her back foot there. Maddie Ward hit it and ran almost straight away.
That's down the leg, and Yorkshire will pick up at least 2 wides. Again, there's a bit of a hesitant. Winfield Hill wanted to come back, and Ward didn't want her to come back. There's definitely a little bit of nerves out there, and that's understandable for Ward. She's had 2 low scores this season, a few games where she hasn't batted. She's on 7 off 29.
I mean, I need the full stats, but I don't think these two have batted very much together, and that makes a difference, because you need to know what each other can do or can't do, as the case may be, because They don't appear to be running the first one fast. They don't appear to be on the same wavelength at the moment. There's no danger, but that's something you've got to work it through, really.
And that will add towards frustration because she's just got a full bunger and hit straight to mid-wicket. Warder's just got to keep focused here. That's a nice shot.
Yeah.
Nobody behind square on the leg side. Just manipulated into the gap for a single. So a really good comeback here from Leicestershire. So we've just come to the end of the 15th over. 68 for 2 off 15. And when you think it was 40 for none off 5. So the last 10 overs have produced 28 runs and that double wicket made them.
But still ahead of the run rate, and that's the key thing. Yes, they did go off like a rocket in the first few overs. Erin Thomas paid for it because she got caught out on the deep square leg boundary. And then there was the wicket falling straight after it. And then really these two just needed to consolidate and just keep it ticking over. And they've done that quite well at this stage. But it's fairly even Stevens at the moment. I think Leicester will be pleased that they've picked up those 2 wickets. But another couple of wickets will make it quite different.
Whitfield just marking out our run. Whilst our hard-working media team, Charlotte, Connor and Matt, take a hard-earned rest on the grass. Part of the team that do so much hard work behind the scenes as Ward pushes that out to point that provides the highlights that you can see on the Yorkshire Cricket YouTube page. Well worth a subscribe. And all the digital content that you get right across the social channels. Make sure to be subscribed and signed up to whichever one is your particular preference. Charlotte was on commentary as well earlier, which was great. Ward again is solid. Now this is very much one of those where cricket is played in the mind as much as it is the technique. And it's a battle of the mind here for Ward as well. Got to be careful to not end up feeling like you're in a bit of a bunker here. She's on 8 off 33.
Yeah, and she just needs to be reminded, look, there's 35 overs still to go. The total that's required is 138. 35 overs. If somebody said to you, you've got to get 135 in 20 overs, you'd be quite pleased and think, yeah, we can do that. So you've got an extra 15 overs on top of that.
Swipe and a miss from Ward. I think there was a nick on that just from the reactions. Dropped by the keeper. Wasn't an easy chance for Sophie Bennett away to her right.
And sometimes you need that good fortune. As we see here, there's a
I think it was a
definite
leading
edge on that and a good attempt by the wicketkeeper, but just not quite sticking. Sometimes as a keeper you go and you just hope and it sticks, and other times you go and it just doesn't stick. And anybody who's been in that position will understand what I'm saying.
Yep.
If you haven't played that position, you're probably wondering what on earth I'm talking about when I say stick.
You just got to throw your body at it and
Yes.
hope it, particularly with a catch like that, diving away to your right. This time Winfield Hill getting funky and has manipulated it behind square on the leg side. Not with as much momentum as she might have liked. That'll be 1. Winfield Hill was potentially coming back for 2. We've had a few people in the YouTube live chat asking for Luke Ayling commentary, please. I think we'll leave the former Leeds United and now Middlesbrough defender to his duties. If you're wondering why he's here, he's actually here for a PFA players meeting with representatives from clubs across the region. This time another outside edge. Won't get anything for that.
Going back to catches that I was talking about earlier, did you see the one by Katie George yesterday at Warwickshire? The
Yes.
Catch. What a catch that was.
She is a fantastic fielder, 70 for 2 off 18. So Katie George is a perfect example of the kind of player who we haven't learnt yet in cricket statistics to really find a way of showing her value as a fielder. She's absolute dynamite in the field.
Yeah. I mean, basically her weight was going one way and the ball suddenly deviated back the other, and she was able to dive full length and catch the ball in one hand just above the grass, and it was a fantastic catch.
Roger Jackson watching in Montana. Fantastic to have his company. Got another change of bowling here. Fifth bowler introduced. In fact, no, Wilby Crofts continuing. Beg your pardon. Crofts this time is driven. It's over pitched, but it's out to deep cover. It's for 1. 71 for 2.
Very clever field placing. This deep extra cover has saved quite a number of runs because it's been hit out here on numerous occasions, and basically they've only got 1 run. If that fielder wasn't there, there'd have been at least 3 fours, if not more. So very clever field placings.
Swipe and a miss from Ward. It's got through the keeper. It's good alertness from Winfield Hill to make sure that should pick up a bye. Still rather be Yorkshire at this point with the wickets in hand and the required run rate relatively in control. But it looks like we are getting to, as I mentioned, potentially Yorkshire's first game of the season out of 6 played, including today, where Crofts continues. Short. Pulled away. Pulled hard. Pulled for 4. Not really quick enough as a bouncer from Crofts to trouble a player of Winfield Hill's high quality. Dispatched.
Fielded by Lizzie Dillham, I think, out there, the manager of the women's team.
Winfield Hill will take a bit of confidence from that because even she's had a little bit of a lull in her scoring rate after a quicker start.
Yeah, she definitely likes to score reasonably quickly and is not doing that per se, but playing a good innings at the moment as she works that one round. Just forward a square this time. They've taken 1 and they're coming back for 2 this time.
Yeah, she's done that thing that good players do, which is even through tough periods, quietly keep ticking on, and you blink and, you know, she's still 32 or 40. She's still going at a decent rate. And, of course, it's so useful on so many levels for Yorkshire, but one of which it means that it just slightly reduces the pressure, the scoreboard pressure on Ward. Field Hill this time is cutting out to deep cover for 1. What I was going to add is we haven't yet had a game where we've got to sort of the middle part of the run chase for Yorkshire this season, and it's truly been somewhat in the balance. And today could be the first time that we've had that. Leicestershire will feel like they want another wicket or 2 quickly. Just guided away by Ward. A big thumbs up from Winfield Hill to a batting partner. 17 overs gone. 79 for 2. You do sense Winfield Hill is particularly key for Yorkshire here.
Yeah, I think she offers that semblance of calmness and maturity experience there, so she can keep the younger partner at the other end just calm a bit and just say, yep, we're under control, we've got this. We only want 126 now. We've still got 33 overs. That's plenty of time to just wait for bad balls, really, and just punish them and then just rotate the strike off the good balls.
Winfield Hill back on strike. Just joining us. An excellent 50 from Francesca Sweet. Helped set Yorkshire 206 to win. Whitfield continues from the city end. Ward calls her through, and it proves to be a good call. Even if it had been a direct hit from Bennett, Winfield Hill would have got home. As it was, the ball hit Winfield Hill.
Yeah, very experienced there in her running because she knows where the ball's coming from. So she deliberately ran so that if there was a danger, it was going to hit her en route.
Yeah, you can't change your line of running, but she was, as you say, as well. That's very clever from Ward, who's been under a lot of pressure, really struggling to score. Pulls out the scoop. Nobody down there. 4 runs. Delightfully done.
What a lovely shot this is. You'll see that Ward just gets underneath it and helps it on its way, but timed it superbly, and it was over the boundary before you could think about it.
Yeah, Ward's first boundary, and it's very much a modern player's way of dealing with a situation like that. Rather than wait for a bad ball as such, do something different and give a bowler a problem. And this time it's on the half volley, and Ward skews this and gets it to the boundary at third. She wanted that to go much more through cover, but she'll take them however they comes, and suddenly Maddie Ward has back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, and that'll make her feel slightly more relaxed. But what she mustn't do is give it away. So she just needs to concentrate, keep working away. Remember, you've already picked up 8 runs this over, so you don't need to go hard every single ball.
This time Ward finds extra cover. Reminder that maybe if you're a little late to things from first innings of this one, Francesca Sweettop scored with 52 and nicely made 39 from Lucy Weston as we have look at those young girls in watching. Great to see them being inspired by this Yorkshire women's team. Beautifully bowled by Whitfield, meanwhile, almost got the edge of Ward's bat. Pick of the bowlers for Yorkshire. Grace Hall with 2 for 20 off 7. And Ward was out there batting, took a couple of wickets, but those figures are something of an injustice to poor old Beth Langston, the only bowler who went wicketless. How few who were here will ever know. Is guiding that back. She was the most economical. And speaking to one of the analysts, it was in the region of about a third of the deliveries she bowled were played and missed at outside the off stump, which is quite frankly astonishing. 18 overs gone, 88 for 2.
I did speak to Beth at lunchtime and I said, what a great spell that was. She went, yeah, I was feeling all right. You know, ever underselling herself because I think it was an outstanding spell. And I did question why she'd not bowled 10. And I think there was a thought that we've got a game on Saturday.
Yeah, it's interesting. It reminds me of something that Lauren Winfield Hill actually said. She said she felt that Langston would benefit from the frequency of less Tier 2 fixtures, not putting her body under undue strain, not overdoing it. It's her first pre-season in a while that she's got through unscathed after injury issues. Crofts continuing. Winfield Hill is playing this into a pad, unintentionally, of course.
Yeah, I'm still intrigued as to why she's coming round the wicket as a right-hander to a right-handed bat.
Yeah, it's not something you see as plan A very often, put it that way. That's just worked away by Winfield Hill. One more through third.
And it might be one of the, you know, sometimes players get something in mind that, oh, this is how I bowl, this is where I bowl. I feel more comfortable here. And it's like, okay, well, let's work on it because you're not doing yourself as much favours as you think you are coming round the wicket.
So that's away for 1 by Ward. I'm starting to find her touch a little more. Yeah, you are taking a few modes of dismissal out. It's very different, that right arm around angle to left arm over.
Scores ticks along to 90.
Down the track. Classic Winfield Hill, hitting the bowler off her length, meeting it on the half volley. That's a brilliant shot. She's rolling on to 38, and right now is the bedrock of this Yorkshire chase.
That's when you start to see Winfield Hill feeling more confident. I've seen her get out 2 or 3 times or more, being caught at mid-on, mid-off when she's not gone through with the shot, but she went through with the shot there and cleared that infield quite easily.
And Winfield Hill will get more runs. There's no one behind square on the leg side. Consecutive boundaries for Lauren Winfield Hill, who has not really had her fair share of the strike in this innings, but when she's had it, it's ticked along very well, and suddenly she's flown on to 42 or 46.
And that's where experience should be speaking to lack of experience, saying, look, we can, as long as we're out here, when we get those bad balls, it'll be easy to score. We don't need to try too hard.
Solid this time from Lauren Winfield Hill. It's easy to forget because it feels like, particularly with how women's cricket has grown so much since, you know, this is a World Cup winner back in 2017. Made 24 in that memorable low-scoring final of England versus India. And of course, there is another World Cup coming to England next summer, so that gives the current England crop something to aim for. And 105 games across all formats.
Of which some of them will be at Headingley.
Yeah, well, I was going to say Lauren Winfield Hill's played 105 games for England. I think it's a big World Cup. I don't think it's quite 105 games, but it's certainly an elongated, extended tournament, which is exciting to see. Winfield in, short, and Ward, oh so clever, knew where the field was, knew there's nobody down there, and we've seen the scoop earlier on. Well, let us know quite how you describe this one. Bit of almost like a paddle pull.
Yeah, just help it up and over. And she did that very easily. She looks very comfortable with that as they bring up the 102 now for Yorkshire.
Yeah, suddenly runs are coming very quickly here for Yorkshire. And Ward, who had to wait a while for a first boundary, has got 3 in the last 7 balls that she's faced. So it's Leicestershire who've got the questions to answer.
She's now got 2 fielders on the boundary backwards of square on the onside.
And that's a low full toss. And that goes out to deep backward square for 1. So Ward is on to 23 or 46 and has rapidly lifted her strike rate up to 50 per 100 balls. Yorkshire more than halfway there, and suddenly, with that burst of boundaries, will really fancy their chances here. Short, and this time Winfield Hill gets it round the corner. More work for Brown at deep backward square in front of us. Whitfield with none for 23 off her 4.5. Has had catch dropped off her as well. This time, guiding out to deep cover. They want 1, and, well, Winfield Hill wanted 2, but Ward was less certain.
Whilst it looks like there might be 2, it's a bit of a risky 2 if it goes straight to the field and the fielder has the ball in their hand. So probably the right decision at this stage.
This time chipped into the onside by Winfield Hill for 1. She's not far off her half-century. Question in the YouTube live chat about why we haven't seen spin from Leicestershire yet. I mean, obviously there's an element of wanting to exploit the swing of the new ball. I would expect that we'll see the leggies of April Harathgate pretty soon. That's your kind of more funky bowling. She's got a bit of everything. She's got a front of the hand slider. She's got leg breaks and top spinners. Maybe she can be the one to unlock this partnership. Yorkshire fans will hope that it's not a curse of a commentary change that will do it, because after 20 overs it's 107 for 2. And after a few more words from Dr. Jane Powell, it will be Aaron Viles alongside.
Well, Yorkshire moved along to 107 for 2 off 20 overs. So over halfway there with the runs, but still 30 overs to go. So they'll be quite happy that they're in this position at the moment with only 2 wickets down. Leicestershire will be hoping to change that and pick up. Often if you pick up 1 wicket, you can pick up 2. So at this moment in time, Yorkshire only need 99 is my reckoning. It still says 100 on the scoreboard, but I'm sure it's 206 that Yorkshire needs. So I'm sure 107 from that leaves 99. So a good, comfortable position. Maddie Ward to face now from the rugby, as she comes in from the rugby stand end, and it's a change of bowler.
It is, and a change of commentator as well. Good afternoon, everyone. It's Aaron here on the comms now. It is Francesca Sweet coming into bowl from the rugby ground end, and yes, your maths was absolutely spot on there, Jane. It is 99 to win for Yorkshire from this point. So Sweet again in towards Ward. Ward rocks onto the back foot, plays it out towards points. Not quite dealt with there from Harathgate. Deflects out towards Crofts for the single. And from here on out, it's just a case of batting sensibly, isn't it, for Yorkshire?
Definitely is. It's like, don't give your wicket away, but just keep playing, waiting for those bad balls, punishing them, and then just rotate the strike in between. But this girl's a good cricketer bowling now. She batted really well.
She most certainly did. An excellent 52, and she's got a wicket to go with it. Absolutely brilliant piece of bowling from Francesca Sweet, and it is the big wicket. It's the Yorkshire captain, Lauren Winfield Hill, who is clean bowled for an excellent 44, came off of 50 deliveries. But is that the catalyst now for Leicestershire potentially to claw their way back into this game? Yorkshire 108 for 3.
Yeah, that's a big wicket, and I'm not sure. It looked like Winfield Hill was looking to pull, but she just didn't get on top of it at all. Kept a bit low, I think. So that really caught her out. It just, yeah, unusual shot there from Lauren Winfield Hill, or unusual that she didn't connect. And she has to go now for 44 as Amy Campbell comes in.
She most certainly does, and I think the real big score which comes to mind is that 165 not out against Derbyshire. That was a thumping victory for the White Rose, and Amy Campbell really was a pivotal pillar with regards to securing that big victory over the Falcons. We've just seen the replay there. I mean, it is typical bowling, isn't it? It's what every coach in the country says, aim for the top of off. Winfield Hill goes for the pull. It wasn't quite the right length for the shot, and as a result, Leicestershire do get the big fish in this run chase.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that shot. Not so much that she got out, but that she didn't execute it well. And now, of course, with Amy Campbell in, it means the field have to keep changing because you've got a left-hander on strike. The bowler is going to come round. Well, I'm presuming she's coming round the wicket because Maddie Ward has shifted across to this side.
Yes, she is. There has also been a slight change in the field. Instead of a deep fine leg, it's a deep third out there on the boundary. So it is Francesca Sweet bowling here to Amy Campbell. First one keeps very low. In fact, it's beaten Sophie Bennett behind the stumps. The sweeper comes around. They won't reach it. And that is 4 fortuitous runs for Yorkshire. That one kept very, very low.
Yeah, it's starting to keep a little bit low on coming in from the rugby stand end. But from a Yorkshire point of view, you know, that's four gifted runs, really. Just comes, you can see from that replay how low it kept. But the wicketkeeper couldn't collect it.
Well, how does Sweet respond after that one? Goes very full, driven firmly up towards Amy Colquhoun for no run. Yorkshire now 112 for 3. Still require a further 94 runs for the victory. What would be a third successive victory in the Metrobank One Day Cup? Really has been an outstanding riposte since that opening day defeat to Worcestershire, and that is a lovely shot from Amy Campbell, driven very firmly down the ground. The Yorkshire batters run through for not 1 but 2 runs, keeps that scoreboard ticking, now 114 for 3.
And there we see the difference between Amy Campbell and Maddie Ward. Maddie Ward, who's not scored many runs this season and has really struggled to find the middle of the bat, and she's doing it very well now, but Amy Campbell has done very well in the last few games and comes out and plays that glorious drive through the covers and misses the field. Maddie Ward was driving but hitting it straight to the fielders. So that's how you can see where people are placed as they come into it from different backgrounds going through the season.
100%, and for the first time in this run chase, we are going to see April Harathgay coming on to bowl from the City end. Just having a chat there with her captain, Rebecca Brooker. Also some lovely stuff from Adrian, our director there, to keep us updated with Sprinkler Watch.
Sprinkler Watch.
Both of them still going, which is absolutely crazy at this rate. I'm going to go back to the station later and the ooze will have been drained of water. They've been going since about 9 o'clock this morning. That one over on the City end.
It has moved places on the rugby pitch, to be fair, so it is starting to make sure it's covering the whole pitch. But I'm sure that one's been in a similar position most of the, or maybe it's because I'm looking down the field rather than square on.
No, you're definitely right. The one on our right from the commentary position has stayed stationary, but of course our focus returns back to the cricket. That one dropped very short by Harathgay, pulled out towards deep mid-wicket for the single. Nice bit of batting there from Maddie Ward. But it's one of those Great little things about outground cricket. You pick up on certain things. The sprinklers definitely have given us plenty of entertainment so far this morning and afternoon. There'll be a big celebration in the comms box when one of them eventually comes to a close.
This is quite difficult for a young bowler, is to bowl to a right-hander, then a left-hander.
Well, there you go. That's a nice shot from Amy Campbell. Deposits that out towards deep backward square leg for another single. I'll tell you what, I'm very, very excited to see what Harathgay actually delivers here, because I know Mike was making the point before we had the change in commentary, but she really has got a real bag of tricks. I'd love to see her utilise the slider today. It's something which we've seen her perform with great effect so far this season. That one a bit more of a stock standard leg break, but you can see it really does slide on.
Yeah. Not an easy ball to bowl, but a very useful variation from a leg spinner.
Oh, absolutely. Always good to have plenty of tricks in the arsenal as Ward rocks onto the back foot, plays that confidently out towards extra cover. That will be a single for the Yorkshire batters, keeps that scoreboard moving along as the sun bursts gloriously through the clouds here at York Cricket Club. And I know we've hammered home the point, but this really is a spectacular place to watch some cricket. So Rathgay comes into bowl again to Campbell. Campbell dances down the track, and that is a wonderful shot from Amy Campbell. Timed that to perfection, placed it perfectly. 4 more welcome runs off the bats, puts Yorkshire onto 121 for 3.
And just the foot movement here of Amy Campbell was just excellent, you know, and this is what you should be trying to emulate if you're a young player out there or an older player. You know, just the fact that she sets off, keeps her head still, gets into a good strong position and hits through the ball.
Yeah, she is an exceptional cricketer, is Campbell, and again dances down the track. It's deja vu in terms of the approach. An even better place shot, though, right down the ground, up towards that sprinkler on the far rugby ground, and it's back-to-back boundaries for Amy Campbell. Let's take a look at this one and just bask in the magnificence of that shot. Really top-notch stuff from the Yorkshire batter.
It's interesting, isn't it, cricket? It's a funny old game, as they say, because it can look quite difficult out there, and then a player comes out and they go 4-6, and you think, oh, it's quite easy, isn't it? But it's just the approach and the execution that some players have that knack of being able to do.
Well, as a result of that shot, Yorkshire now 127 for 3. Motoring along very nicely here. Just always look at the comparison with DLS. I don't think there's too much danger, to be honest, with regards to rain spoiling the party, but at this stage it would be 85, so Yorkshire well ahead of where they should be statistically. As Francesca Sweet wraps the pads there of Maddie Ward. I think that was sliding down leg, just looking at the reaction of all the Leicestershire players out there, but yeah, this is a pretty big partnership, isn't it, Jane? Just in terms of steadying the ship and yeah, just getting Yorkshire into a good foundation for the remainder of the run chase.
Yeah, they're doing it well at the moment, but you've just got to keep concentrating and not take anything for granted, as that's fielded well at mid-off.
Yep, it's the Leicestershire captain, Rebecca Brooker. They're doing the fielding. Very, very nice stuff.
They're having to adjust the field now, left-hand, right-hand bat. It's quite difficult as captain sometimes to make sure you've got the field where you want them when they're changing ends almost every other ball.
Sweet coming around the wicket into the left-handed Campbell. That one played up towards the aforementioned Brooker for no run. And of course, for us in the commentary position, we're almost in the danger zone for Amy Campbell's hitting arc, known for giving it a big hoik out towards deep mid-wicket. I mean, we are in a fantastic position.
I'm ready.
Going to say we might need a replacement helmet up here soon. That one fenced back to the bowler for no run.
And part of me is like, I really like that shot because she's not going after every single ball. She's being quite selective in which ball she is trying to hit for the boundary. and then that ball wasn't really in the hitting arc, so therefore she just plays it back.
Yeah, it's sensible cricket, that, isn't it, from Amy Campbell? That one dropped a little bit shorter from Sweet, just played out towards Cole Coon in the covers for no run.
I think these are the interesting things about when you play with intent. It doesn't mean you try to hit every ball for 4, but you have an intention of what you're doing. So she will know where she wants the ball to hit it, and if it's not there, the intent is I'm not going to get out.
Most definitely. That is a very nice looking shot from Amy Campbell. Just caresses it through that cover region for another single. Keeps the strike rotating and signals the end of the over as well. Yorkshire 129 for 3 after 23 overs. And they are inching ever closer to that target of 206. Of course, if they are to successfully chase down this target, 3 consecutive victories in the Metro Bank One Day Cup and 5 across competitions, which would be very impressive and a great confidence boost heading into what is a blockbuster clash at Headingley against Essex on Saturday.
Yeah, everything to gain and nothing to lose in many ways, because you're playing a Tier 1 side, so the Tier 1 team should win. But having said that, there's no reason why Yorkshire can't win that game. So I know that the girls will be believing they can win it, and that will be the intention and the aim on Saturday.
Absolutely. Such a big game, that, isn't it? I know we spoke with Stair Callis a little bit earlier. The team are well up for it, absolutely champing at the bit at that opportunity. And of course, if you are in Leeds on Saturday, it's a 2:30 start at Headingley. Get yourself down and support the team on what should be a glorious day of cricket. Here is Harathke, puts Campbell onto the back foot.
The 4 outfielders here now are a deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and a deep cover. So everything is well in front of the bat here. So she can't afford to get hit round there where it just went. But it went straight to the fielder. But anything that gets hit backward of square on either side should be 4 runs if it evades the field.
Yeah, that is a very astute observation, and as a result of that shot, Campbell just bringing out the sweep shot, they have put protection out at deep backward square leg, and Holly Whitfield comes up into the circle on the offside. So, very astute call, that, in the commentary box, Jane. Read that like a book, and Amy Campbell has read that delivery rather nicely, just plays it assertively down the ground for 1 run.
And to be honest, that's all they need to do at the moment. They don't need to sort of go for the big shots and go for the boundaries, certainly not in the air, because they can just keep ticking along, because they only need 76 to win, and still 28 overs, 27 overs left.
Well, that one very full, well flighted there from Harathke. Yeah, 26.2 overs remaining here in the run chase on what has been a lovely day of cricket here in the north of England. Thoroughly recommend getting yourself down to York Cricket Club if you got chance later this summer. And that one has been squeezed away down towards where a deep fine leg would have been. They'll scarper through for a single, keeps that scoreboard moving. Those required runs beginning to tick down at a rather nice rate, and again, it's just sensible batting from the Yorkshire pair so far. Campbell definitely been the more aggressive of the two, striking at 115.4 at this stage, looking to take the attack to the young leg spinner. This one has spiralled up into the air. Is there a chance for the fielder? No, there isn't. The spin takes it away. And it is another boundary off the bat of Amy Campbell. Just a little bit of a decision for the umpires to make here. They'll have a chat with the Leicestershire fielder. And it has been given as a 6. Big shot that, wasn't it, from Amy Campbell? Correction. Umpire has changed their mind. It's been given as a 4. We'll just see it on the replay here. Let's see where yeah, it does. Bounces just in front of the rope. That is the correct decision in the end. So as a result, that score now 135 for 3. Also brought about the end of the over. So after 24, Yorkshire 135 for 3. They require a further 71 for the victory here at York. And when we have the drinks break as well, I've got a lovely bit of trivia which I'd like to ask to our viewers watching on the live stream. Apologies that there hasn't been as much interaction, purely because my Wi-Fi isn't working at the minute, so I can't actually access the YouTube live stream. But once that is working again, we'll have a little bit more interaction, so apologies, folks. But yeah, hopefully we'll get that back and running very, very shortly. And that is a dismissive shot from Maddie Ward. Just rifles it through the covers. Disdainful, in fact. Puts Yorkshire on to 139 for 3. Let's see a replay of that one. Look at that. Advances down the wickets, confident shot, and yeah, you can just see Maddie Ward beginning to get into her groove here at York. How can Francesca Sweet respond? Well, again, it's on a good length, good line as well, probing the batter, putting that little bit of indecision in the mind.
And that also is where Maddie is showing a little bit more experience. She's just hit a superb shot through the covers, as you described, and then she knew that she just needed to watch the next ball, and it was a good ball, so it was defended as she reaches the next one, and then goes for that paddle shot that goes up and over, and she's got another 4 runs. I love the way some of these young players play these days, where they appear to have no fear, and it's just like it's a 360-degree game. So I'll just use 360 degrees. I won't wait. Oh, yeah, this one's roughly there. I'll just help this one on its way, and it's just wonderful to watch.
It is, and it's not only enterprising and innovative, it's very clever in terms of the field placement, and as a result now, slight change in the field. They've had to push the fielder out towards deep fine leg as a result. Excellent batting that from Maddie Ward, who is racking up some real runs in this over. Sweet responds very well there, though, with another delivery in the good area.
Well, the point being that the more 360 shots you play, the more the opposition captain has to keep moving the field. And once your eye's in, well, then you just hit it where she's just moved the fielder from. So, cat and mouse game. Well bowled.
Very well bowled indeed, that from Francesca Sweet. Also, we have had an update on Sprinkler Watch. The far one has stopped.
My goodness.
After 6 hours, it has ceased. So there we go. The one at the rugby ground end has won the Battle of the Sprinklers. Here is Francesca Sweet for the final time in this 25th over. That one defended out towards square leg. Vicious throw in there from the fielder, and yeah, some good work behind the stumps from the bowler Sweet prevents the overthrow. So at the end of the 25th over, Yorkshire 143 for 3. They require a further 63 runs from the final 25 overs in order to secure the victory. And I did allude to that piece of trivia, Jane, and I've had it in the locker throughout this entire game, because York Cricket Club is a venue which has got plenty of history in both men's and women's cricket.
Yep.
And in 1973, I saw this in the YouTube chat a little bit earlier, there was a World Cup game here.
There was.
There was indeed. Who was it between?
It was Australia and Jamaica.
Yes, it was.
Oof.
And in that game, the leading run scorer for Australia was a certain Margaret Jennings.
Yeah, wicket keeper.
Wicket keeper.
Yeah, I know Marg.
Yep. She is in the Victoria Hall of Fame.
She is.
Back over in Australia.
She was captain of Australia at one stage as well.
She was. And that brings me onto my bit of trivia. Because seeing Lauren Winfield Hill open the batting, captain, and keep wickets brings me beautifully onto this fact.
Ooh,
Margaret Jennings was the first, and to date, only female cricketer in Test cricket to captain, keep wicket, and open the batting.
Amazing. Yeah, that sounds like Marg Jennings. She's a great mate, and it'd be lovely if she was listening in, wouldn't it? Because she was a superb player, she was difficult to get out. I played against Marg a couple of times, and she was a gnarly old professional. Well, we weren't professionals in those days, but you'd call her a professional because of the way she approached the game. And I think sometimes being a professional monetary doesn't mean that you are professional, and sometimes not getting money doesn't mean you're an amateur, and just the way she approached the game and the fact that she you had to really work for her wicket. She'd never give it to you easily. So all the best to Marg. And yeah, that's a fantastic piece of trivia. I enjoyed that piece of trivia anyway. I hope the people listening in enjoyed that as well.
Oh, absolutely. It is. I mean, I am an absolute stickler when it comes to the history of the game. I am a cricket badger. I have absolutely no shame in saying that. But I just thought it was a lovely link in to multiple things today. And it just goes to show, doesn't it, how far the game has advanced and progressed, and also how privileged we are to come out here, commentate at this beautiful venue. The sun is now shining. It's basking the ground gloriously. And yeah, it's amazing. It really is. 1973 that was.
Yeah, back in the day, I'm sure a lot of people are thinking, wow, 1973, that's ancient history. But actually it's not. It's just history, because I'm still alive and I can remember it. And I wonder if your trivia went as far to discover that I actually kept wicket in a test match as well.
You did?
The rumour from the selectors was, we want to strengthen the batting, so we need you to come in and keep wicket. So I was like, oh, okay then. Well, the truth of it was, we played a men's match to raise some money the week before they were choosing the team, and this guy flicked one, and we didn't have a wicket keeper, so I picked the gloves up, and this guy flicked one down leg side and thought, oh, I better make an effort. So I just dived with my left hand and it landed in there. I'm not even claiming that I saw it. I just thought, I've got to make the effort. And following that, I was then selected as wicketkeeper for the next test match.
There you go. Isn't it funny how life works out sometimes? Yeah. It really is.
And meanwhile, back at the real cricket.
Well, yeah, we are just about ready to get back underway after the drinks break. It will be April Harathgay coming on to bowl from the City end. Bowling here to Amy Campbell, who's been very destructive so far in this innings. A few boundaries and a 6 to boot. Currently 19 from 15 balls. And yeah, a massive thank you to everybody tuning into the Vertu live stream. Hope that you're enjoying the commentary of myself, Aaron Viles, and the great Dr. Jane Powell, as well as Michael McCann and Stair Callis a little bit earlier on as Harathgay comes into bowl again. This one very aerial and very long. That's almost found its way onto the rugby pitch. That is a dismissive shot from Amy Campbell, who continues to tear into the spin bowling here.
They might have to dry that ball coming back, because the amount of water that's been sprinkled on there today, I'm surprised it didn't plug.
Well, let's just have a look at this shot again. Oh, it's just excellent cricket, that. And also, of course, just looking at this from the perspective of the spinner does sow that seed of doubt into the mind of Harathgay here. It's going to take something pretty special for her to respond, and that one is swivelled around the corner. I think it will be cut off by the fielder. Indeed it is. Some good fielding there from Lucy Weston coming across from deep backward.
Yeah, when Campbell hits it, crikey, can she hit it a long way. So she's either got, great timing and muscles that can do that, or she's got a fantastic bat.
Probably a bit of both, to be honest. She is an outstanding cricketer and really proactive again. Goes on the attack. Will it go out to the fielder? Well, it's just gone through. The effort there out on the deep. I think it was Laura Crofts. In fact, it was Laura Crofts out there. We'll just see this one again. Just misjudged it slightly. To be fair, that is one of those, it's a difficult one to judge, because initially she's probably thinking, right, the catch is on here. Then it's dropped short. Then it's spiralled past her. And yeah, I'll tell you what, this has been some knock from Amy Campbell. What a season she is having so far. 31 from 18. And I can't claim the credit for the maths here, of course. This is as a result of the stats, but 172.2 strike rate. Really taking the attack to the Leicestershire bowlers here. That is another assured shot down the ground. There's a slight misfield by the fielder there. Allows for Yorkshire to come through for the comfortable single.
Yeah, she's been a wonderful addition to the middle order for Yorkshire. She really has contributed immensely, and I think she would be the first to say she's really enjoying her cricket back up with Yorkshire.
I think you can tell that, can't you? There's a certain swagger to Amy Campbell's batting at the minute, and Maddie Ward, I think, is feeding off that as well. I think in terms of her shot selection, it's definitely improved as this partnership has built.
Yeah, and this is a lesson for the youngster, really, in Maddie Ward, is that she should see now how Amy Campbell is taking the runs and knocking them down. She doesn't need to. She just needs to stay there. It's about partnerships. It's about the group, the team working together. They're almost had a 50 partnership here in very quick time. I think they're 48 in this partnership. That's a wonderful contribution when there were 2 quick wickets lost by Yorkshire.
It certainly is, and I've just got an update on the YouTube live stream. My Wi-Fi is working again, so we can now have a little bit more interaction. Seeing the likes of Jay Meany and A Better Tomorrow all interacting with us. We do appreciate all of the comments from everybody. Hope that you are enjoying this game. It is an absolutely stunning way to spend a Thursday. And of course, in this competition, there is the bonus point victory up for grabs as well. So that may just be in the minds of Yorkshire here. Just to get that additional point, you get 4 points for a regulation victory. With the bonus point, turns it into 5. So would really strengthen their position. And I'll tell you, another team who are doing very well. We'll get the exact score after this over, but Middlesex really were in the ascendancy against Gloucestershire. Gaia Gole got 5 for 16 from her first 7 overs. Absolutely exceptional stuff. Here is Whitfield, driven down the ground rather firmly there by Campbell. That'll be another single. Thatcher doing the cleaning up there. Yeah, Middlesex definitely a team to watch out for so far this season. In fact, I think they're the only unbeaten side.
Yeah, they are.
So that will be a cracking encounter when they face off against the White Rose later on in this campaign. Whitfield just composes herself, sprints into bowl here to Maddie Ward. Ball rises up slightly, means the bat has to play that into the deck for no run. Yeah, it's just one of those seasons, and I know obviously we're all going to say this as cricket fans, but given the groundbreaking nature of Project Darwin in this brand new system, it just makes it even more exciting. Like there's so many different factors and different unknowns at play. Whitfield comes into bowl here, that one drilled through extra cover. We fielded by the captain Brooker, means it'll be a dot ball, but I just think it's going to be fascinating, not just how the one-day cup pans out, but also the T20 County Cup. I know that Stair mentioned it earlier, but that FA Cup style of competition really does add something into the season itself. And then, of course, we've got the Blast. So plenty of top-tier cricket coming your way over the course of this summer. And, yeah, if you can get yourself down to a game, please do.
Yeah, and some real new names coming out as well, names that we've not heard of before, who are showing how well they can play. And it's just elevated women's cricket. As that's pulled round to square leg by Maddie Ward. They've taken one, thinking about the second, but stick with the one.
Yep, sensible decision that in the end between Ward and Campbell. Brings up the 50 stand between these two, comes from just 38 deliveries, and to be honest, that doesn't surprise me at all. It has felt like an accelerated partnership. It feels like Campbell's come to the crease with a very clear directive, and that is to take the attack to the Leicestershire seamers and spin bowlers and try and finish this game off as fast as possible as she goes for a big shot here out towards deep mid-wicket, just in front. That's some really good fielding from Hayley Brown. Saves a certain 3 runs there, limits it to just the single. Campbell does rotate the strike, though, moves on to 34 from 21, and that also signals the end of the 27th over. Yorkshire 159 for 3. Still require a further 47, for the victory from these remaining 23 overs. So in terms of required run rates, not a problem at all. It's exactly 2 runs per over. The only issue would be wickets. So it's a case of maintaining that delicate balance of going out there and being proactive and aggressive, but also not being silly and costly with your shot selection.
Yeah, and these two just need to keep, it's easy, isn't it? These two just need to keep going as they're going, and they'll finish the game off quite early. But at the same time, if one of these were to fall, then you've got to rebuild again. And whenever you're rebuilding, that it's quite difficult. It's not as straightforward as it should be.
No, it certainly isn't. As Phillips comes on to bowl here, and Phillips may get a wicket. There could be a little bit of indecision here. Colquhoun and the bowler. Slight miscommunication. It's spilled by the Leicestershire fielder.
I think the problem there was two of them went for it, so they were slightly distracted by each other. I don't know if one of them called early, but you can see there they both had their hands shaped up to catch it, and unfortunately for Leicestershire, it just spilled out of Colquhoun's hands.
Yeah, that could be the big moment in this run chase. Ward now facing off against Phillips, and she's drilled that straight towards the fielder, Francesca Sweet. It's back-to-back drops for the Foxes. That must absolutely kill the bowler. Ellie Phillips has bowled very, very well today. Already had those figures of 2 for 28, and in the first two deliveries of her 6th over, 2 drop catches.
Yeah, you'd be gutted as the bowler. You think, oh, I've put it in the right area twice. And each time it's been spilled, as that one is dropped slightly short, and Maddie Ward is able to rock onto the back foot and just punch it into the mid-wicket area for a single.
Yep, sensible batting that. And it's funny, isn't it? We just had the conversation about wickets potentially bringing Leicestershire back into the game. May just put a slight seed of doubt into the mind of Yorkshire there in terms of their approach, because if one or both of these batters, both of whom are established, do fall in quick succession, all of a sudden what could be a regulation run chase could just have an extra bit of spice in it. So here is Phillips charging in around the wicket into the left-handed Campbell. Campbell again winds up for a big shot, takes a couple of bounces out towards the fielder. It's a wideish long gone for just the one run, and Phillips actually has done well to corral that in. I think that ball may have hit Campbell if she didn't do that, but yeah, very good fielding all around, and we do now have that change in the field. Hayley Brown coming out towards deep square leg. Thatcher down at deep fine leg as well. Ward advances down the wicket, goes for the pull shots. Looking to split the gap between the two Leicestershire fielders, riding out on that boundary. Some good fielding there from Brown to back up the bowler, restricts it to just a single. Yorkshire move on to 163 for 3. 43 is the requirement for victory.
Yeah, Brown has fielded really well on this deep boundary, whether it's cover or square, and she's certainly saved a number of runs, as that is just played back down to mid-off for no run.
Well, it was an eventful over, wasn't it, from Ellie Phillips? Those first two easily could have produced 1, if not 2 wickets. But unfortunately, no damage done for Leicestershire. Unfortunately, no harm done to the Yorkshire run chase. The home side 163 for 3 after 28. They require 43 further runs for the victory, with Maddie Ward on 41 from 71. Amy Campbell really has been a brutal innings this. 36 from 24, striking at exactly 150 so far.
And the young girls are tired of watching, so they've gone back to playing.
Well, that's a very, very nice sight to see. Here is Whitfield, that one full and in the hitting arc of the right-handed Ward. Plays it out towards the short cover fielder for no run. And I must say, the crowd here today really has gotten behind the side, haven't they? Been plenty of cheers and applause all around the ground.
Yeah.
Again, very full from the bowler.
You'd have to say it's a pretty stoic crowd, because it was quite chilly actually down there. You know, this earlier today I was like, oh no, it's not too bad. And then I went for a walk around the ground and I thought, wow, this is cool when you're just sitting.
No, it definitely is. And yeah, made me question my choice of coming to the ground in shorts today. It was bitterly cold a little bit earlier on. That one has been skied by Ward. Should be a simple catch. Catch is taken. Leicestershire do get their breakthrough. And of course, it is Holly Whitfield who gets her first wicket on the board. Maddie Ward departs for a very handy 41. She has batted very nicely today. That will give her plenty of confidence heading into that big ticket clash against Essex on the weekend. But her race is run as far as this game is concerned. So it's Whitfield with the wicket, caught by Emma Thatcher, coming in from mid-on. Yorkshire now 163 for 4.
Yeah, and she'll be a little bit disappointed with herself there because she was definitely getting stronger and stronger. And yes, Leicestershire have taken the wicket, but in many ways Yorkshire have gifted them that wicket. That's twice in 2 overs where Maddie Ward has hit a catch. The first one wasn't taken just after the drinks break, and that second one was taken very comfortably and looked like a safe pair of hands there from Rebecca Sweet.
Well, as a result of that wicket, Ellie Nightingale comes in, making her senior Yorkshire debut. Been a product of the Diamonds Academy, played age group crickets for the White Rose County as well. And I just know her teammates at Renthorpe will be watching the live stream, beaming with smiles. They'll be feeling very, very proud watching the youngster make her bow for Yorkshire County Cricket Club. I must say, earlier on today as well, she had a couple of outstanding pieces of fielding. Really athletic, energetic, live wire in the field. Exactly the kind of teammate you want out there backing your bowlers. Let's see what she's got with the bat in hand. She'll be facing off here against Whitfield. Slight change in the field here, with fine leg coming up into the circle and third being pushed out into a deep third position. Let's see what Nightingale has got in store for us then. Facing off against Whitfield here from the rugby ground end. First one is bowled wide and too wide for the liking of the umpire. Adds an additional run to Yorkshire's tally, now 164 for 4.
It's always quite nerve-wracking when you go out there to play your first game. That's firmly driven down the ground to mid-off. And there's no run, but she middled that one quite well. So that will give her a lot of confidence.
Most certainly will. And this is a position in the batting lineup which she's very familiar in. In terms of her time on the Diamonds Academy in T20 cricket, she'd open the batting, but in longer formats, it'd be a case of operating in that 5 or 6 position as Whitfield comes into Bolton Nightingale again. That's a very nice delivery from the Foxes seam bowler. Results in a dot ball, but it's just a case of going out there and playing your natural game. The fact is she is talented. She's good enough to be out there and representing the first 11. Now it's a case of showcasing your skills and making a real name for yourself in a Yorkshire shirt. So it's Whitfield once more to Nightingale. That one a full toss. And that is a lovely moment for Ellie Nightingale. Her first run off the bats for the Yorkshire first team.
Yeah, and very straightforward. Just hit it down the ground. So not much danger when you're playing that straight battered shot down the ground. And she immediately, once she'd hit it, she knew there was a single there and was running and called Amy Campbell through for the single.
Yep, and as a result of that, she will retain strike heading into over number 30, because at the end of the 29th, Yorkshire 165 for 4, requiring a further 41 runs for the victory. As for Leicestershire, wickets are the name of the game at this stage. And this will be a very, very good test for Nightingale, facing off against Ellie Phillips, who's had quite the season so far in a Foxes shirt. Certainly one of the go-to wicket-taking options for Rebecca Brooker. Takes the pace off that one, well read by the young batter. Works it out towards deep point for the single.
Yeah, lovely stroke there from Nightingale, and you can see that she has wielded a bat quite competently in the past just by the way she's come out and played the last few shots.
Most certainly has. So Phillips coming around the wicket once more, looking to get that angle back in towards Campbell. Campbell takes on the aerial option out towards deep point, just in front of square on that occasion. One more run added to the host's tally. In terms of Phillips so far this season, struggled in the first game by her standards. 0 for 42, good economy rate, but unfortunately went wicketless. Since then, 2 for 48 against Worcestershire and 2 for 7 from 8 overs, which included 4 maidens in the 7-wicket victory over Kent. So if anyone is to get the breakthrough, as there's a slight bit of hesitation and indecision between Campbell and Nightingale there. Thankfully, no harm done, but if anyone is to potentially flip this game on its head, it's certainly up to Ellie Phillips to try and catalyse that. Just gathers herself here, charges into bowl to Nightingale, full and in a hitting zone of the right-hander, and that is some very nice fielding as well. Cuts it down to just the single in the end. I think that was Laura Crofts doing the fielding. Indeed it was, wearing the number 27, and immediately she's pulled straight out onto the deep boundary.
Change of batter, so the left-hander to face. So always a change of field. But still, Campbell hits it into the space, straight down to long on for a single. And it's almost like you're sort of thinking, Leicestershire, you need to take wickets. So you need to be setting a wicket-taking field, not just a boundary-saving field. And with 3 fielders on the boundary.
Well, I say a swing and a miss for deep and Emma operating 9 legs. It's the end of the Yorkshire 169 for Amy Campbell on 38 from 26. Ellie Nightingale 7.
I was thinking, is Amy well, that's just 6 hits. I'll just go for it.
Surely not. That would be audacious.
I hope not. But Campbell, I just hope that she's got the common sense to not give her wicket away at this stage, because she certainly came in and injected the pace and the power. And I'd love to see her finish this, follow it.
Most definitely. Certainly did that against Derbyshire. That was a barnstorming innings, wasn't it? And Liv Thomas that day as well. Also batted very nicely alongside her for 63 from 67 deliveries. Campbell again winds up for the big shot down the ground, works its way out towards a very straight long off fielder for just the single.
So for Campbell, they have a deep long on and long off, but they've come in now for Nightingale. You've got a deep square leg and a deep cover on the boundary for Nightingale, and the third gully fielder is going back to third man.
Well, let's see what Whitfield has in store here for Nightingale. Puts on a good length. Really nice delivery, that, testing the shot selection of the youngster.
You must be saying, look, why send a deep third man out? Let's put her in slip. She's fresh to the crease. We need to take wickets. Let's give our bowler the chance to take those wickets. But that's not the case here at the moment.
That one driven back down the ground by Nightingale for no run. At this stage then, with your captaincy brain in gear, Jane, what kind of field placements would you like to see to try and catalyse and spark that change for Leicestershire?
I think I'd probably put in somebody in short on the offside, and as in a short cover, and just put people in the eye line of the batter so that pressure's on them. Probably a slip instead of a third man. But it looks like it's there to stop the boundaries rather than take wickets at the moment. There's some fielders that have rarely moved from their position all day. Now, either that's because they're a specialist there or because they can't field anywhere else. I'm not sure at this stage. But that was a wide the previous ball. So there's times when you can just hang around, and that's just played superbly. Backwards of point for 4 runs by Nightingale. Lovely shot, rocked onto her back foot and just punched it out there.
Very, very nicely played that.
With a head over the ball. That's the key there. The head was right over the ball, so she could get on top of it and play it down along the floor, straight through backward point.
How can Whitfield reply to that one? Bowls this one slightly shorter, and that is pulled powerfully out for another boundary. Great bat in this from Ellie Nightingale, looking to finish off this over with a real flourish. Moves her on to 11 from exactly 11 deliveries. And I'll tell you what, Jane, she was bigged up, and I can see why she is so highly thought of in that Yorkshire pathway.
Yes, it's the first time I'm seeing her, and I'm like, yeah, that's a good shot. And, 2 good shots there in consecutive balls. And now it's hard for Leicestershire because the scoreboard starts to tick down to the 20s, and you think, we've no chance here now. So you start to sort of give the game away yourself as fielders and as bowlers. And you can see it's a funny thing to read body language, but you can see there's no bounce out there anymore. It's just like we're going through the motions now, because Yorkshire only need 27 runs, and there's still 19 overs left.
Yeah, it feels like the wind has been taken out of the Leicestershire sails for the time being at least, but it has come as a result of some wonderful batting. It has to be said, Amy Campbell has really impressed me, not just in this game, but so far this season. I don't think there are many people in the Metrobank One Day Cup who are timing the ball as sweetly or launching it as far as Amy Campbell is so far this campaign. Here is Phillips once more, and Campbell winds up for the big shot down the ground, looking to bisect the gap between the two fielders, and does so expertly. 4 more runs added to Yorkshire's tally. And now you can just see that's required run rate cascading down, stands at just 1.2. As I said, that will not rise too significantly. It would just be a case of wickets. Amy Campbell, though, looking to finish this off with aplomb.
When you see a player hitting it as straight as that, you know that they're in good nick.
Phillips to Campbell once more, opting to advance down the wicket, meet the pitch of the ball, works it down towards the fielder on the deep for 1 run. Inches closer to what would be a richly deserved 50. Goodness me, let's get it in style. Here is Phillips then to Nightingale, slightly short compared to the deliveries to Campbell. Fenced out on the offside for no run.
And part of me is, go for it, Amy, and part of me is, don't give it away at this stage. But Nightingale is playing a good support innings here.
Most definitely is. Looks to carve that backward of points. Could be a chance for a run out, but Campbell was rapid between the wickets. Well judged run that from the Yorkshire pair. Keeps it moving along. Yorkshire now 185 for 4, 21 required for victory, and it really has been some turnaround. I know that a lot of people were shocked and surprised by the manner of defeat at Headingley in the season opener, but since then, everything just seems to be clicking, and Amy Campbell has launched that for 6. Brings up her 50 in tremendous fashion. Comes up from just 30 deliveries, 4 fours, 3 sixes, striking at 166.7. Amy Campbell, take a bow.
That was outrageous and awesome at the same time. What a great shot that was. And brings up the 50 as we were discussing earlier. Well played, Amy.
Well, looking to go for the positive option again. I'll tell you what, it feels nice as a commentator when you call that and it doesn't result in a wicket.
Yes.
And it does actually bring about a 50. Let me tell you, that has happened plenty of times in the past. Well batted, Amy Campbell, and Yorkshire now steamrolling this run chase. They're 191 for 4 after 32 overs. They require just 15 more runs for the victory.
And this sort of performance is going to cause the coach a few issues, really, because he's still got Sturk Alice, who we've had on commentary today, but she can come back in at some stage. And then you look at the way these youngsters have battered and you think, let's put pressure on some of the more experienced players, because then you start to develop a really good squad that can come in at any stage.
Well, I think that is the key component, isn't it, to any successful side? It's squad depth. It's all well and good having your stars in good form and firing, but it's all about those rotational players. And for Yorkshire, a big part of this season, it's been spoken about a lot from Rachel Slater, Steg Callis herself. It is a case of the learning experience as well. I know that on paper, for a lot of people, they're the favourites in Tier 2. But this is about the bigger picture at Yorkshire County Cricket Club. It's about growth heading into the future and maintaining that sustainability at the club, ensuring that there is a core nucleus from which to build off of heading into 3, 5, 7 years' time. And I'll tell you what, I've been so impressed with them ever since that Worcestershire game. They have bounced back extraordinarily as Nightingale slams that back down the ground for a single. Yorkshire now 192 for 4, and of course, with this run rate at the minute, touching 5.9, the bonus point victory is definitely on.
Yeah, they just need 14 more runs now to achieve that victory, and there's all sorts going on in the field as they keep taking the singles. Not sure where they need to put their fielders now, just realising it's a left-hander that's now facing. We'll just move her around a bit. I need her to move 5 yards to her right, and you start to think, where do I put them? Where do I put them? Especially when Amy Campbell's on strike, because it doesn't really matter because she just clears the boundary, doesn't she? So don't worry.
Absolutely not. So here is Thatcher. Left arm seam bowler coming into bowl to Campbell from the rugby ground end.
We could be in danger though here.
We could be.
We're definitely in 6 hitting territory for Amy Campbell.
Yeah, and rather ominously, Amy Campbell has just stared in our direction. So let's wait and see what happens on this delivery. Well, instead opts to try and go on the offside, a little bit wider that time from Thatcher. Play and a miss, results in a dot ball.
I think it's one of those, if you hear us scream, folks, don't worry, but we're just getting out of the way of an Amy Campbell mighty hit.
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me at all at this stage. Hopefully Thatcher will continue to hang it outside off stump. Well, there you go. It's coming towards us in the comms box. Takes 1 bounce for 4.
That wasn't far off.
It wasn't. I'll tell you what, a bit more of an aerial nature on that one. We would have been scrambling here, trying to protect the monitor and take the catch. Just take a look at this stand and deliver stuff from Amy Campbell. 54 from just 34 deliveries. Just 10 more runs required for Yorkshire to taste a 4th successive victory, and this one is much bigger. It's heading towards us. It's 6 more runs off the bat of Amy Campbell, who moves on to 60 from 35. 200 comes up in outstanding fashion. Yorkshire running riot here at York Cricket Club.
That one was very close. I was just thinking, she really is going to hit us at some stage here, and as you can see, it just hit the wall just below us, actually. So great shot, Amy Campbell. I don't mind you hitting us if you're going to hit 6s like that. It's one of those that you just think, great shot.
Absolutely, and as a result of that bludgeoning of the bowling, 4 more runs away from what would be a thoroughly deserved victory for Yorkshire. It has been a ridiculously professional performance, this. It's been a dismantling of the Leicestershire attack, and Amy Campbell is in the form of her life. Following up that 165 not out with what is currently a 60 not out. She'd love to have the red inker for the average as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Every batter on the planet loves that. Having that extra little
boost to the averages.
Exactly, yeah. Everyone loves those extra stats. Nightingale, that is a play and a miss off the bowling of Phillips. So 4 runs away. They can win it in a shot. Whether Nightingale's thinking that or maybe just get the single and allow Campbell to finish it off in style, we'll wait and see. But either way, signs looking very promising for Yorkshire heading into the rest of the campaign. Nightingale winds up for the big shot. Maybe she heard us on comms there. Instead works it out towards Colquhoun for no run.
Yeah, I think it's one of those now where the youngster is looking at Amy Campbell and going, well, it looks easy. And all you do is you put your foot down the wicket and swing the bat. And she didn't quite time it. She hasn't quite got the timing that Campbell's got at this moment.
Well, she rocks onto the back foot there.
Yeah, she's better just playing her shots orthodox. Don't worry about it. Just keep it going. These two have put on 39 already in double quick time. So it's a great partnership. As a coach, you tend to look at the partnerships as you go down the innings, and it's been a good day for Yorkshire. And that might be it.
Well, it could be. It's racing away. There's a chase in rather forlorn hope for the Leicestershire fielders. It nestles against the boundary rope, and how fitting is it that Ellie Nightingale, the Yorkshire youngster, finishes off what has been a comprehensive victory for the White Rose County here at York Cricket Club. They've chased down 206 for the loss of just 4 wickets, 16.2 overs still remaining, and Yorkshire continue their impressive form in Metro Bank One Day Cup League 2. They were unbeaten in their last 4 matches across competitions. Make that 5, and this is exactly the kind of confidence boost that they will absolutely relish heading into that big ticket clash against Essex on the weekend. Jane, just before we go through the scores and the bowling figures, just your thoughts on what has been a very professional display from the county.
Yeah, excellent display. You know, they showed good attack in the field. Beth Langston, for me, was their pick-out bowler with her spell. And the fact that they could then finish this off with the batting, with the partnerships that they've had and the individual performances of Maddie Ward getting runs as well as Lauren Winfield Hill, and then Amy Campbell. What can you say about Amy Campbell? She's just outstanding in the form of her life at the moment, and ably backed up by the young Nightingale as well. So it's augurs well for the game on Saturday against Essex.
It most certainly does. And just to take you through the game summary, or the run chase summary, I should say, Yorkshire getting off to a rapid start with Erin Thomas and Lauren Winfield Hill smashing boundaries for fun. Yorkshire did suffer a little bit of a slight wobble when Thomas and Duckworth departed in consecutive deliveries off the bowling of Ellie Phillips, but after that, this game really was only going in one direction, and that was in the favour of the home side. Winfield Hill scoring 44 from 50, Maddie Ward chipping in with 41 from 74, Amy Campbell taking the attack to the Leicestershire bowlers in dismissive fashion, racking up a brutal 60 not out from 35 deliveries, included 5 4s and 4 6s, and Ellie Nightingale on debut scoring 17 not out from 20 deliveries, which included 3 4s. As for the bowlers for Leicestershire, well, Ellie Phillips was the pick of the bowlers, finishing with figures of 2 for 51 from 8.4 overs. Then Francesca Sweet got 1 for 13 from her 3, which was the big wicket of the Yorkshire captain Winfield Hill, with Holly Whitfield chipping in with 1 for 41 from her 8 overs. Crofts, Harathgay and Thatcher all going wicketless. But I tell you what, that is a comprehensive victory for Yorkshire County Cricket Club. They have chased down 206 runs in 33.4 overs. It is the additional bonus point victory, and yeah, that stands them in very, very good stead heading into their T20 County Cup clash in Leeds on the weekend. A reminder that you can, of course, still get tickets and get yourself down for that encounter. It's at Headingley. It's a 2:30 start. We're live here on the YouTube CCC live stream from 2:10 on Saturday. And, of course, the following week, the men's side are in action in the County Championship against Nottinghamshire. So, from myself, Aaron Viles, from the brilliant Dr. Jane Powell, from Michael McCann and Stair Callis and Charlotte Ashton, it has been an absolute pleasure and a privilege to bring you the coverage of this game from York Cricket Club, and we wish you all a very safe and enjoyable remainder of your Thursday.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.